You have been put into a crucible of fire. You've been tested under pressure and heat, and you have come out as pure titanium.
It was definitely mind-blowing, amazing experience. I've never been to anything like it.
It can wake you up and spark a fire.
Going full force ahead, following exactly what RJ said.
This is the kind of program you want to go to if you want to bring a business to the next level.
We want you to be a part of the titanium family. What's up, everybody? Welcome to day number 9, week 3 of 50 deals, 50 states, 50 days. Good morning, Miss Cassandra.
Good morning, Mr. Bates. Top of the morning to you.
Let's do better than the Stars did last night. What do you say?
Shouldn't be hard to do.
True. Do you know what week 3 is?
What is week 3?
Week 3 is make your move week.
Okay.
That's right. Make your move, baby. No, listen. Hell of a start. 35 contracts sent, 18 signed. So we got a couple of contracts signed over the weekend. I'm excited. I mean, I think that we have shown the difference between the original 50-day challenge, where there was this daily struggle to have quality conversations because we were solely doing SMS marketing,
Right.
and adding in the new marketing that, well, some of it is new for the lives. It's not necessarily new for the company, and it's not necessarily new for people that have attended the Crucible, but really being able to showcase it live. We didn't know how that was going to translate on the lives with, not being able to share the screen as much. But I think through the first 8 days, I think the show has been better. We've been able to showcase more quality conversations. Nothing's being locked up off screen where it's, just through text messages being sent. Everything is a live conversation. And I think that's been extremely beneficial for the people that are joining us every day.
Right. I think it's also a matter of it's so interesting because I almost feel like, the first 2 weeks, so the first 8 days was just giving us some clarity. And I think the other thing about it is that I'm kind of excited to add stuff in and, change up our lives and add some additional stuff. Whereas the first 50, a lot of the stuff we were changing that was happening because of it, that was developing throughout the challenge was very similar to what we were already doing. This time we're able to, we're 8 days in, we've got 35 contracts sent, my goodness, 18 signed that we're working on. We're just able to showcase a lot more stuff. We can bring on special days and we can continue this. I think the other thing about this is super funny. I don't know if everybody knows this, but when RJ and I decided, okay, we're going to do another 50 deal challenge, he and I were spatting. We were batting. I'm like, bro, we are not going to, let's just call it the 50-day challenge. And we don't need to do each day as a state. And it's going to confuse people. And he's like, no, it's already branded as that. It's already branded. So we went back and forth on how we were going to do it, with the idea that coming into this, we would adapt and develop, because what really mattered is what we were able to work with you guys on the live. You know what I mean? Because it was challenging. It was so much easier in certain ways on the lives to show our screens, to show so much more, And I love the way that this is working out. I love that it's engaging the audience a lot. in that like we're able to work with you guys and show you guys through different methods, you know, what we're doing and how we're doing it.
Another huge difference on 2.0 here is our ability to dispo these properties quickly. So you look at, for example, the original 50-50-50, the deal that we got in Virginia. That took us weeks upon weeks to be able to dispo that deal because we had never done a deal in Virginia before. So we were doing active cold calling and reaching out and trying to find buyers there. And the difference here is on both of the deals that we've gotten in Virginia, it was quick and easy. One through the power of Investor Lift, the other one through the power of our network, just reaching out to Chris Jefferson. We saw the same thing in Delaware. You know, we were able to get that property under contract early on, and then the next day be able to get that deal sold sight unseen. Same thing in Nebraska. I remember the deal that we got in Nebraska. I think we ended up having to do a joint venture to dispo that deal, which means we were only getting 50% of the assignment fee. Actually, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we had to do a 3-way JV split on our Nebraska deal, and because there was Cole and then there was Michael McDonald.
I think we dispoed 2 in Nebraska because I'm thinking of one that we just worked with Michael McDonald on because we did that anyway. You're right.
Still joint venture deals. So the opportunity for us to be able to dispo these deals, not have to do JVs on them, maximize our, profit on the deals. I think that's really cool. I think
it's also a huge testament to what we've developed over the years on the dispo side that we never really have shown on the 50-50-50, right? Because during the first 50-50-50, I was so inundated doing, making sure the TC stuff was on point, and then doing the dispo myself with just a helper. It was a lot. It was, and honestly, that was, something that was a point of like discord during the first 50-50-50, right? And I want to explain this to you guys that were or weren't there, right? It was crazy because COVID had just hit. The only team members that we had left just before we started the 50-50-50, they were working remotely, and it turned out they were barely working. Everything kind of did go downhill. We had to fire somebody right before it started. I think we just hired Keaton like a week before or something to that effect. Like I think a week before, a week after we started. And then
the first day was the first day of the 50-50-50.
I feel like it was right in there, right? So he had no idea what he was doing. We were having all kinds of, things. Shout out Lisa Frank Cup. Signs that you have a young daughter. But there was just a lot that we weren't able to show. Like if y'all can imagine, I was trying to get on the lives and give RJ breaks just so he could just stop for a second. And it was a little bit different because it was through text. So, he was able to kind of like pause and stop and go, right? Because it wasn't all on the phone. You can't just like stop in the middle of a phone call and be like, hey, Cassie, but it was very trying, to be doing all of that as well as popping on the lives. And I'm sure I seemed like a ADD freak whenever we did the first 50-50-50, but in essence, I didn't get enough time to really show anything dispo because I was literally just completely inundated in the dispo. Right. So for me to stop and be able to do that on the live whenever we didn't really have a system down. It was just natural and organic and how we did things. And it's just like, we'd hit our buyers list. We'd then text, our buyers list, and then call people, and then, blah, blah, blah. And it was just a madhouse. It wasn't very systematized, and there wasn't anybody else to really help do it. So, a lot of our Dispo tactics, yes, did they originate from the original 50-50-50? Because I was like going crazy and didn't want to ever experience that again, but wanted to experience the amount of deals we did, certainly. But it allowed us to train a Dispo team that is phenomenal. It allowed us to cross-train all of our team on acquisitions and dispositions, whether their focus is acquisitions or dispositions. They're cross-trained to be able to pick up where anybody left off on the deal. That's where our SOPs come from. That's where our operating system comes from. And then on top of it, it's like we've developed since then. So during this challenge, I'm looking forward to really showing in ways that we can, what that looks like. How many deals have we disposed so far that are on this challenge? 6?
I honestly, we need to look at that, because I don't have that number off the top of my head. But case in point, what you're talking about, shout out to our team. And there's a lot of movement going on these deals that's not necessarily just showcased here on the lives. We've got Keaton that's doing the TC work behind the scenes. We've got Patrick and Justin and Josh and Trent and Garrett and Dixie that are all working on these deals, as well as the other deals that we already had under contract, right? The deals that we were already previously working on, as well as some of their own deals as well. So there's a lot of moving pieces that are going on. It's not just what you see necessarily here on the lives. But we're trying to show as much as we possibly can.
We'll keep developing the 50-50 deal challenge too, because there is a part of me that once we make this a part of our, this is just a part of it already feels like it's kind of a part of what we do, right? And so what's interesting to me is to see how that develops, and do we end up doing lives a couple days a week? Do we end up extending the 50 deal challenge? Do we end up expanding it or doing it again every quarter? Or nah, that wouldn't make sense. Twice a year. I'm gonna need a break and a vacation, okay?
Yeah, the 50-day challenge alone is a quarter of the year.
Right. Yeah, the 50-day challenge is a quarter of a year. Yeah. So maybe twice a year. So that and then after everyone, we take a vacation.
I will say one of the best decisions that we've made so far is taking Fridays off.
I think that is so clutch, because I'm going to let y'all know I am messed up. I mean, as much as I love this, I am still not in the swing of things as far as my daily schedule outside of this, right? And so for all of you out there that, are looking beyond just the call, how do you manage your time? This is very challenging, and and I want everybody to understand this forces us to develop our habits in more ways than what you're just seeing, right? I will let you know straight up. This is the craziest thing. I'm going to sound really lame when I tell you this, but I woke up at a normal time on Saturday morning, 7 something, whatever. And, had my whole day, and I ended up falling asleep probably at 5:30 on accident. I was going to go do stuff and whatever, and I ended up falling asleep, and RJ called me because unfortunately, and, for those of you that pray for the people of Allen and the families that were affected by the mass shooting. There was a mass shooting on Saturday, not too far from here, and it was really weird to him. Like he was messaging me stuff, and I wasn't responding, and so he was like, "I know the chances of her like being in Allen at the mall are very slim, but it's just really weird for her to not respond." So he calls me and wakes me up. It's probably like 9:30 at this point. And I'm not even kidding y'all. I thought it was 9:30 on Sunday morning. That's just like my schedule is so thrown. Like it doesn't feel like, it's challenging. It forces you to develop your habits, prioritize, and get on like a schedule, which I don't know about. I am one of those people that I get home and it's quiet and I can think, and then I start thinking about all of the things that I didn't have time to achieve in the day, and then I want to go work, and the next thing I know, it's like midnight, and I'm like, oh my goodness, I need to be asleep so I can wake up and work out and be energized and be ready and kick ass and take names in the morning. And it just doesn't work that way, right? And I will say this challenge is exhausting in ways like that, right? So it takes time for you to develop your personal habits around your time management, your business, how you operate throughout the day, being live all day. Even though I'm not as live as many hours as RJ, I'm out here trying to implement changes one by one. I'm out here trying to work with the team and handle all the other business, and it's challenging. It is challenging when you're live.
I'm going to throw out just my synopsis of the first 2 weeks. One of the biggest differences is there's nowhere for me to hide. When we would have a bad day in the original 50-50-50, I could just show my screen and just show people like, here it is. I'm getting my teeth kicked in. There's another FU. There's another one asking, where did you get my information? Leave me alone. And me, wrong number, verify owner, not interested, move on to the next one. And I could kind of show my screen and behind be like, oh man, why does Utah suck so bad? And this round, Thursday, we had a fairly rough way in the second week. There was just a stretch of voicemails, not quality conversations, and getting towards the end, it was just like there's nowhere really to hide. You just got to show the real nitty gritty of it. And I think looking, sometimes in the moment, not the most fun. But looking back at it, I think, we have repeatedly said it, and I specifically have repeatedly said it because I'm the one that's sitting here doing these acquisitions. You guys are going to see the grind that it takes to sit here and do the follow-up. And it will be what differentiates us from our competitors.
Absolutely.
Look, there's some cheap knockoff versions of people coming out and saying that they're going to do some live challenges. Okay. They don't have what it takes to do what we do. Okay. It's basically like going and buying a pair of shoes from Walmart. All right.
And I mean, honestly, though, it is a compliment to what we are doing. It really is. It's a compliment to what we are doing. So for me, it's like, I'm not mad. I'm not mad for somebody to get out there and, try their
fine with it. That's
their best to do what we're doing, right?
Here's the thing. I've said it from day one, and I'll say it again to start week 3. Everybody that shows up here, you're my accountability partner. Okay, you're not a follower. You're not a fan. No, you're my accountability partner. Okay. And it's awesome to see people like Randy and Lisa. Lisa's here this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Lisa.
You know, you guys showing up every day. Jamie, I know for a fact that Jamie is not only joining us every morning, but he's also doing work every single morning. Anna, I mean, she's out there attending classes to become a better property manager in Milwaukee and still joining in on the lives. Angel, every single morning, I'm sure Angel's working every single day while he's got us going on, you know. Kip, every single morning, giving us some kind of, rough day yesterday for the Stars fans. He's slowly trying to pay off the Crucible with his tips on the lives. Love that. Kenneth, seeing him every single morning. I mean, there's so many of you guys that are showing up. Kevin Pereira, you know, I mean, you guys are showing up. I love that. It fuels me to see the engagement, the interaction, hearing about what you guys are doing. I know Cassie feels the same. It's awesome to see. The numbers are up across the board for 2.0. So I love seeing that. We've had more views. We've had more engagement. The average watch time is astronomical. I think one of the days, Cassie, the average watch time was almost an hour and a half. For 700 people watched it, and the average watch time was an hour and a half.
That is absolutely phenomenal. And look, it's beyond the accountability portion. Like, I think my favorite thing, and I say it time and time again, I feel like my favorite thing about this challenge is it crosses barriers. It crosses so many barriers between our team, our ability to make money, our ability to put it out there, our ability to have impact, our ability to work with people, our ability to, you know, change the narrative for someone to help them create their reality that they're searching, that they're seeking, that they're working towards. But then, you know, it also, we're able to make money and develop while we're doing all of that. It crosses so many barriers. And that's what I love about this challenge. I love it for everyone that's involved in it. You know what I mean?
So I've already got a couple missed calls this morning. So I have a feeling today is going to be a good start to week 3. We're locked and loaded with leads. I've got fresh leads. I've got the old leads. Today is going to be a ton of calling. Follow up on, I mean, what do we have? What are the numbers? We've got 17 contracts that have been sent out that we need to follow up on.
Right.
So there's a lot of follow-up going on here. Cassie, I would love for you during your moments to kind of showcase what we're doing for dispositions on Investor Lift, kind of just showcasing like the platform itself, how we're identifying who we're sending the campaigns to, like the email marketing, how then we go in and we determine who we're going to call on our buyers lists and stuff like that. I would love to be able to see that. Daryl, is there an updated link for the Crucible in June? No, there is no link for the Crucible. You're on the link for the Crucible.
If you email us, I will get you. Unfortunately, we are working to get access to change our website, but our website doesn't even have anything really that different. It sends you a square. So right now, until we get the website fixed, we're not able to like just send you there and tell you to click on a button. We have to send you the square link organically. So if you email us, you can get that. And I'll go ahead and put my email there for that so it doesn't slip through the cracks.
And Daryl, I'll go ahead and tell you, I mean, what you can expect is a 2 days of me and Cassie breaking down everything that we're going to be doing moving forward with Titanium. Listen, we've been doing the Crucible for over 2 years now. And the thing about the Crucible at this point is it's constantly evolving. There's people that are coming back for a second and a third time because it's always changing based off of what's happening in the market. So it's not like we're just sitting here saying, hey, this is what we were doing back in 2020 that was working. No, we're going to show you what's working in June of 2023 and what we're doing. So, and Kevin, we'd love to have you come back, brother. I mean, honestly, so much has changed. And I know the hard work that you're putting in and the reality that you're creating for yourself. I'd love to see you come back. Daryl said I did a great job replicating what I could see from the first 50-50-50, so I'm looking forward to the updates. And you know what is crazy is how many people I have heard that from over the years that have said, dude, I literally just mirror image copied what you were doing on your lives. And that's amazing to hear. I can't wait to hear the same thing from this because we're reaching more people. So and it's because of the support from you guys, the constant likes, the shares, the comments, all of that matters to us. So, Ms. Cassandra, do you have anything else to say before we get started today?
No, let's get it rocking and rolling. I'm going to get over here and get to work.
All right. We'll see you in a little bit, okay? See you. All righty. It's become one of my new little favorite obsessions, but I love our little overlays with our state-specific logo, and today is day 9 in Florida, the Sunshine State. So we're gonna have a little sunshine with us all day today. That's our Florida logo. I was one of the earlier ones that was created there. And man, have we done some deals in Florida ever since we created that logo. Randy and Lisa, looking forward to their second Crucible. Looking forward to having you guys back. And Mr. Jamie, man, was it friendly axe throwing competition? I'm pretty brutal, man. I don't know. I don't know if we could say it's friendly axe throwing competition, but yes, we do take you axe throwing and have some good fun with that. So let's get to it. Let's start calling some people. See, I got a voicemail here. This is Joe at Misty Valley. Is this a wholesaler calling me, or is this actual lead? Let's listen. This sounds like a potential wholesaler. But let's give them a call.
Thank you for calling Wham Essentials. Leave us your phone number, name, and address. One of our reps will call.
Oh, yeah. Straight up. Wholesaler. All right. I thought that was one of our leads calling back. Eric asks, where are you getting most of your leads? iSpeed to lead. Great question. I talked about it, but I didn't share it. So let me actually share my screen here, and I'll show you where we're getting all of our deals from. So, Eric, so far, what we've got is 12 of the contracts came from VAs, cold calling data from batch leads that got pushed to batch dialer. Okay. 11 came from Lead Zolo, which is YouTube leads, 3 from Speed to Lead, 3 joint ventures, 2 from our website on Minute Pages, and then 4 just organic, like TikTok, Instagram. Those are the 2 main sources where people just reached out and said, hey, I saw your reel. I know that you buy houses. Will you buy mine? 2 of the 12 on Batch Dialer are signed. 6 of the 11 on Lead Zolo. 3 for 3 on Speed to Lead. 3 for 3 on JVs. 2 for 2 on Minute Pages. And 2 for 4 on the brand building stuff. So Speed to Lead's in there, and it's 3 for 3. But right now, Batch Dialer and Lead Zolo, as far as contracts sent, are leading the pack. One of the kind of eye-opening KPIs that I've seen so far has been only 2 of the 12 from cold calling are signed. The cold call leads are taking so much more nurturing and follow-up, and just due to the nature of it being cold calling, it's really not a surprise. But also 6 of the 11 from Lead Zolo. I'm a little bit shocked on that since we're 3 for 3 on Speed to Lead. I thought we would be able to get a little bit higher on Lead Zolo. So I'm going to push heavy to kind of rectify that situation. But great question there, Eric. Do you have the auto lead set up with iSpeed to Lead, or do you just buy them from the marketplace? Right now, we are just buying from the marketplace. So that way I can share my screen, show you why we're picking them, and kind of cherry picking the ones that we think are a good fit for us. I do think that some of their, like, we're a part of the $99 a month for the coupon club. So like on Friday, they rolled out a coupon for like $25 for up to 30 leads. I kind of went through there on Friday, cherry picked a bunch of really good leads. We have that still inside of our queue, so I'm going to be doing follow-up on those. I think they're doing a really good job of trying to set their customers up for success. I had someone reach out to me on Instagram the other day saying that the only reason why I promote iSpeed to Lead is because I'm an affiliate and I'm getting paid. I'll just be honest with you. I really don't get paid shit from Speed to Lead. It's like 11%. It's one of the lowest affiliates out there, and I don't even use those. They don't send me money. I just turn around and roll it in the leads. I believe more in the leads than I do their affiliate program, so I'm not pushing it because they pay me. Randy and Lisa, are you pushing all your leads to Trello for follow-up, or do you use the built-in CRM and Speed to Lead for Speed to Lead follow-up? So all of the leads get pushed to Trello. Okay. Now I am kind of showcasing Speed to Lead's website just because I can share that and it's not showing private information. Probably going to get started with them soon. I'll definitely use your link. Appreciate that. All right. Let's get on the phones. We'll start off with some follow-up. Steve, welcome to the channel, man. Make sure you subscribe.
022 is not available. The mailbox is full and cannot accept.
So like on that one, that's our mineral wells lead that I just called on. So on that one, we are buying the house. We also referred him to use Jeremy Dimmers for his loan, which the good thing about that is that I now know that he has spoken to Jeremy, filled out his application because of the referral there. So even though he hasn't signed the contract, even though he didn't answer the phone there, normally that would be kind of like what's going on, because we sent the contract on Thursday. I know, hey, we're still moving along in this process.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice message.
Tim, any reason why you don't send the contracts over while being on the phone with the seller? I know most people push to have it sent while on the phone, review and sign while on the call. I do as well. And you've seen there's been multiple times where I have sent the contract while on the phone. There's other reasons why, like for example, that one, the mineral wells, his mother-in-law is deeding the house to him to sell to us. So I needed to send the contract to the mother-in-law because she's still technically the owner. So in that case, he needed to get mother-in-law's information to send it over to me. So get off the phone, wait on mother-in-law's email, and then send it off. Okay. Another situation was like the professor at Wichita State on the Wichita deal. That one, he was busy and he essentially just said, just send me a contract and I'll get to it. Okay. I'm not going to push to keep him on the phone. Tired landlord, very short as far as the conversation goes. So that's why we sent that one off. Let's see. Another example, Tulsa, Oklahoma. He needs to verify that this property is not going to be used as collateral for the dump truck that he needs to purchase for his other business. So sent the contract. We're waiting on the approval letter for the dump truck. That's the reason why. Anytime I can keep him on the phone, I'm absolutely going to. Because listen, you're just adding a barrier to getting the contract signed if you don't. So, Anna, if you truly have a loan for Dimmers, message Cassie and she can send you where to send that information off to so we can get that process started. It's not automatically pushed to Trello, Randy. I think Cassie has a power up where she goes in there and then it gets pushed. That's a Cassie question because she's the one that set all that up. All right. Let's see here. Who else do we need to follow up with? That's what you guys are here for. Ask me questions. I appreciate the question. It keeps me engaged.
Hi, you've reached Chris Nevin. Please leave a message and I'll get back to you shortly.
The mailbox is full and cannot accept.
Oh, yeah, baby. Bunch of Casper the Ghost.
Please leave your message for 317.
Darnell, this is RJ Bates calling about your lot there on Holmes Avenue. Give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you. All right, let's call some fresh stuff. Lead Zolo. I have a feeling Lead Zolo is going to be the number one lead source through all of this.
Hello?
Hey, is John there?
Second.
John, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Harmon Creek. How are you?
Fine, but you call me back at 1 o'clock, yeah, I gotta be able to speak with you.
Yes, sir. 1 o'clock. I'll call you then.
All right, thank you.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. 1 o'clock. It's 12 o'clock. Our time.
I'm sorry I'm not able to take this call at the present time, but please don't hang up. Leave your name, a brief message, and I'll return your call as soon as possible. Thanks for calling. Bye.
Hey, Cameo, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Misty Point Lane. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Steve, how'd you find out about the live?
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 347 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on South 4th Street. You had entered it on my website saying that you were looking to sell that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Please leave your message for 5138.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Winston Circle that you had entered on my website, saying that you were looking to sell that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. Leave a message. Is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Hey, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there at Redbud Tree. You had entered it on my website saying that you were looking to sell that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. New Hampshire. Ooh.
This line has been placed out of service. Your communication cannot be processed. Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Blake Jones.
Is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Hey, Blake, this is RJ Bates calling you there about your property on Cash Way. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. So, Tim, the double and triple dial for me is what I would prefer to do is call from my landline and then call from my cell phone rather than calling multiple times. And what I'll do is I will touch each of these leads probably, depending upon how the day goes, 2 to 4 times. So I'm not going to hit it 2-3 times in a matter of 30 seconds. I know some people do that. Some people have success getting people to answer the phone. I have had some really bad experiences doing that in the past, though. where it just starts the relationship poorly, where it's like, yo, hey, what's going on? What's the emergency? And then it's like, oh, I was just calling about your property. And it's like, so you called me 3 times. So I don't like to start off that way. So that's why it's just a simple call, leave the voicemail, and then move on.
The number you have dialed is not in service.
Yeah, when it works, it feels great, you know. Sometimes when it turns negative,
I'm sorry, the person you were trying to reach
makes you
has a
wonder.
voicemail box that has not been set up yet. Please try your call.
Like, did we miss out on a potential deal because, you know, we were being too aggressive? Which I'm okay with doing that with follow-up. Just on the initial call, I don't know about that.
Hi, you've reached my voicemail and I cannot take your call. If you leave your phone number and the reason for your call, I'll make sure to get back to you once I'm available. Thanks and have a great day.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Dearborn that you entered on my website. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Yeah, I do think it's tough finding that balance. I will also say that I like to tread more on the overly aggressive. Just like if we're touching each lead every single day, and when it's fresh multiple times a day, I think that's kind of the fine line there of like, okay, we're being aggressive, we're showing that we're interested. You can almost navigate that where you tell them like, hey, you came to me and I'm just trying to make sure I get you on the phone, you know. So we're buying leads from Speed Lead, and then what I'm specifically calling right now are YouTube leads from Lead Zolo. What's up, Tristan?
We're sorry, your call cannot be completed at this time. Please hang up and try. reached the personal voicemail for Kim Malone. Please leave a message after the beep, and I'll get back in touch with you as soon as possible. Thank you. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Pineville that you entered on my website. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. What are you using to pull comps?
Good morning, Mr. speaking.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about the property on Montecito. It got entered on my website as a property that you guys might be potentially interested in selling.
Not that I'm aware of, but thank you for the call.
Okay, 7092 Montecito.
Which website did you get this information from?
Our website it's an ad on YouTube, and it says, "Do you want to sell your house?" You click on it, it takes you to our website, and then somebody filled it out. I've got Mustafa. I've got an email.
I remember filling it up. I just wasn't. Go ahead. I remember the website. Could you just tell me more, a little bit more about it? You guys are just going to give me a cash offer for the house. Am I correct? Is that the website?
Correct.
Okay, yes, go ahead. Did you guys get a chance to look at the property?
No. I wanted to have a conversation with you, know a little bit about what's going on with it. You know, all we have is the very vague information that we get from our website. Did you have a number in mind that you were looking to get for it, or?
I believe I indicated 650 plus. I mean,
Okay.
You guys are going to give me a quote on based upon the information I entered into the website. You guys are going to give me a number.
Okay. And then is the property vacant? Is it occupied? What's going on with it?
Rent occupied.
It's occupied. Is it with tenants?
Yes.
And how much are they paying a month?
31.
31. Okay. And the property is 1,600 square feet, right?
Yes.
Gotcha. And how would you rate the condition of the property?
Excellent.
Excellent. How long have the tenants been living there?
They've been. We've only had one tenant, and they've been there throughout the time, so 3 years. And it's a brand new. It was a purchase brand new.
Yep.
Rented out to a tenant, one tenant only, and he's been there for the past 3 years.
Gotcha. All righty. Well, what's got you looking to sell? Sounds like a great property.
Well, if the price is right, you could sway me one way or the other. But I'm just investigating at this point in time to see what exactly the property would value out, and based upon your website, you guys were going to offer a cash settlement. There were just a lot of exciting things about it, and I just wanted to see more about what you guys do, how you guys proceed, see your process, and get a at the same time get a price on the property.
Gotcha.
And see if we can do some business down maybe within the next 3 to 4 or 5 months.
Is there a monthly HOA fee?
Yes.
How much is that?
So there's 2 HOAs because it's a townhome, so it comes up to $273 a month.
273. Okay. I don't think that your valuation of 650 is too far off. I mean, I definitely see comps around there, around that number. I actually see a couple that are a little bit higher than that. The problem for us is as an investor coming in, if we were to pay 650 and it's rented out for 3,100, we're not cash flowing, and then we're really not even collecting the 3,100 because we've got the 273 on the HOA fee. Realistically, I don't think that your best option is to sell to an investor like us. I think your best option, if you really wanted to sell, which it doesn't sound like you need to sell, it's just kind of curious based off of our website. I think the best option would be probably to list with a realtor and probably list when it's vacant, not tenant occupied.
Yeah, of course. I mean, like I said, curiosity got to me, which is why I filled up all that information.
Right.
I just want to understand your process because this is only one of my properties, so I just wanted to find out how you guys proceed. And if I were to sell, this would probably be the first one of the dominoes to fall.
Right. Well, normally what I'm looking for is either something that I could come in and do work so I could create a potential profit there by creating equity, or have something that has the ability to cash flow. This would have the potential cash flow, but not at the numbers that it's at. So I can't do anything there. And there's not a need for you to sell at a discount. So this is just not a good fit for us because of the situation, right? I mean, it just doesn't warrant selling to us. Now, if you had another property where maybe the property is physically distressed or it was closer to like a 1% rental, then that could be where we could fit in. But outside of that, this is really not a good fit for us.
Can I give you another address?
Absolutely.
Can you take a look?
What is it?
All right. 3461 East Orange Blossom Way.
All right. In Ontario?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
All right. What's going on with this one?
Oh, well, same ordeal. I'm kind of curious to know what I would get for it, for that property. I mean, this property is rented out for $35 a month. It's about a year and a half old.
I see that. What's the square footage on that?
I believe it's 23, 24.
Gotcha.
Double check. I'm sorry.
Let's see. That one's probably valued anywhere between 800 to 830,000. Again, brand new property, rented out in the 3,000s, worth 800,000. Like, that's just not what that's not what we purchase. You know what I'm saying?
You guys are pretty much looking for distressed properties, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Well, it either needs to be distressed or it needs to cash flow. And if I spend 800,000, I can't collect 3,000 in rent. I mean, that's not cash flowing on the way our business model works.
Okay. So out of curiosity, what kind of properties are you guys looking for? I mean, distressed properties that are low value, or are you looking for owners that are willing to disperse sell off their property? I'm trying to understand what your model is and why you guys have such a great deal on based on the YouTube video.
Well, okay, good example of this would be someone that's owned a rental property for 15 years and it's had a tenant in there for 15 years. Maybe it's rented out for $1,000 a month, but the property hasn't been remodeled in 15 years. So there's a potential for cash flow, and there's a potential for us to come in and do work and create equity, aka profit. So yes, we need some kind of discount or the ability to cash flow. I mean, buying a property that's 1 year old, where essentially I'm buying it. I mean, if I took $800,000 and invested it on other properties in other parts of the United States, I could get 2-3% rentals on that. So what I mean by that is I could buy a property for $50,000 that's renting out for $1,000. I could buy a property for $100,000. I could buy 8 properties rented out at $2,000 a month for $100,000 in certain parts of the country.
I got you. I sort of figured that's what it is, but I wanted to see if you guys had if there was a potential for something like this. I mean, obviously I'm a small time investor, so nothing compared to you guys, but I'm just trying to survive, right?
Well, I mean, listen, you have great properties. I mean, I think if you truly want to sell them, like listing them with on the MLS is probably going to be your number one way to maximize your dollar here. Selling them to another investor, I mean, full retail, that's not an investment. That's just spending money. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I totally get it. But like I said, it was just a pure curiosity. Just wanted to see what it was valued at. But appreciate your input.
Absolutely.
Definitely, all my properties are pretty realistically new. Just wanted to confirm that you guys are not looking at the not if you guys were looking into these kind of properties, I think it would be a great a great home for you guys as well as a good deal for me. But at the end of the day, I completely get where you guys coming from.
All right. Thank you, man. Appreciate your time. Have a great day.
Appreciate it.
Bye-bye. You're right. Coaching is not cheap. Yes. It just depends on the numbers. I mean, the fact that there's a reverse mortgage doesn't mean anything other than that's what's getting paid off when you buy it. So, yes, they're absolutely worth entertaining. Oh, mobile home.
I'm unable to take your call. Leave a message at the sound of tone, and I'll return it as soon as possible. Thank you.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Kirk Drive. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. It is funny how they think it's beneficial for us just to tell them how to do what we're doing.
Thanks for calling. You reached Otis. I'm away from my phone at this present time. Please leave a message and I'll return your call as soon as I can. Thank you.
Hey, Otis, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on 13th Way that you had entered on my website. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 2523 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Moyton Avenue. You had called, or actually you had gone to my website and entered the information saying that you're looking to sell that property. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. If you're getting them a lot, well, renting the lot sucks. See, I'm like you. When I get those and it's renting the lot, it's like, what do you do? Hello?
Hello.
Hi, is Andrea there? Hey, Andrea, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Peralta that you had entered on my website. Are you still looking to sell that property?
Yes.
Awesome. All righty. How much were you looking to get for that property?
80, at least 80.
80. Okay. Tell me a little bit about what's going on with it.
Sure. A good friend of ours owns it, and when we got here, it was just trash. And he basically said he paid us to fix it. So I'm just kind of speaking for him. He's the owner. So and when I'm looking for the right person to get sold to, and then I'll turn you over to the owner of the house, really. But so we fixed it all up, and there's just very, very, very few things that need to be done, but it's ready to go, and I'm ready to go. I'm ready. We need to leave. We need to go home to Kansas, and so we've done all the work that we just need to go.
Gotcha. When you say there's very little that's left, it sounds like you're knowledgeable about it. So what needs to be finished?
Well, the roof it was originally a tin roof, and we decided to put a new roof on it.
Hi, Bubba.
OSB down, top paper, and shingles. The materials here, it just haven't quite been finished yet. The door frames, they're all here. Not door frames, but the door frames, the things that go around the doors. They're all here. They just haven't been put up yet. And I'm still working on the house. You know, I work on it every day. I will continue to work on it every day until we leave to go back home. And a little bit of mud and tape in the living room and kitchen, and that's really about it. I mean, just little stuff here and there.
Gotcha. So can you give me a little bit of idea of what you had? Because you said it was a mess when you got there. So what all have you done to it?
The list of what we haven't done would be shorter.
Okay. So it has new floors, like bathrooms and kitchen and stuff like that. Is that all upgraded?
Everything is every floor in here is new. 2 rooms got carpet, 1 room got wood, and the rest is ceramic. I built new walls in the living room and put the bottom half looks like rock, and the top has been painted, and then the plumbing was turned all over to PEX, and the electrical was done, and so everything was done.
Gotcha. What about on the outside? Because when I'm looking at this image on Google Street View, looks like we have boarded up windows and some stuff going on. I guess on the post there in the corner, and I'm assuming that's stucco. Is the exterior been fixed up a little bit?
Everything, but yes, the exterior is all fixed.
Gotcha. We got new.
The only thing that adds, now this is kind of, I don't know how major it is, but there's a 4x4 window in our bedroom that, like I said, I plan on, I think I was going to do that today, actually, just put a new window in there, and we're going to fix that. And there's a few broken windows, but those windows, we broke them ourselves.
Gotcha.
On accident, but except the 4x4 was broke when we got here, but the rest of them just got broke during construction.
Gotcha. What is behind the house? Is there literally another house that shares a driveway with this property?
Yes.
Huh.
His name is Narcy and Annie. They're 95 years old.
this house was empty 25 years when we got here. The only reason that it was still in decent shape is because he built the house and had a Hawkeye on it. You know what I mean?
Right. So that's very interesting because it says that the lot is 12,000 square feet. So is it kind of awkwardly shaped where it breaks?
It's very weird shaped. Now, I did talk to Annie, the one that owns the home, just because it's so weird shaped. I did ask her when we got here, I said, because you seem to own a small triangle of our front yard, can we have that back? And she said, yeah, you can have it. But, you got to fix the house up first. She's all sad, very sad about the house because I guess, when she was little, she used to blah, 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 whatever.
Right.
And so she said, when it was all fixed up, we could have that. But, that's not my concern anymore.
I gotcha. So if you had to anticipate how much dollar-wise, how much more work do you think I need to put into it?
Less than $5,000.
Okay. So 80,000 cash. That's the best price that you can give me.
Yes.
All right. What do I need to do to get moving in the right direction here with the homeowner? Do I need to have a conversation with them or?
Yes. Let me give you the number and I'll just take when we get here, okay?
Okay.
He's not well, so that's why I'm kind of trying to take control of stuff before I kind of weed out the BS before they all get to him. You know what I mean?
Would it be better if I just deal with you, since you're the one most knowledgeable about it?
Yes, in the end, but he wants to be a part of it. He wants to be a part of it, and so I'm to do that. And he can decide who. He can decide who he wants. He will decide. He'll either say, Andre, handle it, or I'll handle it. I'll leave it up to him. It's up to him.
Okay. What's his phone number?
I'm working on it right now.
Gotcha.
His name is Pat Mays, M-A-E-Z. His number, are you ready?
Yep.
Got it.
All righty. Well, what I will do is I will call Pat. Should I call him now?
Yes.
Okay. I'll call him now. I'll have a conversation with him, and hopefully we can get this property bought from you guys. And what part of Kansas are you going to go back to?
We're from Topeka.
Okay. All right. Well, hopefully we can get you back up to Kansas here pretty quickly.
I really appreciate your time.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, is Pat there?
This is.
Hi, Pat. This is RJ Bates calling you about your property there in Peralta. I just spoke to Andrea about it. She was saying that you were interested in selling that property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I got a lot of information from her. She said that, she's kind of taking care of the property for you, but I need to have a conversation with you because you're the actual owner of the property. She said that you were looking to get 80,000 for the property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I just want to ask you because, you're the owner. She said that quite a bit of work's been done to the property. and it really doesn't need a whole lot to be finished up. Is that correct?
Right. There's a lot of work that's been done.
Gotcha. She said like new flooring and drywall and kitchens and bathrooms and windows and all kinds of stuff. So you guys have
Yeah, right. You will be touching everything.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I think I'm willing to give you the $80,000. I had a pretty extensive conversation with her about what was going on with the property. I took a look at it. I think it's a good fit for us. So I'd love to be able to send over a contract to you for the 80,000.
Okay, great.
What is a good email for me to send over the contract to you? Okay. And as far as timing goes, I know Andrea is currently there, but she sounds like she's pretty motivated to get back to Kansas. Are you okay with closing in the next 30 days or so?
Yeah, but we're in a hurry for it.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, what I will do is I'll write up this contract. I'll send it over to you. It'll come in the email. It'll be from Dropbox Sign, which is just like DocuSign. You can just sign it right there inside of the email, and then we'll be able to open up title and get the process started, okay?
Okay, good.
All right. Thank you, Pat. Talk to you soon.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye. Well, that was easy. Boom. Another one for Lee Zolo. And a third contract being sent in New Mexico. Did you see that, Bubba? Sending out the contract. I like that. Just south of Albuquerque. We should have buyers there. Good stuff. Hey, is Michael there?
Is he?
Hey, Michael, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Walnut Street. You had entered it on my website saying that you were looking to sell that property?
Yeah. My brother passed away in January, and we've been going through his estate. We're getting it down to where we're bought out of the house now.
Gotcha. I'm sorry to hear about your brother's passing.
Thank you. Yeah, it was tough.
understand. I had to deal with my grandmother's estate, unfortunately, a couple of years ago, and it's not a fun process to deal with. So hopefully,
no, it's tough, and it's a little tougher when it's your little brother. He's 6 years younger than me.
Oh,
and
man.
you're just like really blown away. You're like, wow, I just didn't figure on that. But
I'm sorry to hear about that. You know, it's funny you say that, because the only reason why I'm dealing with my grandmother's estate is because my dad passed away, and it's kind of a weird situation, like things that you don't ever think that you'll have to deal with, kind of like what you're talking about, your little brother. You don't ever think that you'll have to deal with your grandmother's estate, where you're dealing with your aunt and uncle and then yourself. You know, it's kind of a weird feeling to be like,
it throws the whole family into a twist, and it can either, pull a family together or it can split them apart. It's a tough thing. It's, back to life, I guess.
Unfortunately, in my case, it pulled some family apart. So,
oh, that's too bad.
Yeah. Well, let's see if hopefully we can be, something that makes this process a little bit easier for you.
Okay.
Did you have a number in mind that you were looking to get for this property?
Well, we're open, but we did get an offer from a guy who buys houses, fixes them up, rents them out, and he offered us 68. And then I don't know how that's going, or if it's going. He hasn't contacted us for a long time, so I'm not sure if he's still interested or not. But anyway, we thought we'll just because we're getting to a point where we don't want to keep paying property taxes and homeowners insurance and stuff like that when we don't have to.
Right. So when he offered you 68, was that just verbal, or did he actually send you a contract?
Verbal. He came over and looked at it. He's a guy that lives in North Platte and buys and rents, and he came over, took a look at it, and he walked clear through it and everything, and he offered 68. And
yeah.
So we kind of said at that point we still were like, well, we got like a month and a half to 2 months before we can get this cleared out to where you can take over, because my brother had 3 motorcycles, 2 trucks, and it was like, damn, we got a lot of stuff to go through. So
right.
And we needed to buy time, and maybe that was too much time for him. I don't know. Gotcha. Maybe his offer still stands too. I'm not sure. My sister's the executor on that. So
gotcha. So I'm assuming based off of that offer and him being, a rehabber, the property does need some work done to it.
Oh yeah, it absolutely does. It needs TLC. It's got good bones, and if I were young, my wife and I, if we were young, we'd take that on in a heartbeat. We'd strip that thing out, fix it up, and then flip it. That's what we'd do. But
right.
I'm 66 now, and we've done a lot of that kind of stuff in our lives, where we're at a point where we just can't do a lot of the things that we used to be able to.
Understood. Let's see here. The 68, I mean, as funny as it sounds about right from what I'm seeing here. I've got another property that was on 5th that went for 78. But
it gone through some of the property here in North Platte. We went on the internet, Zillow and all that, and started looking at different properties. The range in North Platte area is that they could go anywhere from 120 to 450,000.
Right.
Damn, and the houses didn't look that much different. Just some looked newer than others. And I thought I didn't think property would go that high in North Platte. That just kind of blew me away. But so we figured it 68 because we knew it needed work on it. And we were like, we're okay with selling it for a lower price than what you might see on the market and stuff, because you're going to have to put some work in it. And, but it's in a decent location, and it's in it's got good bones. It's got some potential to it. I personally probably go in there because things were built in the 50s, and they were built in an odd way, and you'd say, well, hell, we'll just tear this wall out. We'll turn this into, 3 different spaces or make this bathroom bigger, or, you know, I mean, there's a lot of potential that you can work with on it. So,
Right. So it has a 934 square foot basement, right?
it's a good sized basement. It's the full size of the house with the exception of where the stairs come down. And,
Right.
and really that's about it. But yeah, it's a full size of the footprint of the house.
Gotcha. And it's not finished, correct?
Not finished, no.
Gotcha. You know, the main reason why I think that the reason why this guy offered you 68 and didn't probably get up in the 70s was some of the properties that are some are a little bit more. They get up in like that 1,100 square foot range, 1,000. You know, you're at 934, and then also the lot is like 4,700 square feet, where some of these other square foot on the lots is like in the low sixes. Some even got up into the 8, like that one that sold for 78,000. It's at like 8,700 square feet on the lot. So just a little bit more room. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm okay matching that $68,000 offer. If that's something that you guys are willing to entertain, and I could send over a contract to you guys. And that way, I know you said your sister is the executor, so I could send that over so she could take a look at it. And is she the sole decision maker, or how is that working with
We
this
have
thing?
a probate lawyer.
Gotcha.
That went into probate. So yeah, we have a probate lawyer that would go over everything.
Gotcha. Well, would you like for me to just send over a contract to you that you can present to your sister and the probate attorney and have them take a look at it and see if it's a good fit for you guys?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, if you could send it to 2 different emails, that'd be great.
Okay. I have,
56.
yes, at AOL.
Yep, that would be me. That's actually my wife's, but
Okay.
yeah, you could send it to there, and then if you could send it to my.
All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get this written up today, and I will send it over to both you and your sister. Let me know if you guys have any questions about it, and hopefully we can be a solution for you and be less of a headache on this. Okay.
Okay, I'll give her a call, and then I was trying to round up my sisters to see if anybody had some outside pictures. I don't know if you live in Nebraska or not, or where you're from.
No, I'm from Fort Worth, Texas, but we do business in Nebraska.
Okay, we might have a few outside pictures and maybe some inside pictures. If that's of any value to you, I mean.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What I could do is if you could just send those pictures back to the email that I send over the contract, that would be perfect.
Okay, we'll see what we can come up with.
All right. Thank you, sir. Talk to you soon.
Okay, thanks.
All right, bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Another one for Nebraska. That one's. Okay. Well, off to a good start. That one sounds like that's going to require quite a bit of follow-up because of the probate situation. I feel like that's going to take a little bit of finesse with everything that's going on there. And even with the probate attorney, a little bit worried about our ability to wholesale that. But we have some good connections in Nebraska. Okay. So I need to get these contracts written up. Also, I need to use the restroom. We are still doing our first round. Like, we did some follow-up on some contracts that got sent out. Then this is basically like our first round of the new leads that came in throughout the weekend. Pretty much only been lead solo leads so far. What we've sent, we're going to send out a contract in New Mexico, contract in Nebraska. One of the things I wanted to point out to you guys is as you can see, there's not really, with these inbound leads and with the way that I'm navigating the conversations, there's not really a whole lot of negotiating going on here, right? It's more or less like asking them what's going on, asking them what it is that they want, what is their ideal situation, seeing if that fits within our box, and then being a solution for them. It makes it a very seamless process, and it's almost as if like I'm not doing a lot, because I'm not. But you can make the process a lot harder, right? If I had to come in and if I wasn't asking what they were looking for the property, if I was just shooting an offer blindly, that makes it a lot harder of a process to acquire these types of deals. And I think that's part of the reason why we've been able to accumulate the amount of contracts that we've sent out. I mean, we're up to 37 now, 18 are signed. Part of that is because 2 today haven't even been sent out yet. But I think it's very important. I've had different podcasts where I've talked about this, right? Anchor and analyze. And when I say that, it's not necessarily me price anchoring. It's who's going to throw the anchor in the water first. And as you can tell, I'm always wanting to ask the sellers what it is that you want. And in there, you saw in the New Mexico deal, it was $80,000. And I'll be honest with you, I don't think that they were going to accept anything less than $80,000. I believe the conviction in Andrea's voice when she says, no, we need $80,000. And we could dive a little bit deeper into really understanding why. But if 80,000 works for us, why not just let's become the solution? Because at that point in time, I'm not dedicating any more of my time to this one individual deal because it already works. It's, yep, we can make that work. Let's move on. Same thing here. This is a probate situation. He lost his younger brother. It's a very emotional experience. They've already met another investor that said 68,000 is where he needs to be. Why are we going to try to get anything else? Let's just be their solution. And while I'm finding out where they want to be and they're throwing that anchor in the water, what I have been doing is I'm analyzing the deal. So I've got Privy pulled up. I'm able to pull my comps. So like the Nebraska deal, I've got a property that is 200 square feet less that sold for 130. I've got a property of similar square footage that sold for 135, 140. So if we're getting it at 68,000 and we know we've got an ARV of somewhere between 135 to 140, we know that we're buying correctly. Yeah, it needs work, but it's 934 square feet. So it's not going to be an astronomical rehab budget. Same thing in the one in New Mexico, $80,000. We had comps anywhere between 165 to 180. We're getting a good deal on it. They said it doesn't need a whole lot of work. I'll take that with a grain of salt considering the asking price, but also it's south of Albuquerque, so it's kind of a little bit rural. If that's the case, then let's be the solution. Let's make the offer and move on. So exactly, Anna. It's about let's make sure that this is a win-win situation for us and for the sellers. And walking out of this, it feels like we are handling a situation that otherwise, I think you heard the motivation and the stress in both of those sellers' voices, where it was like they know that they need to move these properties. It's time for it. They've been dealing with it for months, and they also know what they need to get for it. Like, I think this is sometimes where investors could get a bad rap, where in that case, say 68,000, because we can hear that distress in their voice, do we try to get 55 or 58,000? I personally don't like that unless the numbers just demand it. Just trying to get extra money, I don't think it's necessary. I don't think that deal or either one of these deals required us to try to get a lower price than what we were able to offer there. So that's my thoughts there. Let's see. While I'm waiting on Cassie to get ready to take over, just look at a couple things. Looks like she's not quite ready. It's not ringing. I don't know what's going on. That's weird. Let's try it again. Hello?
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message.
So weird.
53026311192 is not available. At the tone, please record your message.
What are chains?
Finish recording. You may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Deborah, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Camptonville. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Mr. Patrick, Sir Patrick Hilton in the house. Yeah. Chains, cars. I have a car. It gets me from here to there. It's cool. But yeah, I don't really care about that stuff. But good to see you here, Sir Patrick Hilton.
This person's voicemail is disabled. You cannot leave a message.
That's a new one. Appreciate that, Tristan. Listen, I mean, I know that it's grueling for you guys to sit here and watch this for hours upon hours, but listen, if you can have it on in the background and do your work, and then as the moments of truth come up, we get people on the phone. I think it's good to experience like the time lapse between the calls. Like, what does this really require? You know, can you just sit down for an hour and make something happen? Well, we've been calling for about an hour and 15 minutes, and we were able to send out two. We're going to be able to send out 2 contracts, one in Nebraska and one in New Mexico. That's great. But what does that look like moving forward? Right? We're about to get into the grind of where at? Okay, thank you. We're getting an incoming call. Hold on one second. Hello, this is RJ.
Hey, RJ. This is Florence. I was trying to sell my property.
Yes, ma'am. How are you doing?
I'm doing, man, I'm so frustrated. You know, HOA, you think HOA fees covers like aluminum siding and all that stuff. They charge each resident $27,000 and $5,000 for roofing, and I'm just done. I just want out. I don't want to pay no HOA. I just want to get a nice home, fixer upper, get out of here. So
I see. So, okay, what are they charging you?
$27,000 for aluminum siding and $5,000 for roofing. You know, that's ridiculous prices. You know.
What? Hold on. So you own this condo. You're a part of the HOA. You've been paying the HOA fees for, you know, as long as you've owned it.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden out of nowhere, they say, hey, you're going to have to pay $27,000 for some aluminum siding.
Yes. And, you know, some of these places are attached. So, you know, they don't have to go down both sides and front, back. They can go half or 1/3 on one side. And it's just crazy. Just talking about it makes my stomach hurt. So, my thing is, trying to get like a fixer-upper. You know, sellers want to get a fixer-upper. Because when I bought this property in 2007, it had wallpaper. I had that, not even just wallpaper, velvet on the wallpaper. So it was old. Yeah, and I redid. I got the wood floors. And mind you, I bought it in 2007. I painted, you know, like a light green. Then I had renters, and you know renters, because I lived in Hawaii for 10 years. You know, they kind of mess up your property some. You know, like when they're the back of the stove, they must have put some cleaner that kind of, you know. But anyway, a lot of residents, a lot of homeowners left, and new people. They reefing the aluminum siding and the roof and stuff right now, and they doing the patio deck. 4 months ago, it was just $20,000. Now it bounced up to $27,000. So they trying to get the most out of the older residents. But I just want a house I can fix up. I cut my own grass, get a tenant or two in the rooms, because I saw one. It was 119. It looked like it needs some maybe roofing work or whatever, but flooring, bathrooms, I can get that done. But I'm just tired. I did 25 years in the service. I moved numerous times, which I wasn't really planning on. But I told the lady or the receptionist, she said you could probably help out in some way.
Potentially. How much are you looking to get for the property right now?
Right now, if you could give me now, we can split the 32,000. To my understanding, it got to be paid, right? Now you get 15. I do the balance, but I get 140, 150 is yours, and it's 2.5 baths, 3 bedroom. Hold on, Cassie. Be quiet. I'm gonna go outside because they like to bark when I'm out.
I got you.
You know how puppies are. I got one big great German Shepherd and a 4-month-old. But the 1-year-old, she's pretty quiet. The 4-month-old, you know how dogs are. But anyway, yeah, I could give you the address. Where you located?
No, I got it. It's the one on Misty Point, right?
Yeah, 224 Misty
Yeah.
Point. So I filled out that slip and you got it
Yeah.
in your inbox. Okay. Yeah, 224 Misty Point Lane. Yeah, I mean, it's a little work, but it's in good condition. You could come in. I got a jacuzzi tub in the master bathroom. I got the pedestal sink, a new toilet. I got wood floors. But like I said, you know, when you rent it out, you know, some renters do damage your property a little bit, but nothing. And they're doing the back patio right now. And I heard they're going to do the front patio, but they should have been like doing upgrades and stuff where it's not like we got to pay this big old lump sum, you know, lump sum.
Yeah, that's pretty strange. Okay.
It is. I'm like, I'm so mad. I was thinking homicidal dreams, but I you know, I'm like upset because, you know, I wasn't planning on, you know, that's not something that you're like, oh yeah, down the line I'm going to pay $32,000.
Right.
You know? So how can you help me?
Well, so you want 150. That's to you, right? That does not include the siding?
No. We could split the siding because if your tenant, you know, if it's for you, you're going to flip it. Now, if you look at the other houses in the area, they one that's way across the street behind the neighbor, she sold her $215, and some have sold theirs for $185, $180, $170. You know, each property is a little different. Because the lady that sold her for $215, she got all new appliances. So, you know, mine aren't bad, but like I said, you know how tenants do a little damage. But most of the only rooms that got carpet is upstairs because I was able to do wood floors downstairs and redecorate the 2 bathrooms. So, yeah. But yeah, hey, you give me $150, so I can buy me a little fixer-upper, and I'll pay half, because I still got to pay the balance, which is the whole thing, 130, 120. I'm not even sure how much balance, but if you give me 150, the house is yours.
But if I give you 150 and then I got to pay 15, I'm at 165. What am I doing with it? I mean, how do I make money? You know, I mean, I'm.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now, helping you find a fixer upper, we might be able to do that for sure. Are you looking at Newsport only? Are you looking at? Are you only looking at Newport News, right where you are, or are you willing to look further out in other areas to find a fixer upper?
I saw one in Huntington. I think it was 1250 Huntington. Yeah, and it was 119.
No. I'm saying like I find houses all day, every day. This is what I do for a living. I'm saying if I found you a house, where would you want to find one at?
Hold on a second. Hold on. I got an important phone call.
All right. I guess I'm not an important phone call. You gotta love that. My name is RJ Bates.
RJ. Now, where are you located? In Virginia Beach or where?
No, I'm in Fort Worth, Texas.
Oh, wow. Okay.
But
if you can find me somewhere in Newport News, because, you know, I go to Fort Eustis, I go to the Coast Exchange, and, you know, the stores, the commissary, because it's cheaper. I don't want to go to Norfolk. I don't want to go to Virginia Beach. If you can find me a fixer-upper, I don't know how to do it because that's your area expertise. You find me a fixer-upper for whatever, 100 and whatever, because that's your area expertise.
right.
And
So like in the past 2 weeks, I've well, no, I don't have to fix it up. I mean, I can sell it to you where it needs work, or we can fix it up and sell it to you. Like in the past week, I've done a property in Richmond, Virginia, and then also Williamsburg, Virginia. So that's in the past like 8 days. So I mean,
you sold it or you got it?
I already bought it and sold it.
Oh, nice. So you looking to get something within the next week or two?
Well, yeah, I mean, I wanted to buy your property here. I just can't do it for $150,000, but I also understand why you want $150,000.
Right, because I gotta find a place to live, and I gotta and you can sell it easy for 175, 180 or up, depending on how much work you want. But they replacing the porches right now. Get ready to start aluminum siding, so I guess I can take care of that. You know.
But that's my point is if I come in and I pay 165 and we're selling it for 185, there's no money to be made there, you know, because I might have realtor commissions and all that. I personally think, I mean, listen, we could potentially find you a property in Newport News. Let me see. Let me ask my guy on my team real quick. Let me see if we got anything in Newport News. Hold on 1 second.
Okay, what's your name?
RJ.
Okay, oh, you did say RJ. Look, I've been up since 7. I had to clear the patio because they doing the patio. So I sit around and do some chores. So I'm going to run in the store. I'm going to keep you on hold. And when I come back, let me know if you got any.
Well, let me find something here. And if I do, I'll give you a call back, okay? You go do your thing, and I'll call you back, okay?
Okay, thanks, RJ.
All right, bye-bye. Well, this woman signed me up to work for her. I'm going to go in here. I'm going to go run my errands. You stay on hold, and you go find me a property in Newport News. No. Hard pass, ma'am. Hard pass on that. Let's see. Anybody got any properties in Newport News? She was all over the place. And listen, I think this is important that you bring this up, Randy. When you're having conversations with people like that, at some point in time, like you have to kind of take over the conversation and as well protect your time. You know, I think we saw that a little bit with the Chicago seller. We saw that with Beth in Florida, where maybe I let those go a little bit too long, where I kind of lost control of the conversation a little bit. but also both of those were potential deals. This right here, very obvious from up front. Condo, HOA, mandatory work needing to be done by the HOA, the price being set by the HOA. Like, save your time, save your effort, your energy. Let's move on to another opportunity, and still see if there's an opportunity. Hey, if we can find a property in Newport News, maybe it's something that we can sell to her. But otherwise, let's get off of the phone as quickly as possible so we don't waste our time. Okay. Let's see what else we got going on here.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Brock
Is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Hey, Annette, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on West Coda. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Is DFW your favorite market? Absolutely not. We've probably done more deals than anywhere else in DFW, but that's because we're local here. But no, I mean, if I really had to pick like a favorite market, well, it depends. What's it for? Wholesaling, flipping, landlord, whatever. Wholesaling wise, I mean, I'm gonna go to like some of these Tulsa. I really like Tulsa. Always seem to have good success there. New Mexico is becoming a pretty good market for us over the past like 12 years or 12 months, 12 years. We've done a ton of deals in Ohio. We've done a ton of deals in Florida, which is where we are today. A lot of deals in Florida. So I don't think I can say I have one specific favorite market just because that's not what we do as a business. So. Okay. Let's see.
Hello,
this is Eric Birkenes, my personal cell phone number. If you're looking for one-way plumbing, please dial 707-5. I do, however, receive work text messages on this number. Please go ahead and send a text message if you like, or call the other number for a voicemail for a plumbing job. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Eric, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Vista Grande that you entered on my website. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Hi, you've reached Ty at 775-433-5479. If you get a hold of me, please leave a message and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you.
Hey, Ty, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Treasure Cove. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Hey, you reached Maurice at R&R Barbershop. Sorry I missed your call. Can you leave me a message or shoot me a text and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thank you. Bye.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Marcus, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on San Antonio Street. Give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but the person you called has a voicemail box that has not been set up.
Yeah, Eric, we're going to be able to do this. It'll probably be something that we do here later on in the challenge to give you some KPIs. But yes, it's going to be something that we're going to do. Super interested to see earlier how 2 out of 12 sound and cold calling, but 3 out of 3 have speed to lead. Yep, exactly. Oh, is she? Is she ready now? I've literally pissed myself. So here she comes. She's here.
I love how you act like it's absolutely impossible for you to like get up from the live feed for 5 seconds and come open the door.
I sent, while sending 2 contracts, I sent a Facebook message, a Google chat, a Viber, a WhatsApp, a text message to Justin.
I have to have my phone muted, and this is why I don't like having my phone muted. But
vibrate. Turn it to vibrate.
It is. It's on vibrate, bro. Like,
right.
I'm just trying to tell you how to succeed so you'll quit being whiny and acting like I don't care. When you can clearly see I'm having a team meeting with my back turned, you know.
They were intently paying attention. I will say that because they.
Why don't you just call me? You just call. Just call me. Call me on the
last
desk.
week when this happened, you said just shoot me a message. So. Do
you need my extension? It rings my phone, and it's not something that will get us canceled.
Okay. Very good. I'm gonna go use the restroom.
Go pee. Do your thing. Hi, folks. How do we do? RJ literally sent me 45 messages, and Titus is just being whiny because apparently he has to pee too. Let's see. How is we doing? Your wristband snapped? Well, I've got one for you. Yeah. You hear Titus? Come here, Bubbas. Come here, Bubs. He ain't paying attention. I think he has to pee, to be honest with you.
Don't pee.
RJ's gonna break if all right. So I want to show you guys a few things. I actually was just meeting with the team about this, right? So we have a certain set of like protocols. I did show you guys how to generate, a buyer's list through Batch, which I do love doing to generate like power in our network. But as you guys, heard RJ talk about, we have like the ability to usually dispo a property that, through investor lift or through our repeat buyers, like close-knit network, I guess you would call them, friends and fam. Through our network, we have the ability to sometimes dispo through that, or just work that market through investor lift before we usually get there. So I've got a pre-foreclosure lead that wants to sell in 3 months. Should I lock it up now in case pre-foreclosure action date is set? So why do they want to sell it in 3 months? I guess there's just a few different ways to answer that question. It's very circumstantial. Like if they're in pre-foreclosure, finding how much they're behind, finding how much this and the other. If they're not able to pay for their house, I'd be cautious of paying anything during that amount of time. Maybe RJ will teach Titus. So they're moving out of the state, but they're not paying for their house or something to that effect. Yeah, I honestly don't know. I would contract it, but there's a lot that goes into answering that question. I would typically put it under the contract would be the way I would say it. Yeah. All right. So back to what I was saying. Come here, bud. Come here. Titus is gonna come say hi to you, Kip. Come here. Kip here and lay down. Can you see him? He's a brat. He goes through a little bit of a whiny phase in the mornings. So usually he needs to go pee and then he'll be fine for the rest of the day where he's not whiny. But as soon as we're done, our break's obviously running a little bit late. It's a Monday for sure. As soon as our break is done, then, we'll go let his sisters go potty, grab lunch, so on and so forth. So anyways, so what I was trying to say, there's just like a lot of different methods to build up your buyers list, right? I don't necessarily even recommend people do it 100% like we do, where, it took us years and years and years and years to build it up. If you don't have investor lift on cartel mode, like it can be a lot to do that, right? So, there's just kind of, you would have to make adjustments to this based on your business. This is why a lot of people that come through our program, like they start doing a lot of JV deals with us because it allows them to lock up more contracts in more places and kind of make money while they're building, like make more money while they're building, I guess is the best way to put it, rather than sticking to like 1, 2, 3 markets. And, but again, it just kind of varies, right? So what I will say is I already showed you guys a little bit, and if you don't know, just ask questions here in the feed a little bit about what we do to build a buyer's list through batch, because it is it's a very good way to go about it. You can have, if you have a VA, or you can call directly as well. Or you can shoot out small SMS campaigns if you are like, validated you're in to your known buyers, but that just depends on how you work that data, right? I would recommend calling. Anyways, so what we have here, let me just pull this up. Y'all, I went and got my 3rd screen, and I'm not even kidding. I need one of those cords that has the HDMI on one end and then the display port on the other end. I have display port ones. I have HDMI ones, but not one with one on each end. So I can't even use my 3rd monitor, which is legitimately driving me crazy. So now I have to go get one of those. Between regular access and cartel, there's a lot of difference. Cartel mode actually has, the ability, as far as I know, if it's not being slow. I don't know why. Sometimes every time I'm live, sometimes this like goes super slow. I don't know, like if they built something into this to make it like know when somebody's sharing it or something. That's not what I meant to do. Or maybe my internet's just being slow. God bless America in all her glory. Good gravy. I don't know. I don't know why it's being. Let me try to pull it on off camera. Well, I might not be showing this to y'all right now because it's just not pulling it. One of the big differences is that there's like 4.6 million already skip trace, like opted in buyers in cartel mode. So that's pretty clutch. Like our known buyers list across the country is extremely large, if you will. I think that there's, last time I knew, only 50 people in the US that have cartel mode, or 50 people ever. Like he will only allow 50 people to have cartel mode. So it's expensive. Hey, Robin. Amber asked how we do our deal with you. Get it at a number I can move it at. You have to enter it in on the JV form. I just don't think, I don't remember what that deal is. Again, you have to put it on the JV form. You have to email it. I know you emailed some details, but there's like some details that were even missing out of that. So you have to fill out a full JV form. Our team will analyze the deal. And this is like kind of one of those things that I also try to do, you guys. Like, if you want a JV deal, a deal with us, because we have access to so many people, you know, if I need to know like what the numbers are, so on and so forth. You've got to put like what you think your exit strategy is. I don't remember what the deal was on that deal. I don't remember the numbers that I'm doing live because, so this is why we make it. And I'm saying this to you. If the JV form that we ask you to fill out is everything that we need to be successful, right? I guess it's jet flyover time. So in essence, why we ask you to do that is because what we need to be successful, and it's what you need to be successful. So then we analyze the deal that's in our system, and then it gets moved through the process. Without that, there's no way we serve you well. So like if you're giving me a deal and I run it on the live, and then you're like, hey, can we do this deal together? Well, you need to email that and say, hey, I want to enter this on the JV form. Can you guys move it? They're not going to know. Without you entering it in the JV form, I'm not going to know. I'm going to have to re-pull all the numbers. And so sometimes my team, mostly the only persons that say anything, the only people that say anything to me about being so strict on this, like where I'm like forcing it, are Patrick and RJ, because I'm like, no, I won't even look at a deal if they like for JV unless they enter it on the JV form. Like I will not even look at it. I will not pull a single comp. I won't Google the street view. I won't, that's how I am normally. I won't do it. If I don't have all the information, I'm not pulling this deal up 15 times to look at it, right? So if they want a JV deal with us, they can enter it on the JV form. Now, obviously, when we're on the live, it's a little bit different. Like I'll pull it up, I'll look at it, but I don't have the time to enter all that information in and pull out all the pieces and get the contract from you and send you a JV thing. You got to put it in that JV form. And then I'm not going to rerun the numbers again, because I don't remember them. So what you guys got to do if you want to do a JV deal with us is you got to email that email, jv@titanium.investments. My goodness. Are they like testing out all the blues? What do you call them? Blue angels above our office today? Find the JV form so I will just email you details. No. If you email me details, you're not gonna get it in our system, and therefore it leaves us to fall through the cracks. We already have the email of what details you have. We have a link that everybody that wants to JV it with us has to fill out. Yes, you have to attach a contract. Yes, you have to do the photo links. You got to follow the instructions on that form. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to. We have so much going on. We can't go chasing you down in Facebook Messenger or Instagram or text messages on all of our phones. We have our desk phones. We have all of our emails. Then we have our group emails. So, right. So this is the protocol. If you really want it to work and not put yourself vulnerable for stuff to fall through the cracks, you have to enter your JV deal on the JV form. If you don't have the JV form, we send you a link in the email. So what I'm also seeing sometimes is like people will be like, I want to JV a deal with you, right? And so the JV at titanium.investments email, they say, hey, I have a link. Can I have the link? I don't already have it to enter a JV deal. They enter it, they leave half of the information out and it doesn't get pushed through, or we then have to start going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And then people will just stop responding, right? So there's another reason that we have like this protocol, because we're not going to spend all of our time with, like, when you do that, right? So if you're doing that and you enter 2 deals, but you really just want us to analyze your deal for you, we're not going to spend our team's time on that, right? So we're going to just go focus on our deals. But if you seriously have a deal, we will analyze it. We'll say, I don't actually think that we'll be able to sell this, or yeah, we're good to sell this, or this is where you need to be. We're going to sign a JV agreement and then we're going to sell it, right? But we're not going to go be people's, we're going to work for you. You know what I'm saying? You're not going to turn the team into like, but if you don't enter it that way, then you're going to be putting yourself in a position where we're not going to hunt you down, chase you down to work with you. You know what I'm saying? If you really want to work with us, you got to do it that way. And that's just the bottom line. And yeah, I don't know how else to say it. That's the only way we can guarantee that we serve you appropriately and serve the deal appropriately, right? Chris P. Bacon, thank you for the value you provide to us for free. I have another lead that's zoned for commercial, but it's a home and the seller's son lives there. It's a pre-foreclosure. Can I wholesale this as a home? Well, to answer your question, you cannot unless you have it rezoned. They should know what it's zoned as. You're not wholesaling a home as a home or as a commercial property. Like, you're wholesaling it for what it's zoned. Like, you're not going to rezone it to wholesale it. Why would you? If that makes sense. Follow directions, folks. She just said she's not looking at anything else but the JV form. Look, I love you, Robin. But we're not ungrateful, and I don't set these protocols for anything but the best of everyone, right? RJ just gets totally blasted all of the time. The second, he has a video on TikTok go viral and he's just trying to forward us stuff. And I'm just like, and he'll be like, forwarding me something at 11:30 at night that he got on a deal. And then he's like, hey, we need to pull comps on this in the morning. I'm like, I can't mark that as unread. I can't make sure that it's sitting there in a priority place for us. You know what I'm saying? Like, it leaves you vulnerable to getting left unread. Just saying, not responding. And I don't mean for that to be the case, but there have been people that have gotten pissed off at us. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I asked you to email that for a reason. Like, you don't understand how crazy our text messages and our inbox. Like, that's why I don't give my phone number out. Like, RJ gives his phone number out, whatever. This is why I don't give my phone number out. Like, all it does is overwhelm me, and it does not allow me. And like, frankly, without us all having his back, he wouldn't be able to do it either. You know, it doesn't allow us to focus if we're being pulled in 100 different directions, you know. So it's there for you too. I want to do my job as best as possible. So the last thing I want is somebody being upset is because they want to do a deal with us and they message me, you know, not realizing that, like, I've had this happen a few times where somebody like will message me and not realize like I'm in a time zone that's different from them, and I will not see their message because I'm asleep and it don't wake me up. Unless somebody's just blowing me up, it don't wake me up. But then at the end of the day, I don't end up getting to them because I come in and we operate out of our system. So if you can't get in the system, then I'm liable to fail you. Just straight up. Plus, the best thing about the JV form is it enters you into our system. So then we don't have to go manually put every single thing in there. We just add to it manually because it comes in just like the rest of all of our other leads that way. So it's pretty phenomenal. But back to Dispo. We finally got this pulled up. Don't know why that was taking a minute. So somebody named like a random like town, but not like a major city. Like, don't be weird. But name a major town. So what I was saying earlier before when somebody asked, Daryl asked, what's the difference between cartel mode? There's a huge difference, right? In cartel mode, we have this many people. Let me just refilter that. So, it's gone down to 4,467,293 opted in, skip traced, information's available to you, buyers list across the country. And then we have our own buyers. So when we vet in VIP buyers, we have something like they're valid buyers from us, like from our work. Like, we've done a deal with them. I think we're like at around, 16,000 some odd buyers across the country that we have really vetted out. And not that we've done 16,000 deals, do not get me wrong. But they are people that we verified as very legitimate. Like, they're our VIP buyers, in other words. And then you see like there's a buyer's score. Now, the difference between cartel mode and like, say, one of the other modes, you go into God mode. Did anybody pick a city? Nobody picked a city yet. Y'all must not be wanting me to show you how to dispo up in my world. I guess I'll just go over here and just, not pick a city. I must be frozen, or y'all just don't know. Y'all know how to dispo. I'm talking shit. Somebody pick a city. Come on. Conroe. Thanks, Daryl. Daryl's with me. Conroe, Texas. Okay. So like when you go to Conroe, Texas, right? You can kind of filter these out, right? You saw the difference. Chris, I said not Randy. Why y'all trying to go to big cities? Charlotte, Robin, those are big cities. Ain't nobody not know about Sacramento and Tampa and Charlotte. Come on. We're going with Conroe. Somebody else pick a tertiary city, okay? Not like a major city, or pick a smaller, not normal big city. If they have a football team or if they have a major sports team, I'm not talking about that city. Pick one that doesn't have a major sports team, okay? College Station. Okay, we can't be doing everything in Texas. Come on now. All right, so everything in Conroe, Texas. Now you can do this, but typically we don't do these other sets of criteria. So it says show iBuyers. Do you see that? We can turn that off. We can keep that on. So I'm going to hit update results. Aurora, Illinois. There you go, Jesse. Okay. Seabrook, Maryland. Okay. Placerville, California. There we go. Thank you, my loves. That gives me more options than I need. So in essence, then this is going to show you a map, okay? And you can change this. You can go to a county, right? So going back to my point here. Now, if this is kind of like how we do order of operations when we don't have we haven't really worked a market before. We want to start right in the central hub, right? So if I'm in Conroe, Texas, I'm going to look and I'm going to show y'all on this map. Okay, what is Conroe, Texas close to? Okay. What's the next biggest thing? Oh, well, it's not far from Houston, right? So I know that I can go Google Maps this and I could probably get Houston buyers here, right? But the first people I want to probably call are people that have already flipped houses in Conroe, Texas, right? And then, so that's what this is all about. So if you're in God mode, which we very rarely get to God mode, to be honest with you guys, just like we very rarely get to, skip tracing or batch or anything like that. The reason why is because if you see this, you do the location by city, nearby city, zip code, and then county. Okay. So that is the order in which we target our buyers. We start as close as possible. We see how many buyers that generates. We hit those buyers. If we haven't found a buyer, we go then now to we look at and see if there's a much larger nearby city, right? And we may go to that before we just go checking out the zip code instead of, just the city, because in different places that matters. And then we go and hit the county, right? We just see how many buyers that populates. The other big difference is that in God mode, typically speaking, you see how this has, this does have some of their information. Shit. Hope you wrote those down. Whoever picked Conroe, there's some freebies for you. But they're probably hedge fund buyers. House Buyers LLC. I'm not supposed to show that, sorry. Regardless, it will show it if it's skip traced. Now there's the big difference. In cartel mode, that's a verified number. Does that make sense? So in God mode, we start there. They're already verified buyers. These are showing you a list of however many buyers it is. 30 some odd, 31 in Conroe. Okay. Now, what happens when I go to buyers in Conroe, Texas, and I do it in cartel mode? See the difference? So it gives you like a lot of it gives you a lot more power, right? Now, I don't necessarily recommend that you do that without having the need for it. It's very costly to have that. Yeah, I'll just give you guys some different examples. But there is not a reason. Like if you are doing any sort of volume, investor lift is super clutch. And I will say, like, I think one of the biggest things for me about it is just our ability to keep our buyers organized, right? So it also has a buyer score. So if you can see, like, obviously somewhere like Open Door, well, if I want to freaking call Open Door and sell to Open Door, great. Like, I'm not going to do that, but it's still showing you who's buying. It's still showing you what their score is. They're opted in. You're not having to cold call them. You know, you're literally calling them saying, you're opted into my buyer's list. Are you looking for this property? Right? So it just helps us to move a lot faster. In cartel mode, it is those buyers, those 50,000, like, right. If we didn't have cartel mode, we would only be able to download our buyers lists from here, from Investor Lift, that are ours, that we enter in, right? So this gives us the access, is absolutely vital for us because we're all over the country, and it helps us move stuff really efficiently, right? Because sometimes, like, if you know, we may only do a couple deals a year in, you know, certain places, you know, and what if our handful of people there that like do regular business with aren't looking for it right now? But then also it just, like, again, it helps us stay so stinking organized. It helps us build our buyers list up appropriately. Whereas I think we had probably 45 spreadsheets and one CRM, you know, Rolodex style, old school style. It's just been pretty close for that. So the other thing about it is that we post our properties on here, right? So then we're able to post our properties when we get one. So for example, this is about to turn into a deal. View published deal. Yes, you can share on Facebook. No, we do not do that unless we are posting in a group. But again, I'll show you guys the order of operations, right? So I just actually had a talk with the guys because I really feel like we've fallen out of our SOPs on how we market our property pages, right? So you have to put in an ARV, you have to put in a price, and it automatically calculates the gross margin. No, we are not those people who are trying to say you're going to make $100,000 and there's no rehab or whatever, you know. Typically speaking, I like to tell people what work we are aware of that needs to be done and keep it pretty generalized. And then we do have a disclaimer, like, we're assigning our contract to this. We are, you're responsible for your own due diligence. This is what we're aware of about the property, so on and so forth, right? But it looks pretty cool whenever, you know, we market it, right? In that we're able to kind of keep it simple, right? We say this is our asking price. It needs work. Da, 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 da. We don't really tell them too much beyond, like, I'm not going to give them comps. They're going to pull their own comps. We will give them comps if they request them. But because we have them, right? They're going to pull their own comps. They're going to get their own numbers from their contractor, so on and so forth. And we've gone back and forth on this a lot as a team. So I actually would love to have, like, my full disclaimer on here because it's not on this one. I feel like it got chopped off on accident when Keaton was posting. So only half of our normal disclaimer is on here, but I will want to get into showing you guys some of these ads. But what we end up doing, because that's a huge part of dispositions, right? Like, a good property sells itself. And typically speaking, and I said this the other day, if your property isn't moving, it's either you have it locked up wrong. So it's the numbers, which is usually the numbers. Your marketing stinks, or your closing skills stink. Those three things, always. It's either that or it's a subcategory of that. That's really that, right? So I'm very, very hard on our team about sticking to our SOPs when it comes to how we run our numbers, how we set our prices, having those comps to substantiate that evidence, because a good property will sell itself, how we run our marketing ad. I'm like really, really, really harsh on making sure they adhere to our practices there, because that's what makes or breaks a deal, right? So thank you, Joshy boy. Tell me how much I owe you for our lunch. Anyways, I'm really big on those things for a reason, right? But I will kind of get into like our standard practices on those, here in another episode. But I want to show you guys. I love this about Investor Lift because it gives you your marketing metrics, right? So like even if you weren't, in cartel mode or in all these markets, like, look, it helps you eliminate a lot of things, right? You can send text messages to your buyers on here. You don't have to have like a MailChimp or something like that. And it really helps you keep up with these metrics, right? And then you send your notifications once you have your deal, and it gives you a buyer's website as well. So it's a phenomenal tool. So it keeps you track of like who you've emailed it out to. You can do the type of notification, whether it's a new deal. We'll just say this. Once you send test prep. I'm going to be messing up your stuff, Justin. If I do price reduce, is this changed? I don't want to do this on this project. Let me try to go to one. If it sends out a price reduce notification, Daryl, you find the JV form by emailing the email jv@titanium.investments and requesting the JV form. JV link. Is there a fee for advertising on Investor Lift? No. You pay every month for your membership. So, yeah, you don't get to just, have free website and free email services and free, it's not free. Let's see. I totally forgot where I was. I need to go back to our properties. Hey, Justin. Mm-hmm. Will you come here? I really don't want to screw this up, and this has changed recently. I don't even know if you're going to be able to. So if I hit send notifications, do I have to hit that one?
If you're trying to, if you reduce the price.
So if we're sending out a new deal notification and I hit this, is it going to send it out?
No, not immediately.
It's going to give me my options, yes. Right? Okay. There we go. That scared me because when I accidentally hit the other thing, it just sent out a test, and I'm like, oh crap, who did send that to? Okay, I'd never used the test, to be honest with you. So I was just making sure. All right. So if we're making sure all the data is correct, you can choose who you send this all out to, right? So if I just want to send it to my cartel VIP buyers that are land buyers and they're in Little Rock, Arkansas. I don't know what deal I'm on or where this is at, right? But just say I want to do that, right? You can change your buyer score. Like they have to have a certain amount of buyer score. So like the way that you can market through this is so amazing, right? It already says you've notified 3546 about this property out of 25,000 marketers max. You can notify 7,000 buyers by this blast, right? So what they're trying to achieve there is you sincerely looking at that, marketing protocol, right? You can schedule this. You can send SMS out through here. We do not. Texting requires configuring your messaging system. When Investor Lift first came out with SMS, I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. Like, I sat down and tried to configure it, and a bunch of things were changing with SMS right after that. And it was causing me a little bit of difficulty. And they do integrate so that you're through Twilio, so that you're compliant and so on and so forth. But I'll be honest with you, like our team, Patrick had been messing with Twilio, and then I couldn't get in here, and it had a matter of changing like our phone numbers on Twilio, and they were just making us go through a lot of changes all at once to stay compliant. So I didn't do it because I didn't want to get our ability to send SMS shut down and not do this properly. We definitely do a system, right? So our system is we choose this, we send out our email notifications, then we also get property inquiries. We also get address requests. So we don't put the address on. And so if you want to see the deal, you have to request the address. You have to basically let us know you want to see it so that we then can follow up with you. They can submit offers through here. You can do hot buyers. You can do God mode right here for this property. So it can tell you like who are the people you could immediately reach out to, like your hot buyers, your God mode, who does this hit? So I'm just being honest with you without going into like a ton more detail. The way that we can leave notes and everything. We can sit there and we can add manual comps or pull automatic comps and attach them through here. We can do documents. You can do so much stuff. You can do so much stuff. You can attach a Matterport to this. You can just attach videos to this so that it markets it correctly on your webpage. Obviously, you saw where we did the photos and then the property. You can share it on Facebook to Facebook groups, but like we literally don't put the address on there. We just don't want a bunch of people that aren't legitimate, like trying to float through our properties. So we don't even like to put all the photos on there. This is why we typically don't do on Facebook. But I mean, that's just another thing that we'll set through again. So all of this to tell you guys, this tool is very powerful. It's changed our business. It's incredible. Even if you didn't have the cartel mode or you weren't out of place to justify trying to be in cartel mode, because it takes a lot. I mean, like legitimately a lot of volume, a lot of money, and a lot of deals that are widespread to justify it, right? But it's still an incredible tool. I actually I have to check. I don't even know the pricing on this right now for the other two modes. I probably need to get some updates just to tell you guys what that looks like. But I'm just here showing you guys how we utilize this tool, right? And look, I may just go ahead and do the SMS protocol through here because we're not really doing any SMS blasts on anything else. You know, it may be time. It may be time for us to be able to text our buyers list. What's the monthly fee for Investor Lift? I have to check. It's different for every level. You're a newbie here, so the questions may sound silly. There's no silly question on this. You know, sometimes we may ask you guys to clarify, or like we may repeat something to you just because please do understand we're live on this every day and like people ask questions. And sometimes like we'll be in the middle of something so we don't get to them, or we think we've already answered them, or we've answered them for somebody else or something like that. So just bear with us, ask your questions, be patient with us, and we're happy to answer them. That's what we're doing this for. Was this the same page y'all had during the last 50/50 where buyers had to log in to see the inventory in Dispo? No, we did not have this during the last 50/50 at all. At all. That was our CRM. This is not it at all. This is like a million new. Like this is a whole nother level, Isaiah. Like this is incredibly. This literally changed our business to where it was a lot less work for us to move our stuff, way more organized, way more easier to track our activities, our KPIs, so on and so forth. Yeah, get those likes up for me. I'm literally about to share, well, like I've been sharing gold with y'all. So for you guys that want to understand this, say you don't have Investor Lift, you still need to operate your dispositions just like Investor Lift does. And it's a lot when you don't have a platform like that. And you're logging into 15 different things, right? Yeah, I wish it was mine. It's where we were going. It's at the time we just didn't know that Robert was already behind the scenes building this thing out. And thank goodness we got in pretty early in the game there. Like, again, it's kind of like our CRM. I don't want to reinvent the wheel. I don't want to have to build it out. I'm very grateful that it's built out. So that being said, I'm showing you guys how this is our how we do our notes. Okay. The reason I'm showing you all this is because if I don't have like somebody's number in my cell phone, like they're saved, they're my buddy, they're my pal, they bought properties from me, this is how I'm expecting people. So this is how I expect people to process the information. First and foremost, where are you calling? Where are you generating your buyers list? So y'all will see, we'll just do Rolodex. Known. Or you would have, so this is like our code, okay? So let's just say it's can known. And then let's just say it's we'll do BS for batch services. Now y'all can see like we don't even really utilize those that often because they're not even part of like our notes template, right? But like our people would know to leave that note. This is for internally for our team to leave in our CRM. So like say Patrick is working on dispoing a deal and he's like, leaving notes in the system like what he did for the day. And tomorrow he gets sick. Well, somebody else needs to be able to pick that deal up, right? Or even if you're doing it for yourself to go maximum efficiency, you can't expect to keep that all in your head. So we leave notes on our CRM as we're processing this until, I showed you guys our CRM, right? These are the operations that are sub operations of how we process those, right? So we leave a, note here that says, I'm lift, I'm in cartel mode or God mode. You have to, if you're in God mode, you can go, I want to go everywhere like 15 miles from this address. And then, or I'm looking in a Facebook group or Facebook mining, or I'm sending a text message, blast out or cold calling through this list that my known buyers list, and it links attached here, right? If we know who you're calling, right, then the next person can pick that up and pick up the job from you. It also gives us decisions on like where the property is at, right? So if it's not moving in a certain amount of time, what's going on? Well, either the numbers are wrong. So you're underwriting either comps, rehab. We didn't reassess the property. This happens a lot. We didn't reassess the property after we got photos, and the seller was just trying to, let us determine, and they didn't want to give us information, or we needed to dive deeper, whatever. Rehab's a lot more. Or you underwrote it wrong. You locked it up too high. Or your marketing stinks. So we go and audit our marketing page. We go and audit our marketing things. Just like I showed you guys, we go through the data. Data is power. Information is power. Your numbers are power. Your KPIs are power. It gives you the ability to make wise decisions. Now, that doesn't matter on what it is in your business. Across the board, it gives you the ability to make good decisions, right? Whether it's putting somebody in charge of a specific deal, whether it's, hey, we need to do this to serve this seller. Hey, we need to do that, right? Or what's the last thing? Okay. It's going to be the sales skills. Well, on our team, it should never be the sales skills, okay? It's always got to be one of the first two things, right? Because if you're picking up the phone and you're getting it in front of people, and we have done our process up until that point, is never should be the sales skills on ours. So, but it's got to be one of those three things. If you're not going ahead and leaving all of these, how many calls you place that day on this deal, what your results are, you have to give the results, right? How many connections did you make from all the calls you placed, so that we know who they're connecting with, so we can go back and hit our top 10 buyers again, right? So this is how you have to process your things. So we go into pretty far operational depth. It's not just throw shit against the wall and see if it sticks around here, right? We're really working start to finish really hard on making sure we have done everything that we possibly can to make sure that this is a win across the board for anybody who's involved in it, right? So it's interesting because sometimes, we've tested out marketing for some people, new forms of marketing, and I won't name names, and it's like we explain to them it's really easy to get a deal locked up anywhere across the country. All you have to do is run the numbers right and get it locked up. Doesn't mean it's easy to move, right? And I can promise you, I can look on every deal page that we have, right? And I can tell you with certainty if we've worked it appropriately, because we go through that protocol. I get into our investor lift and I get into our card page on Trello. We do not just throw some shit out there in an email blast and expect this to sell. We work the heck out of it. And I mean, we work the heck out of it, right? So, I think Amber was asking us the other day, hey, is this a good use of your time if we work this, right? I don't 100% know. I have to have all the information. I have to know if this seller, I think their seller wasn't going to come down off of 118, but maybe that's, maybe that's because of the conversation that needed to be had with them. Like, because we have to justify it with facts and figures, right? It's math, not magic. So I can go into any one of our pages and tell you pretty quickly if our process has been followed. Well, by God, I can pinpoint exactly what the problem is at that point, right? Can you comp my lead but hide the address? No. I cannot.
That would be a boring show.
Yeah.
So we got issues.
What's the issue?
So we've got a buyer for our Oregon deal, but we got squatters.
I know.
And the squatters say they own it.
The squatters say they own it. Can they send us that paperwork?
So I just told Patrick, I said, call the cops. Call the cops. Our buyer
talk to the seller?
So yeah, the seller said, yeah, I don't know what to do. I mean, she's like, I don't know how to evict them because I don't even know who they are. Like, she doesn't know their name. Of course, they're not going to give it to anybody. So what I just told Patrick is let's call the cops and let's get them the hell out of there.
Only if our boots on the ground can go film it. Wait, I'm going to Oregon. I'm owed an Oregon trip anyways, and I've never been there, and I know that I'm going to love that part of the country because I've flown over it to get to Washington, except for I just want to be in the nature part. But at the same time, I feel like this should go on Titanium TV one day and needs to be documented.
She's not ready for Oregon.
Oh, what makes you think you're not coming with me to be my bodyguard?
Now that I like.
You and Kristen, I'll just roll up with y'all. Y'all are the natives, you know. I don't know. I want to see the action. I want to put it on our TV show.
So
like when we have our own media network, Titanium TV, one day. This has been a long time dream of mine, by the way.
So to give you an update on what's happened, I sent a contract out in New Mexico. I sent a contract out in Nebraska. So far we've sent 2 out, both lead Zolo. So to give an update here, lead Zolo, we're up to 37 contracts sent, 18 have been signed. Lead Zolo has officially taken the lead across the board on most contracts sent and most contracts signed.
I figured they were.
Yeah, I said that earlier. I said I think lead Zolo is going to be our number 1 lead source.
I mean, we could focus on, I don't know. I think it's just going to depend. Like, we just have them so regularly popping up. That might be kind of like to us, you know, how we signed up with them. Whereas, like, all of our audience may not sign up with them the same way. So that might make a difference.
Is California a good place to start? No. That would be like one of my bottom 5 markets if you're just getting started. If you're just getting started, you're going to need to focus on like the Midwest, Sunbelt states, easier places to get properties under contract, Ohio, Indiana.
Sellers be crazy in Cali. I'm just saying. They want like $8 million for their shack.
I mean, I talked to a California lead earlier today, and it was, I want $800,000 for my property. It's rented out for $3,000 a month.
Nah, bro.
I mean, there's no way. It's just not a good deal. So I don't think California is where you should be focused on if you're just getting started. So
I'm gonna bring you a burrito. And I'm gonna eat my burrito.
Already?
You got a burrito?
So why don't you go ahead and eat yours? Let me play some calls, and then you can take over for me here in a little bit so I can eat. Okay?
Cool.
All right. See you in a little bit.
Bye.
All righty. Let's hit the phones here.
Please leave your message for 401.
Hey, Harmony, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Victory Highway. If you could, give me a call back. My phone number is 817-710-8689. You had entered this on my website saying that you were looking to sell. Thank you. Speaking of California, here's a California lead.
Please leave your message for 7149. Sorry, mailbox is full. To send an SMS. Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 501 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Cody, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Oak Street. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Please leave your message for 8632.
Hey, Ralph, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Old Lake Wilson. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. Could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
We're sorry, your call cannot be completed at this time.
Hey, is Ryan there?
This is, yeah.
Hey, Ryan, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on 5th Street that you entered on my website. Are you still looking to sell that property?
We are not, no.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, I just gotten the information, I think, last week about it. So you figured out what you were going to do there?
Yep.
All righty. I'll make sure to take you out of our system.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
We're sorry, your call cannot be completed at this time. Please hang up and try. One, 5, 2 is not available.
Hey, Paul, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Giles Avenue. Could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Please leave your message for 806.
Hey, James, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Teakwood. Good. Give me a call back at 817-710-8689. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell. Appreciate it.
Please leave your message for 70676.
Hey, Steven, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Luke Drive. Could give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Please leave your message for 6163. Sorry, mailbox is full. To send an SMS notification. Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Chase Tippett.
Is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Chase, this is RJ Bates calling about your house there on Ranch House. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
You reach Walt Miller. I can't come to the phone line now. Leave your name and number and I'll call you back.
Hey, Walt, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Cortland Drive, or Cortland Street, I'm sorry. You had entered it on my website saying that you were looking to sell that property. You could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Hi, I can't take your call right now. Leave a message and I'll call you back as soon as I can. Thanks.
After you have finished your message, just hang up. Or to hear more options,
Transfer it to
please
me.
press
Someone's calling me back. Hello, this is RJ.
RJ, hey man, it's Otis. Sorry, I missed your call earlier.
Oh, no worries, man. Just I was reaching out because you had entered your information on my website about selling a property.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, a couple weeks ago, I think it was.
Okay. Let me look on here real quick. Find your information. How much you look at? You're selling the property on 13th Way, right?
Yeah.
How much are you looking to get for that property?
Well, I'm about to list it right now for about $295 with the realtor now. Just waiting her to send me over the agreement.
Gotcha. Well, tell me a little bit about what's going on. Maybe I can buy it before you list it.
Well, not much. I bought the property from a friend. That's why I got so much of a good deal. Actually, I bought it from my wife because she thought she wanted to do the rental business.
but it's a little far from my house, and she doesn't want her. It's not for everybody. So I said, you know what? She got equity in there, so I just figured she want to sell it and do whatever she want to do with the money. So not too crazy. But I think we went in there, we took the popcorn off the ceiling and painted the place, and just need to replace the kitchen light, and it should be good to go.
Gotcha. And what is this? A single family? Is it a townhome? What is it?
Townhome.
Townhome.
It's a townhome. It's a 2-bedroom, 3-bath.
Gotcha. All right. And so the realtor came out and said they could get you like 290, 295.
Yeah, that's what they were going to do the listing at, because you got the numbers a little bit all over the place, but I think the highest was like 340. That's with it in immaculate shape, where you want to go in and, the bathrooms are all nicely done and stuff like that. So she's here around 340. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see here. It sounds like that's probably going to be better than what I could do, just because I'm an investor. So obviously we don't come in and pay full retail, and our goal would be to fix it up and get it to that full value. But if full value, what we call the ARV, after repair value, is 340, we're, even though it doesn't need a whole lot of work on a cash offer, we're probably going to be in the mid twos. So you're probably going to net more if you could get that 290. If you got 290, depending on what they're charging you as far as listing it. Or,
I'll be honest with you, man. I kind of prefer to go with wholesale. I didn't want to spend the money on with a realtor as well.
Right.
At the time, I trust me. I prefer to go that rate too, but I don't want to give it away. Dirt cheap type deal. You know what I mean? I don't expect to get 290.
Right.
Something like that. I don't expect that, man, to be honest with you.
On Charter Way, right across the waterway there, are those townhomes?
I'm not sure, man.
Gotcha. As I see on 13th and I see on 17th, those are going to be townhomes right there. Let's see.
It's a big community there, so
yeah, I see. I see one for 350, like what you're talking about. If it's like fixed up.
Hey, you bring that for me again?
What's that?
Yeah, no, you get. I was talking to one of the
I
guys.
gotcha.
Yeah, you see something that's fixed up real nice and stuff like that. I could go in and do that, but I'd rather not.
What would we need to do rehab wise to get it to that level, though? Like,
I would say from one to another, if you wanted to fix it up. The bathrooms are not that bad. The bathroom is not that bad. I would definitely retile the bottom floor.
Okay.
Because it has carpet down at the bottom. You don't have to do anything with painting, but if you wanted to spruce it up a little bit with some tile or something down there on the bottom floor.
Right. What about like the kitchen? Because I see like this one that sold for $350. It's got like a nice backsplash on it, and some updated countertops. Do we have any of that going on?
We have some nice countertops in the kitchen. Yeah, you have granite in the kitchen, and the cabinets are up to date as well. You have to get the kitchen in immaculate shape. The only thing I would definitely change out the appliances. I don't know if that's part of your package deal, or if you guys do that. But
yeah, but you're talking about that's a couple of $1,000s, right? So it's not like over the top. And that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, what would we need to do to get it up to that 350? When I'm looking at these pictures, they've got the stainless steel appliances, right? They've got a nice backsplash in the kitchen. Obviously it's painted, right? So would we need to come in and paint, or does it look like it's been lived in?
No, you don't need to paint.
Okay.
There's no. We just did the paint. We took the popcorn off the ceiling.
Yep.
And skim coated the walls and painted. Like I said, the only thing you probably need to do is I would probably just tile the bottom floor. If you want to spruce up the bathroom a little bit. I mean, it's a small apartment, so it's not, you're not talking a shit ton of money to just
Right.
do anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, what are we looking at? We're 1,200 square feet, and so you're basically saying that bottom, so which is probably like 600 square feet. Okay. I mean,
And then if I had to guess, man, now that you got me thinking about it, you probably would spend maybe 2,500 in the bathroom, depends on what you do.
right.
And each one, if you wanted to put new tile, updated material in it, and that's material and labor. I mean, it's very small. It's not crazy.
Right. So you say you would rather do this than list with the realtor. What's the reason behind that? You just don't want to have to deal with the headache?
Don't want to deal with the headaches. I'll be honest with you. It took me 2 weeks to even get to this point because I was just trying to find a way to list it without a realtor. To be honest with you.
So if you're going to get 290 from the realtor and you don't want to deal with that, but then you're going to have the commission. So really you're talking about probably walking away with like 270. If you do that, what kind of discount are you willing to give me? Because if I'm going to come in and I'm going to do that, I'm still going to have those fees on the backside plus the work, right? So what kind of discount would you be willing to give me there to not have to deal with any of that?
That's a great question, man. That's a great question.
Because here's my position, right? The lower you say, the more incentive I have to do it, and the higher potential I have to make money. You take it.
My deal is, man, I was thinking I need to be able to cut my wife a check for $65,000.
Okay.
I need to be after I get my money. So I'm thinking I need to be able to clear about 70 to give her a check for 65.
Okay.
I think that's where I was thinking about it the other day. Now that you have me think about it, I need to be able to cut after everything said. Like I tell you, I bought this for her, and by the time I get what I need to get as far as the closing and everything what I bought, I think I need to be able to cut her for 65.
Okay, so you need to clear 70, right?
I need to clear 70.
So what you're going to have to pay, because there's no commissions, there's no closing costs, you would have to pay the prorated taxes for like half of the year, which based off of what I'm seeing is like probably $1,200. Does that sound about right?
Yeah, off the top of my head.
Yeah, because I'm seeing the property taxes for 2022 were $2,380, so $1,200. And then I'm assuming you've got a mortgage on it, right?
No, I cashed it.
Gotcha. So altogether, what is like the total number that you want to get for the property? So you could clear that 70.
For me to clear 70, I would think I would at least have to be around about 280 range. If I had to guess that, if I had to guess off the top of my head, if I was doing, I would say, well, you know what? I would probably even go probably like 270, 280 range, to be honest with you.
So if I do, now mind you, what I'm looking at here is The highest I've got is 350, and that's the one right there at 16th Way. So I'm saying I got to get that number, and if I get that number, because that's legitimately the only one I see at 350. Let me see when that one sold. That one sold May 30th, 2022. Oh, geez, a year ago.
What you said 350 a year ago?
Yeah, that the one that sold for 350 sold in May of 2022. We got one in June of 2022. Let me see if I can find something closer to me.
I think you have something that's more recent as well. I mean, they may not have to be sold, but I think they have contract on it.
Gotcha. I mean, honestly, I don't think I'm going to be able to get to the 270, 280, because if I said 350 and I multiply that by 75%, what I'm doing there is that 25% that's taking into account my realtor commissions, the holding costs, my closing costs, all of that on when I sell the property, as well as my profit. That would leave me with roughly 10 to 12% profit. So if I did this, it could leave me somewhere in the range of around $30,000 profit, which is about bare minimum for this type of an investment. And if I start cutting into that, it could get kind of squirrely, especially if we don't get 350. Say we get 335. Now you're down to only making $15,000, right? So and this is just me being completely transparent with you. I would probably want to be closer to and that's also not taking into consideration what I would need to do as far as the tile work, the appliances, probably some backsplash, stuff like that. I mean, I don't know, man. Realistically, I'd say if you were to go with me, I'd want to be closer to 250. That's what I was going to say. I think you net more by going with the realtor, to be honest with you.
Yeah, no, 100%. No, I appreciate that, man.
Yeah, I mean, normally I like to say, here's where I could be, and I think I could be a better solution for you, but I could see how you could get 290. You know what I'm saying? And then you're netting you're really getting the 270, so you're getting the number that you want or you need. I don't think it's a good fit for me.
Gotcha. Totally understand. Yeah, for what you guys do and what you try to do, I agree.
Yeah. All right, man. Well, I apologize that we couldn't be the solution for you, but best of luck. And you've got my phone number. If it doesn't work out, give me a call, okay?
Absolutely. Will do, man. I appreciate you, okay?
All right, bye-bye. Jackie Double D says, I need a shave. I just had one yesterday. Got the cheeks. Got everything lined up. The rest of this stays. The rest of this is going to stay. Can't really get rid of it. I apologize. Appreciate you hopping on here, though, and showing massive support. Can I put the helmet on? I've put the helmet on before. Normally, I like to save it for when I get a deal, not just because. So if you hang around long enough, you might see me put on the helmet. Oh, this dude's out of here already. See you later, Jackie Double D. I agree. The nervous twitch of me messing with the beard leads to contracts.
Hi, you've reached the office of Dr. Marta Oakley of the Creative Potential Institute. I'm sorry I am not able to take your call right now, but I'd be very happy to call you back if you leave your number. Thanks, and have a beautiful day. I wish you joy and blessings.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Marta, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Augustine. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
We're sorry, your call cannot be completed at this time. Please hang up and try your call again later. Please leave your message for 4076555. Sorry, mailbox is full. To send?
What's up?
Well, you said you wanted to eat and let the girls out, or what you eat. So which one do you want to do?
I probably want to eat. Do you want to just call and do some follow-up?
Yeah.
All right.
I was trying to give you
Do you want to do it here?
Okay.
You can just do it on the desk phone. All right. Cassie's gonna come do some follow-up so I can eat my lunch. Jackie, I don't think you actually left. How many deals have y'all closed this month? I don't know. What? We've only had like 5 business days, so I don't know. Okay. I am next one you need to call is Joe, and we're going up. So Joe, William, Brandy. Got it?
Sure.
Start here, go up.
Okay.
All right, guys. Transition time. Enjoy this video. We'll see you in a second.
This is why we've structured this way. This is why we're going to harp on you, and this is why we're going to hold you accountable. We'll hold your feet to the fire. We're going to say, hey, you need to work on this, because that's what you need to work on to go out there and be the difference.
I applied the systems and the processes, and I generated a lot of revenue in my business. I'm actually back here for the second time at the Titanium Crucible.
These people pour so much into you. Nothing like it whatsoever.
The amount that they pour into you is priceless. Iron truly sharpens iron.
Can't underestimate that stuff. This literally right here, what we're doing here at the Crucible, was literally just a manifestation of words. We said we're going to do it.
Operate in the destiny that God gave you. The wealth will come. Lean not to your own understanding, but in all your ways acknowledge Him, and He'll direct your path.
This thing is so powerful, it will change your life. It's such a blessing, and I recommend it to anyone and everyone looking to change their life and get on track. Get off your ass and come do it, man. Take a chance, put your faith in Titanium, and get out here, man. Much love.
I'm super confused as to what happened to here. What happened? What the happened here? Somebody left the feed because RJ wouldn't put on the Viking helmet? Is that what happened? Somebody explain this to me. Maybe that person, Jackie, doesn't know what we're doing here. Yay, Isaiah. Thanks. How many deals have y'all closed this month? I have no idea. I don't even know what day, like this month. Man. It's the 8th. I feel like 4. I don't know. Close. I mean, we have the in the past 8 days, the KPIs on that events are 37 contracts sent, 18 are signed on acquisitions. We need to do the number on how many of those are already disposed, but they're not closed. So we're just tracking KPIs for this month. Really, those were everything that's already closed this month in the past 8 days was generated prior to. So we don't even have the KPI yet. I mean, we're on day, 9? We don't even have the KPI yet on how many have been disposed. So we're kind of building out the KPIs as we go. But seriously, somebody explain to me if Jackie, he or she, left the feed because RJ would have put on the Viking helmet. I mean, look, we'd be calling right now, okay? We're here for the fun and the shenanigans for sure. I feel like RJ said 5 minutes ago, called and left voicemail. Okay, here we go. Oh, here we go. We're just going to call on this California deal.
The wireless customer you are calling is not available. Please try it.
Weird, almost disconnected message. You get more random viewers on Twitch, so I'm guessing they had nothing to do with real estate. Did RJ? I don't honestly understand how many places we're streaming. But, I'm here for it. Whatever. If we can reach someone and help them. There's a lot of times we'll even get sellers that find us they don't even understand what we're doing. And then they're like, oh, yeah, you're on Twitch? I don't even know what Twitch is, to be honest with you. I know we did it last time. I like the lighting so much better in here. Man, I miss my office a little bit. What else is going on, y'all? Did y'all get enough value out of the old what's up, homeboy? I love this. Being late, sometimes you got to do it. We are homies. It's real. We made a lot of wonderful connections with people through the original 50-50-50 who are family, basically. No, Investor Lift is amazing, Isaiah.
forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 95485788099 is not available. Please record your message.
I meant to mute that,
When you
not
have
turn
finished
the camera
recording,
off.
you may
You had left information on your property there in Salon on our
send
website.
your message with normal delivery. Press 1. To send your message with urgent delivery, press 2.
I can't re-record.
Are you still there? To send your message with normal delivery, press 1. To send your message with urgent delivery, press 2. Thank you.
We'll call that a cliffhanger message because I didn't get to finish it. Well, I'm really, really glad you got investor lift. I will continue, you guys, just so you are aware, I will continue to dig into our Dispo processes. If you haven't noticed, like a lot of the things that we're introducing, and particularly me, myself, and I am introducing whenever I get my time in, we're wanting to keep you guys on the lives for the acquisitions and so on and so forth. I am trying to show comping and underwriting, but again, we had, I believe earlier it was somebody, I think it was Daryl. Maybe it wasn't Daryl. It was somebody that asked, if I can just comp the deal without showing the address. And I'm just like, yeah, no, I can't do that. I don't mean to be that way, right? I don't mean to be that way at all. But honest to goodness, like, we're not trying to show anything on here that we don't have the right to show for a multitude of reasons. And then the second thing about it is like, I want people to get value, I want people to be getting value out of this. So like me comping a video while on a live, like without being able to show the people, like that's not going to really provide them value, while it might provide you value on how to run your numbers on that deal. It's just, I got to be able to show it, la, 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 la. Left voicemail. This guy doesn't want to talk to us, apparently. Or he's calling back, and y'all, I am trying so hard to get this new thing integrated. Our new integration on our phone system. I'm trying to schedule. I think I'm supposed to have somebody come out tomorrow and assess the situation.
We're sorry, your call cannot be completed at this time. Please hang up and try your call again later. Thank you.
Called and will not complete. Call. These people need us. Am I down to call a probate foreclosure lead from the county? Sure am. I mean, you'll have to send the info probably through to the email and make it snappy.
sorry, your call cannot be completed.
Lord have mercy. After a week.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. For more options,
It sounds like you talked to Sheena a little over a week ago regarding this property, and that you wanted us to give you a call this week and give you an offer on this property. My name is Cassie, and if you would please give me a call back here. My number is 817. Sure to appreciate you and look forward to hearing from you. Ooh, this one would be cool. Let me see if I can. Pull this up. I don't see anything that's come through yet. Let's see. All I see so far is that Daryl and Amber have sent a request for the JV form today. So I still don't see anything. That's come through Chris Bacon. So might wanna holy. Chris Bacon, are you potentially emailing from another person's email? Is Chris Bacon not your real name? Is your name start with an A and your last name start with an A? If that's you, then I'll call it. If it's not you, I don't want to call it. But I think this is you because I think you said something about this place in Florida earlier. Crispy bacon. Oh, I didn't even pay attention to the middle initial. That's super funny. Crispy Bacon isn't your real name. Okay. Well, y'all be trying to go incognito and shit and expect me to know. All right, let me pull this up, which I normally don't do, but I normally have more information than an address. And I noticed that it's on pre-foreclosure. So notice of list pendants was in 2021. Hi, is this Joe?
Yes, it is.
My name is Cassie, and I have your information on a property. Looking to sell that property?
No, that property is actually in litigation.
Okay. Do you want to give me a little more information about that? I think that's why it got pushed to my desk as a possible, notice. So when you say it's in litigation, what do you mean? You still there? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm on a desk line. Maybe your phone was breaking up there or something. Can you still hear me okay?
I hear you pretty good.
Oh, okay. I don't know where this property stands for you, but when you say it's in litigation, are you not able to sell it?
Well, I really don't want to sell it. We're in foreclosure, and I'm probably going to file bankruptcy on it.
Okay. Do you have an attorney representing you?
No, I was representing myself.
Okay, so you have a plan to file for bankruptcy. Do you know if that's gonna be able to stop the foreclosure?
It should be able to stop it.
Okay. You'll have to forgive me. I don't know why you're in foreclosure. If you have a full game plan on how you're going to be able to get the property cut up, are you in pre-foreclosure because of taxes or?
I'm in foreclosure because of fraud, and I personally decided not to make payments to them and to go into court.
Okay, so you're saying that they committed a type of fraud?
Yes, predatory lending. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, okay. So do you have an attorney representing you on that?
No. Standing on my arm.
Uh-huh. Well, I can't say I've necessarily run into this before. Typically speaking, if you're going to be going after them for predatory lending, have you been to court or anything like that yet?
I've been in court since October.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well, how's that going for you? I'm curious. I just want to know.
Well, so far, I've made it to the hearing, and they just awarded the plaintiff summary judgment.
Okay. So did they give you a foreclosure date?
They haven't given me a date yet. That's why I filed bankruptcy.
So they.
Chapter 13 stops foreclosures in Florida.
Right. Yeah.
Ohio,
Yeah, I understand that. My concern is that, you getting in a position where if they think that you're doing it, because of this other case, you decided to stop paying them for predatory lending, and then they awarded them the judgment, and then you file for bankruptcy. My concern is are you how long have you owned the property, I wonder?
We built the home in 2006.
Gotcha. So you've owned it for a lot of years, and I mean, you have some kind of equity and value in there, right?
That's correct.
So my concern for you would be that you end up losing the house and losing your equity for trying to, because you're saying they've already awarded them the judgment on the predatory lending case, right?
That's correct.
Without you having an attorney, just, for your best interest, what is your game plan there? Like at some point,
My game plan is to file bankruptcy.
are you positive that that's going to work since they were already awarded the judgment on your case against them?
Well, according to the attorney, then you can file bankruptcy all the way up until they sell the property.
Right, but do you have an attorney representing you?
In bankruptcy, I do, yes.
Okay, I thought that you said that you did not. So is that attorney aware of the predatory lending case?
No, all I need him to do is just to stop the bankruptcy for right now.
Right. My concern is that you need to let him know about it.
Right.
So that I would recommend that you let your attorney that's representing you in the bankruptcy case know about the previous case against the lender, because I feel like that might come into play, and you might end up not being able to stop the foreclosure, and in which case you're going to have to fire sale this property as quickly as you can in order to not be foreclosed on. I don't 100% know that, but I'm just trying to, this is what I do for a living, and I've had people, file bankruptcy and try to stop foreclosures and not be represented or not be fully, disclosing the history of things, and then lenders win out because you didn't follow the letter of the law to the T. And again, my concern would be that you've already filed against them and they gotten the judgment, and then you end up, your bankruptcy doesn't go through, it doesn't stop the foreclosure, and then they go ahead and they've notified you in enough time and you got 30 days to move, you lose your house,
Right, I understand.
So why did they award them the judgment on the predatory lending case?
To be honest with you, I personally don't know, because I submitted all of the information that I needed to submit into that case with the securitization, fraud, and all of that. And it just got kind of skipped right over. But I'm going to deal with it the best way I can. And right now, I think foreclosure and to do foreclosure and to do a motion for appeal in front of the bankruptcy judicial would be my best interest.
Yeah, and then potentially I would say, get represented by an attorney.
Yeah.
That's what I would recommend, and that's what I would do. Not that I'm asking you to disclose everything in the history of the world. For your case, I'm not an attorney. I wouldn't even know 100% where to begin. I have a general, fairly decent understanding. I've been in real estate in many facets for over a decade, and like I said, I deal with a lot of people who run into situations and then they're, Unfortunately for you, there's people out there that try to work these things like to work the system versus, you know, using them as an instrument for what they're actually intended for. So, you know, I don't want you to think that it's going to go one way and then they're like, oh, you didn't have this, this, and this in line and your duckies in a row, whereas an attorney should make sure that you have that. And an attorney should also be able to, you know, include their fees in your judgment, you know, or in your appeal, because it's just, you know, it's one of those things. It can be tough when you're going up against, you know, the letter of the law is different than the letter of, you know, normal interpretation or logic sometimes.
I understand exactly what you're saying.
So, well, sir, I absolutely wish you the very best of luck. I hope that everything goes in your favor, and that, you know, everything is made right for you and your family. If for any reason you should need to end up selling the property in quick time, you can take this number down, give us a call back. You know, I hate for you to lose your house and not be in a position to utilize what you've put into it all these years to move. You know, 17 years is a long time. And, you know, if you're not able to at least cash in on what you do have in it somehow, to move on to a better situation with a much better lender, obviously. But you know, we can definitely help you in those facets, and I hope it does work out for you where everything is made right. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Joseph. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, people like this start playing attorney. I wish you would there's sometimes like, guys, just hire a stinking attorney. I don't know what he's trying to say with predatory lending. But I mean, I could probably try to look it up here. But I'm probably not going to. My guess is that it's something to do with. Now I'm curious. I probably shouldn't look it up, but it's got to do something about forced kind of financing under the land. I don't know. Something. Anyways, yeah, he's got this. I mean, I really do hope he's got this, but at the same time, it's like, why didn't you have somebody represent you in a predatory lending case? Like, you're going to go up against a bank on your own. You know, it's like people just try to, you know, represent themselves. Like, in a lot of those cases, like in a lot of places, if you even show up to court without representation, they'll turn you away and tell you to come back or award a judgment because they require you to have representation. They're not even going to waste their time because it's just going to end up going to appeal with an attorney later. Crispy bacon. Crispy bacon. Here's the deal. You could hear it in his voice how his mind was set on it. And it's like, yeah, like, that's really cute. Like, I can read what bankruptcy laws are too. But again, like, you're not a judge. You're not an attorney. You didn't go to law school. You don't understand the law. You don't represent people on this. You're trying to self-represent. And you're like, well, according to this, I can file Chapter 13 bankruptcy and blah, 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 blah. And it's like, it's going to stop the foreclosure. Right. But are they going to deny you? Like, it's crazy to me. Like, that is not what that tool is meant for. Okay? You're choosing not to pay your loan on your house, right? You're choosing not to pay your loan on your house because you're saying that there was predatory lending. And I'm thinking to myself, a judge has already told you not the case. Your lender was awarded the judgment. And adverse possession claim. So he's this is so funny. This is so funny. This is so stinking funny to me. The legal description says adverse possession claim in it, right? So what's interesting is I am so stinking curious right now that I want to keep looking this up. This is another reason why I hate it. This also says that the seller is a lender to a debtor. I think they're just trying to do some funky stuff. I guarantee you if I started looking up these cases on this deal, that I would find literally they've been trying to work the system for years. And I'm not trying to be any type of way, but like if you guys kind of want to wonder why I was just like continuing to ask questions and kind of wanted to know that information, like if I could genuinely help these people or if I was going to be able to. But it looks like I'm finding just off the cuff for like 10 seconds of looking. I looked on Batch and I looked on PropStream. I didn't even like look any further than that. I guarantee you I would find a bunch of stuff where they're just trying to avoid paying their mortgage for years and years and years now. They had this house built and they're just trying to. I love that you do this. I just want to help people, but man, they make things so hard sometimes. Well, it's like either like, bro, if you were really wronged, like sometimes you just need to hire an attorney, okay? Like you just need to hire an attorney. Like sometimes that's just what's called for, okay? Or if you're just sitting here playing games, like expect to lose your house. I'm wondering if the guy can even sell his house. You know? You get all kinds of mess when you call probate. When you call pre-foreclosure leads. I mean, you really, really do.
Hey, you're getting a call.
It hung up right away. Hello? Okay. I bet you that was my business partner, RJ. Let me go ahead and try to figure out. So we would have been calling because you had either spoken with somebody or entered a property in for sale on our website or something to that effect. Are you selling a property right now?
Yes, I gave, on your website, I gave the address and so forth and so on.
So I can take a look into it. Here we are. Okay. And you're looking to sell it in 1 or 2 months here? Okay. Let me just pull up some information. All right, bear with me. Well, tell me a little bit about what you got going on here. Is this a duplex?
No, it's a townhouse.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
The solid townhouse doesn't have an HOA or any of that.
Cool. Are you on the left unit or the right unit if you're facing it from the street?
The picture on the left unit, 115.
Okay. I'm just getting a feel, a layout of the land, if you will, so I know what we're dealing with. Okay, and you said you're looking to move in 1 to 2 months. What is your reason for wanting to move?
This climate in Southern Georgia is not good for my health. My doctor advises me to move to a different climate.
Oh my goodness. Do you know where you're moving to?
Probably up North Carolina.
North Carolina?
Yeah.
All right. You'll have to bear with me. I'm just making all my notes as we go ahead and do this. Moving. And do you already have a place identified? Are you planning to purchase or rent? What are you planning to do in North Carolina?
I can handle that myself, man.
Okay. No, I was just asking because I actually am selling a property there.
Yeah.
So
yeah, man, it takes a while to find a place. So the time you get one sold, you have to go to rent a place until you find another place.
Sure. Yeah. Like I said, I've got some properties up there and some people. And if you needed assistance, I know it can be hard to move across states, but if you got it, you got it. I was just letting you know we can offer you some assistance or whatever. If you said you already live there, I'm sure you got friends or a realtor or somebody like that to help you. So.
Right.
All righty. Let me just make sure I've got all of this right. Did you buy this here last August?
Yeah, it'll be a year this August, or a year the 1st of August down around.
Okay. Are you in about the same condition as it was as when you bought it?
I made a few little upgrades to it, improved a little bit. It's a livable property, it just needs the basic stuff that a lot of people ignore, like painting primarily and maybe replacing the carpet.
Gotcha. Okay.
Painting on the inside, it's a brick. It's 100% brick.
Yeah. I'm taking just a little bit of a deep dive. I'm wondering, I'm going to look up some comps to see if maybe the values increased somehow to see if I can be the best solution for you. Is there a reason?
The was actually appraised. Those figures that they show on the realtor's website are not accurate because it's got more square footage than what they're saying in there. It's like 100 more square feet. And it was official appraisal done for VA for $185,000 a year ago.
Right, but you purchased it at $175,000. Yeah, so I'm not looking at like the tax appraised value or anything like that. I'm pulling comps to see, if it can justify like an investment. So I'm going to look and say, okay, well, what's the rent rate that I can come in with, and what is the price that I can come in with, things like that, because, we're investors first and foremost. If I go and get a loan, I get in the same position like as you are, right? So if I don't get that 5.51% interest rate and I get, a 7% interest rate or something like that, all of a sudden I can't rent it out in cash flow. So, we aren't able to take a VA loan out as an investor. You know what I mean? And then we have to consider taxes and all this other stuff. So it's kind of like, I don't know. I don't know that it's going to be something that we can necessarily help you with, just because you're going to have to pay off your loan, right? So I think that your probably best position is going to be to list the property with an agent.
No, I figure that, man. I can sell it on my own. I've sold real estate before.
Okay.
No, I do appreciate your help. I know y'all have to buy it under the value to make it to justify buying a property to do whatever you have to do to it to rent it out or lease it out or whatever.
Well, I wouldn't say we necessarily have to buy it under value. We just have to buy it as, we always pay for as is current value, right? But if I can't either, update it and make money or rent it out and make money, you're not in a position where you can net more. Like, the property isn't a good investment for me at full market value because of either the rent rate or because there's not the ability for me to go in and fix it up and list it and get profit on it, right? So you're more so looking for an owner occupant who wants this property to buy it in the as is market condition, Right. So I just don't think that it's a good fit for me. Now, if you were distressed and like you had like a financial issue and you couldn't sell this another way, well then, yeah, I could tell you what my price is to where I can at least hold the property and rent it out and make money, or I can get in there and make some updates and sell it and make a little bit of profit. Sure. But I don't need to give you that number because you can sell this without, you can sell this and make more money and you've got a loan, If you had a financial distressor like that or something like that, you would probably be more a case for a short sale because you haven't built up enough equity in the property to,
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Typically speaking, that's going to be a lot of times where people fall into and, they've owned it for less than a couple years. And especially whenever it's in a market that's just, not in hyper appreciation mode,
Right.
So.
No, it's not going to be appreciated anytime soon, man.
Yeah. Not right now. Not right now. So, but look, if there's any reason, we can help you, or you need anything else, or you come across something, you're looking for something in North Carolina there, you can feel free to give us a call back. Yeah.
Okay, sure will.
All right. Thanks, John. Have a good one.
Yeah, bye.
Bye-bye. I really could have gone creative on him, but realistically speaking, it just didn't sound like a good idea. I mean, he was just really anti. Plus, it wasn't really that great of a deal even then. I could have maybe rented that out for, like $1,500, but like sometimes I have an instinct that it's like we're manufacturing a deal, and that would have felt like manufacturing a deal. I feel like that's the kind of guy who's going to go try to fix it up a little himself or FSBO it. He's trying to say it's worth $185,000, so he's going to try to, he owes like 180 on it. So he's going to go try to sell it himself. And I mean, maybe he will call us back. But at the end of the day, the deal don't make sense for anybody. And trying to get into a position of sub 2 on that when he's just was already like, he gave me all the no vibes. And here's one of the things, guys, like I don't Like, we don't take sub 2 lightly around here, you know? When you're talking to somebody and they're just like, I'll just sell it myself, you know, like, seems like that's what you're already trying to do. You enter it on our website and you're going to keep running into the same thing. And, you know, you've owned the property for 9 months. You know what I mean? So he's probably going to keep trying and trying and trying. Thank you, Robert. In the meantime, guys, I'm going to go ahead and, thank you, Zach. Cheers. If you guys need to know water facts.
Holy water facts.
You should drink at least 8 glasses of water a day. This monster mug. Hold on, there's more. We'll do one water fact every time I come up. Okay.
Play a video.
It isn't just the thing to do because you know how to do it. Exactly. If it's not going to really help them and they're not a good candidate, like that's really what it is, that they're not a good candidate. People don't understand all the things that can go wrong in sub 2. He wasn't a good candidate in my mind. All right, my loves. After this quick break.
That one.
Because that's what we do around here. You will be back with my partner, Mr. RJ Bates III. Lovely to see you. We will be back, and I will be back later to give Mr. Bates another break. Think about how I can help you and pour into your business and your life. In the meantime, enjoy this quick commercial break.
I stuck my straw in your milkshake, and I drank your milkshake.
You can get chewed up and spit out if you don't understand these things. Go drink your milkshake.
Are you prepared to do what it takes to get what you want?
There's money in this room. There's millions of dollars in this room networking.
It's about consistent, intentional, tactical action.
I'm on a mission to make something change in my environment that's going to give me what I want, and I'm obsessed about it. It's the Crucible! Oh, this is what we do.
Oh, this is what we do. All right. It's time to get back to it. We are halfway. We're past halfway, 35 minutes past halfway through the day. Sent out 2 contracts, one in Nebraska, one in New Mexico, bringing us up to 37 contracts sent, 18 signed. Let's hit the phones.
Coverage is not available.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Olympia. You had entered it on my website saying that you were looking to sell. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Hello, this is RJ Bates calling from Titanium Investments. How are you?
Good. What can I do for you, sir?
I was calling because I think you spoke to Mar earlier today about your property there on LaFountain Street.
Yes.
and he had sent over the information saying that you might be interested in receiving an offer on that property. Just wanted to call and ask a couple questions. I see that it's currently rented. Is that correct?
Pardon me?
It currently is rented.
Yes.
How much are you charging a month in rent?
2,200.
2,200. Okay. Excellent. And how would you rate the condition of the property?
I don't think big major, but people before we put on the gentleman try to buy he because that area right now there's someone they purchase someday they will Main Street right now development and he tried to development for the property and right now because of bank right now they're not approved for it so he back up so we try to put that to on the list right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Give me just a few minutes here. And the property is 2,100 square feet, correct?
The whole, no, 2,000. I don't know, 2,000 or 2,100.
Yeah. It's showing me 2,100 is what I see.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Did you have a particular number in mind that you were wanting to get for the property?
Pardon me?
Did you have a specific number in mind that you wanted to get for the property?
Before he tried to purchase for 360,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the problem with 360,000 is because it's only rented out for 2,100, it wouldn't necessarily cash flow with those numbers. Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
Well, if I spend 360,000 and I'm only getting 2,100 a month, it's not cash flowing. I would potentially be losing money every month because of the rent rate.
Okay.
You
so
see,
if you're losing, so you don't need to purchase anything.
Well,
because, someday someone they the Main Street, someone they buy it and they take it off and they build to the new development.
Okay.
And also the good location, the convenience everywhere.
I see that. How long is the tenant under lease for?
Month by month.
Okay. So that makes a difference.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Because if it's month to month and I bought it vacant, then that could be a different story. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because then I'm not stuck to that rent rate. I could potentially fix the property up. But you were saying it doesn't need a whole lot of work, right?
Sometimes, depend, so normally the city, they make sure everything before let you rent it out, so.
I see. So the city did an inspection.
New roof anyway. The roof, so we just put on years ago.
Like how many years ago?
Only 1.5 years.
Okay. So basically a brand new roof.
Yeah, the roof's more expensive than everything.
What about like the heater?
The heater right now they're using electric.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is it newer?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
When was the last time it was painted?
Payment for what?
Painted, like the inside. When was it painted?
They painted for 2 years ago.
Okay. All right. Give me just a few seconds here. So for a cash offer, I would probably want to be closer to 325.
325.
Yes, sir.
You cannot make more.
Well, maybe a little bit, depending upon, and also let me say this: I would want it to be vacant too, with no tenants. Yeah, because that's what allows us to pay that much. I wouldn't want to have to get rid of the tenants there. I might be able to do a little bit more, but realistically, I feel pretty comfortable at 325. I don't know how much more I'd be able to do.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Let me talk to my partner.
Okay. Would you like for me to give you a call tomorrow?
Yeah. Can you give me your phone number?
Yes. It is 817 710 8689.
Okay. So, and your name, sir?
My name is RJ Bates.
Can you spell that?
It's RJ.
Yeah.
And then Bates, BATES.
Okay. RJ Bates. Okay. Okay. Good. Let me talk to my partner and see what do they want to do.
Okay. Thank you, sir. We'll talk to you tomorrow, okay?
So, cash buy or
Cash. Yes, sir.
you going to finance anything or no?
No, sir. Cash offer. No commissions, and we'll cover the closing costs.
You cover the closing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. So you buy like this and then whatever you take care of that, right?
Correct.
Okay. Whatever the thing you. Okay. Yeah. Let me talk to my partner and see what do they want to do.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
If they need something, and I will let you know.
All right. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
How much you said? 32.50.
325.
325. Okay. 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 Let me talk to them. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
All right. Bye-bye. Oh, he sounds excited. So that is a cold call lead from our VAs. They talked to him this morning, and that's in Vermont. Hey, Trent, can you come here real quick? Don't think you can hear me.
Hello, you've reached 714
is Donna Rutledge. I'm not available right now, but please leave your name, number, short message, and I'll return your call as soon as possible. Thanks for calling and have a great day.
Hey, Donna, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there at Foothill Boulevard. If you could give me a call back, my phone number is 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 951 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Cloud Rest Way. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
The number you have dialed is not in service.
Go ahead. Hello, this is RJ.
RJ, how are you? This is David Simonowski out of FC in Chicago.
Hey, how are you doing?
Hey, not too bad. Hey, was curious if you had or happen to have, didn't know who to call on this one. I've been following you a long time on TikTok. I'm a commercial multifamily individual. Was wondering if you had anybody that buys distressed in the Chicago area.
Yeah, absolutely.
You do? Okay, I've got one that's a 50s, early 1900s build. Needs complete remodel. Needs probably $400,000 or $500,000 worth of work.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, it's got only 100 amps going into the house. The roof's good. Balconies are all good. It's 3-story. It's got an 18 by 20 storefront on the front of it. It's nothing special. Needs a complete gut job from the 1950s.
Gotcha.
I think he'd be willing to do. Met with the owner today. He's got it listed himself, but I'm actually picking up a few of his other properties. He's got a couple 20-unit multifamilies I'm going to sell for him. But I think it could get done somewhere between 4 and 5. I didn't know who. I took a company out there today to look at it. I just thought I'd maybe shoot this out and see if anybody knows anybody that deals with this.
So what do you think you're going to be able to pick it up for?
That he would offload it for?
Yeah.
I'm going to say the sweet spot's going to be, if he could get a written offer, I'm going to say anywhere between 420 maybe and 5.
Okay.
That would probably be the sweet spot. I know the guys that I looked at it with today, they would probably go 4 to 450 on it. But they haven't, haven't submitted anything yet.
Right.
So, and they're kind of players in the game that they don't want to deal with anything that has multiple people involved because they're going to lose every time. They're taking loans out against assets, basically.
Right.
Not collateral, but just credit lines. So, yeah.
Okay, so 420 and 500. What is it worth after we come in and essentially put that same amount in rehab into it?
I'm gonna say you're at 1112 maybe.
But how much are we putting rehab in?
We're putting 400 to. You could net probably 102 if it's a keep. just depending on rates and
Right.
Apartment rents. I mean, it's such a, I don't know. I don't want to say gamble because it is, but it isn't. I reached out to a couple resi brokers in the area that knew of anybody that, this is the kind of shit they like to do on the side, stuff like that, owner user. Nobody's got back to me yet, but
Right.
I can give you the address too if you want to look it up.
Yeah, shoot that up. Whether let me look that up real quick.
Okay.
Do you know a guy named Ryan Roddy?
Ryan who?
Roddy, Rotty.
Ryan Roddy. I do not.
So he's out of Chicago. His main gig is that he consults people that do large rehabs. And then he kind of comes on as like a project manager.
Oh, really?
And it sounds like something right up his alley, especially considering it's in his backyard. Let me look here.
Does he do his own company? He's not with any of the big boys, does he?
No, he has his own.
Any of those people?
No, he has his own company. But like I said, his main thing is he's a consultant for other people. But I just reached out to him because I had a Chicago deal like 2 weeks ago, and it was basically a novation where are you familiar with novations?
No, I'm not.
So essentially it's like where you guarantee the seller a certain percent or a dollar amount. I kind of did a reverse novation where I guaranteed us a 12% return on the gross proceeds. So I called him about that deal. What I think is, if you don't mind, I can just call him and see if this is something that either him or any of his clients would be interested in placing an offer on, somewhere in the mid fours, and see if it's something that he'd be interested in, because realistically, it's not anything that I would be interested in.
Well, that's why I called, because I thought maybe you knew the people that would be interested in it.
Yeah, and if this were my deal and this just came across, he's the first person I'm calling. Because ideally, he's either going to say, yeah, I'll pick that up because I can do the rehab for $300, not $400. Or he's going to say, yeah, I've got a client that owns a property, on Pensacola. Like, let's do it, So, well, why don't I do that? Why don't I give him a shout and then give you a call back? Let me write down your phone number real quick.
Yeah, 818.
Yep.
318.
And what'd you say your name was again?
Dave. In Chicago, and like I said, basically, this guy, I don't have the listing on this. He's doing it as a FISBO.
Right.
He is, I am bringing in buyers. He's working with me, and I'm going to get a couple of his other 20-unit multifamily deals here later in the week. So just trying to help him offload this one before we start on the big stuff.
Well, and if this could potentially also just be a leadway, where maybe even on some of those 20 units, maybe Ryan would be interested in some of those as well. So,
yeah, definitely.
All right. Well, let me place that call, and I'll give you a shout back either later today or first thing in the morning. Okay.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, David. Bye-bye.
Bye.
So I guess that came from TikTok. That's pretty cool. What's up, Amber? Look at that. Working 40 hours at 9 to 5, but sending out assignments. That's what I'm talking about. Good job, Josh. If you're sending out assignments, it means you're getting good deals.
Not insert.
Hi, this is Stephanie. Please leave a name, number where you can be reached, and I will get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you. Bye-bye.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Stephanie, this is RJ Bates calling about your property over on Park Avenue. Good, give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 9087. Not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Dennis, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Sandy Ridge. You'd entered it on my website saying that you were looking to sell that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Please leave your message for 864-341-557.
Hey, John, this is RJ Bates giving you a call about your property on Shadow Dance. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. If you could, give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you.
forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 720. Not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, James, this is RJ Bates. You had spoken to Nell a while back about your property on Old Mill Trail. Wanted to call and make you an offer on that property. If you could, give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you. My favorite dial of the day. Georgia and Georgia. I think she's going to answer tomorrow.
Hello, this is Georgia.
See?
I'm sorry, Mr.
She's going to answer tomorrow because tomorrow is our day in Georgia.
We're sorry, your call cannot be completed at this time. Please hang up and try your call again later.
All right. Let's pull open our speed lead leads. Let's hit the ones that we called there, or the ones that we purchased last week.
I'm sorry, your message cannot be recorded as this user's mailbox.
It's always amazing to me when I go and I look and someone disliked the video. I mean, what do you not like about it? The fact that for 8 hours we're doing what we do all day, every day. Mm-hmm. Let's see if you're telling the truth, Isaiah.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 9284. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Debbie, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Madison Avenue. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. If you could, give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. Oh, Carlos the Fly is back. Oh, man.
The number you have dialed is not in service.
Yeah, this is Vincent. Leave a message, please.
At the tone,
Carlos.
please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Vincent, this is RJ Bates calling you about your property on Parkwood Court. If you could give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thanks. Cassie, Carlos the Fly is back. He's on my notepad. Carlos. Everyone say hi.
Sorry. Fuck Anthony's last night and I'll call him back later.
Hey, Anthony, this is RJ Bates calling you about the property on Armstrong. If you could give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you. Maybe I'm manifesting it. I was just checking to see how many likes we had. We're actually doing pretty good. We're up to 40 for the day. So that's pretty good through 5 hours. Am I the stinky kid from Charlie Brown? No. It's the fact that I smoke good and Carlos is obsessed with me. Normal flies don't land on people. I think there's something sweet in my blood. Flies and mosquitoes love me.
Please leave your message for 36168.
Hey, Giselle, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there on Georgetown. You had entered it on my website saying that you were looking to sell. If you could, give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you. This fly is obsessed with me. Go away. Hi, is Petra there? This is RJ Bates calling about your property on Marlboro Avenue. Are you still looking to sell that property?
Probably in a couple of months.
Okay. You had entered the information on my website, so I just wanted to call and talk to you about it. Is now a good time?
Yeah.
Okay. How much are you looking to get for the property?
195.
195. Okay. Is the property occupied?
Yeah, I live there.
You live there? Okay. Well, tell me a little bit about the property. What's the condition like?
The property is 1,900 square feet, 3 bedrooms, 2 full beds, 1 guest bathroom, laundry room, 3-car garage, 2 yards, 1 yard. The first one is with a hot tub. You can go outside to the master bedroom and the living room, sliding down to the hot tub. And the second yard is another more land. And what I want to say, there's a basic 2 feet is probably the kitchen counter, probably new cabinet, floor, and what was 3 doors need to be replaced.
Okay.
And the body shower in the children's room need to be, no. You know where you make the plug up that you can take a bath, this messed up.
I got you. Okay.
That's it, 3 doors in the garage and automatically open and close it. They need to be fixed. That's it.
Gotcha.
Normal in this area, the house sells this past week for over 200,000. And Zulu is my house, and they say my house is 230,000. And I got 2 real estate who came by, and I got no step outside there. You interested by the house too?
Right.
You need the lift, the kitchen, and the 3 doors in the bathroom. That's it.
Okay. Where's this house that you saw that sold for over 200,000?
230 on Zulu.
On Zillow?
Yes.
Gotcha.
And the 2 real estate who came, one was remake, she came about off, and I sit in my dining room, it's French door windows in the dining room, and I saw her walking, and she comes. The only thing she say I need to do is do the kitchen, make floor. That she say when you sell it, it's better the whole house has the same floor, and paint the walls in white. Yeah, but I was thinking when I fix the kitchen and fix the floor and the people will move in, like it not, just throw it out and I waste my money. I got already home the post barrier. They say they can make a new kitchen and all the floors in the house look the same for $6,000.
Okay, so I'm an investor, so for me, I don't think this is a good fit because if I were to pay 200,000 for this house or 195, there's not really anything I could do for it. I think your best option is if you're not in a rush and you had a realtor there, I would probably list it with the realtor.
That's what I think. And
Yeah.
I'll find somebody go do the kitchen and do the floor. I can sell it for two. By over here, there's a subdivision. The golf club is here. That's where all the older people move here. But you can drive me the golf car around here, you know. I think I do this.
Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
All right. You have a great day. Bye-bye. Yeah. Gonna have to pass on that one. Next. I don't know what that was about. There's nothing sold for 200,000. I wouldn't even have given that a 200,000 ARV.
You've reached 541-301-8386. Leave me a message and I'll call you back. Don't, and I won't.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Michael, this is RJ Bates calling you about your property there on Page Street. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. And voicemail said, if I don't leave my name and number, you ain't coming back. So my name's RJ and my phone number is 817-710-8689. Give me a shout. Appreciate it. Nope. Leads does not give you refunds. And realistically, speed to lead is kind of minimal on their refunds. I mean, like, these are speed to lead leads. So, like, I'm not going to get a refund on that last one I just talked to.
Hello, you've reached the voicemail of Jeff Garrett with 5-Star Bath Solutions. I'm unable to take your call at the present time, so please leave me a message and I will get back to you as quick as I can. And thank you for calling.
Hey, Jeff, this is RJ Bates calling you about the property on Waterford. You had entered it on my website saying that you're looking to sell that property. Could give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you. All right. Let's look here about buying one. Beverly Hills. No mortgage. ASAP. Not listed. Do I really want to get a couple $1 million property under contract in Beverly Hills? I think I'd rather do this one. Maryland. In Robin's neck of the woods. Of course, Isaiah would say yes. Hey, Sharon, this is RJ Bates calling you about your property there on Shallow River Road that you had entered on my website. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you. So now you're just wanting to see. All right, fine. Let's try it. I'm calling it. Okay. Right now. Beverly Hills.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 94937. Not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hello, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Camden Drive. I think you had spoken to someone on my team about potentially selling your property there. If you could give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you. No, I haven't assigned the deal in New Jersey because they haven't signed the contract. He texted me back last week and said he's been so busy. He was going to send it to the brother and then get back to me. I've called him every day, multiple times, just trying to get him to respond. Let's call him now.
Transfer call to somebody is
Do it. Hello, this is RJ. Did you hang up? Oh, these guys. We lost the call. Transferring it. That's frustrating. Almost as frustrating as someone saying they'll sign a contract and then ghosting you because they're too busy. No.
still shows online.
Yeah, you
Do I have to press end call?
need to hang up.
Yeah, I did that, but it still says it. Like, I'll just press call.
If you didn't call, it's gonna hang up. Have somebody help you. We literally have someone on the phone. They can't figure out how to transfer it. Come on. Let's do it. We can do it, team. Hello, this is RJ.
Hey, I'm transferring now.
Hello, this is RJ.
Hello, RJ. I think it was you who called me earlier and left a voicemail about my property.
Yes. I think you had probably come to one of my websites saying that you were looking to sell. Is that correct?
Yeah, I am. I have kind of a unique situation that I don't even know if you want to get into or not. I can kind of tell you, it's kind of a little bit of a long story, but I had a health issue back last summer that devastated me financially. I almost died, and I wound up losing my job because the recovery was longer than the FMLA, and when I did go back, I couldn't do the work anymore. And so I've been hit or miss employment-wise last year, and the house is in a forbearance until June, I think. I don't know what they'll do. The mortgage company's mercy. I asked about a loan modification for it, and they said if they did that, my payment would go up because of the interest rates currently. Right now, I have a 2.99.
Right.
Now, I do have some equity here, but I know I'm not going to get the full equity on it because I am limited physically about what I can do. The house has kind of become a burden to me, and it does need some work, and I can't really clean it effectively, and I can't afford to hire anybody to clean it. So it's not your typical get a realtor, have people chasing them and out, showing this immaculate property. It's not like that. So I'm looking to kind of sell as is, and maybe with some kind of either a rent back period or something, but I would like to have the equity so that I could, whatever the, over the payoff is, so I could use that money to move myself because I can't physically do it. I have to hire somebody.
Okay.
And I don't want to take all my stuff with me. It's too much. I've already thought over the years that I would just take my essentials, my couch, bed, maybe my dining room table, and my computer, and maybe a TV, and that's it, But that's the situation. That's kind of the short version of it. And I know I'm at everybody's mercy because that's a tough situation. I do have a guy that would buy it sight unseen, and he said that I could leave whatever I want back behind that they would get rid of. But they're only offering, they want to hold back, $20,000 until I get out of the house, and they would probably give me three weeks. And I don't know if that's enough time,
Okay. Do me a favor, because with you calling in, I didn't have this pulled up. Can you tell me the property address real quick? Gotcha. All right. Give me just a few seconds to pull this up here. Well, first and foremost, I'm sorry to hear about your situation there. I know that's tough. Let's see if we can be a good fit for you.
I'm all ears. There are some good selling points about this house. Winchester's kind of like a bedroom community. It's becoming more and more of a government, and people are moving out here and still commuting down to Northern Virginia. Northern Virginia, is the busy part of the state. We're kind of up here in the very northern part where it still has a small town feel, but Winchester's big enough to have everything that you want. And so it's situated, my house is situated with easy access to I-81 and Highway 7, which is a major commuting thing down to Northern Virginia. And also, too, it's a townhouse, and it's on a part of the townhouse. My backyard actually faces a field and some woods, and then there's a creek back there. So you don't have, you can see other people's houses, but it does open up where you're looking at other people's decks and stuff. So
right.
It's that was a selling point to me when I first bought it,
Let me ask you this. I know that do you have an idea of how much you owe?
Yeah, I owe about 120.
Okay.
Roughly. I don't know exactly how they figure all that with escrow and everything else, but that's about what it was when I looked last time.
All right. How much were you looking to walk away cash in your pocket from the transaction?
Well, to be honest with you, you're RJ, right?
Yes, sir.
I've had everybody ask me that. I don't know. I don't want to lowball myself, but I don't want to be ridiculous. I've got a lot of credit card debt, so I don't know if I would pay them off right away because I might have, in order to find a rental or something like that, with my credit being destroyed and my work history right now, they may require a year upfront rent, if they want to do it at all.
Right.
So I was thinking, maybe somewhere at least around the 50 range.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know if that's doable or not. I had a guy offer me 165 sight unseen, and he said that I could leave whatever I don't take behind, but he would only give me, not even a month to get out. And that's just, I don't know. I don't think that's enough time.
How much time do you think you need?
Well, I hope to be working. So my search for rental places, I don't know how long that would take. I'd have to probably do it in the evenings or the weekends. And then I would probably need, at least a weekend to hire a mover to come and get my stuff out. I don't know what I will do with the rest of the stuff. It's kind of a lot, I'm 58 years old. I've got a lot of stuff. And I really haven't been able to get rid of anything because I don't have a truck and I can't physically do it anymore. And so I don't know what to do with the stuff left behind.
Gotcha.
So I don't know, RJ, if this is something that I've had people I've had several companies tell me that, oh, we do this, we do that, we do that. And then after about a week or two, they don't call me back. I think they've just given up that it's not a good fit. So,
Well, what do you think the reason why they stopped talking to you? Because normally it's the other way around. Normally it's like us as the companies are trying to chase down the sellers. So what do you think the reason why? Like, have they sent you actual contracts?
Well, I don't know. One guy was out in California, and he sounded like a good kid, and he was kind of young. He swore up and down he was going to, I sent him like almost a screenshot of my mortgage page.
Right.
And I think he ran across his bosses, and I think they told him no. And I think the other reason is that the rent back period is something that people don't want to go. They want to just walk away at closing and take possession, which I understand.
Right.
But my situation, I have to have a place to go. You know?
When they asked you to send over your mortgage statement, was it because they were trying to buy the property sub 2?
Well, I explained my situation just like I explained it to you. And I think he needed, the actual document to show his superiors. He's the only one that I've done that with. Because they're the only one that's asked. I do have, like I said, that one guy that offered me 165, but I wouldn't, he's not allowing me to. He says, with all the squatters and stuff like that, and he said, not that you would be a squatter, but they don't want people changing their mind and say I'm not moving. Then they have to get the courts and stuff involved. And I'm like, well. I wouldn't do that, but I understand that you can't go by people's words.
Right.
And so he hasn't stopped communicating. And I talked to him. I had another guy, I believe he's a wholesaler. What he does is he will send me out like a contract. I think he said the most he could do is 172. And what they do is they go find a buyer, an end buyer.
Right.
Well, they're like the middle. I guess they're wholesaler or a broker or middleman.
Right.
And they take care of all these inspections and all this other crap. I stay here, but the closing can be delayed and all that. But and then they turn around and sell to those people. But, it's a business, so he's trying to make a profit. So he can't. But the only problem for me in that is I still don't have really an end solution for me. He would give me the time, but I still wouldn't get the equity until the buyer, until the buyer from them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so, I'm a little confused over, well, you're mentioning 172 to me, but I can't get the 172 until you find a buyer. He's explained it to me about umpteen times, and I don't know if I'm just a dumbass or what, but I just don't understand it. And so I'm hesitant to get involved in something I don't understand. I mean, you can appreciate that, right?
You want me to explain it to you?
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. I'm going to explain it to you in less than 30 seconds.
Okay.
I'm not selling a property. I'm selling the contract. So I'm going to guarantee you the $170,000. Then I'm going to go sell the right to buy your house for $170,000 for $5,000. So at closing, I get $5,000 and you get the $170,000, and the guy that bought the property paid $175,000. That's what a wholesale transaction is.
I'm thinking that they're wanting to sell it for more than.
I know, but I'm just using that as a round number. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. So you can say 200,000.
Right. But that would be expensive. I mean, to be looking at the comps here, I mean, and it sounds like you've talked to a lot of people. So let me ask you this. Do you understand what wholesaling is now?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Out of everybody you've spoken to, do you feel comfortable with anybody? Like they understand your situation and they're going to get you taken care of?
No, I don't feel that. Now, let me share something else with you, okay?
Okay.
I went ahead and there's a realtor here in Winchester. She's very well known. She has a great reputation. Been around a while. You see her face everywhere. I told her my situation, and she said it was tough, but to move fast. I said, well, that's fine. She said, but he would have to come look at it. I said, well, have you told him that, you know, that it's not going to be this clean, luxurious place you're going to get? He knows, because I explained your situation, that you're not really able to upkeep it that well. And so the next day, she said that he had put an offer down on another house, and that if it's accepted, he would be interested. So then she said she had somebody else, and she was supposed to call me today. So last week they had this thing out here in Winchester. Every year at this time, it's a big apple growing area. So they have the Shenandoah Valley Apple Blossom Festival, and the whole place. She said that, you know, and this past weekend was the last weekend. He said, I'll touch base with you on Monday, and I'll keep you updated on what the other guy said. And I heard shit from her today, and I was really listening out for her comment. So I don't know what to make of her. The guy that's been the most honest and straightforward was the guy that offered 165 with a, you know, a short bid back period, but he'd have to hold back part of the proceeds until I left.
Has anybody sent you an actual contract?
Yeah, that guy I mentioned, that 165 guy.
So he gave you an actual.
Yeah, but he withdrew it after a few days because I didn't sign it in the back.
Gotcha.
You know, because I mean, this is a major thing. You know, I'm trying to do, and I know my situation is unique. So, and I got to be sure that everything works for me. You know, I can't. I tried to tell him I can't leave the closing with the shirt on my back and just go get in my car and drive away. You know, I don't want to live in my car. I've got to have a place to live first.
Right.
And most people have something like that lined up, and they do the closing, and that's where they go. But I don't. I haven't even really had a chance to explore. I kind of hope that realtor would kind of look for some places like, hey, Jeff, here's a place for this much. But see, my credit's destroyed right now. And because my house is in forbearance. And with my recent employment history, I don't even know who would rent to me. I mean, I talked with the VA about their, because I'm a veteran, about their domiciliary, where I could go live there. That's who I was on the phone with when we called earlier. I couldn't answer. So,
Are you willing to move, or do you need to stay in Winchester?
As long as it's not too far from Winchester. Winchester is close to West Virginia. The rents might be cheaper there. But I mean, I'd like to stay in the same general area because that's where my job search is in. You know, I mean, I don't want to. I've got family in Georgia, but I can't move down there. Nobody has room for me. And so, and they're really just assholes. They're not even helping me. So, I would like to stay in the general vicinity. Now, if I had a job somewhere else in a different part of the state or a different state, of course I'd be looking to move. But again, I'd have to have some way of getting there.
The reason why I'm saying that is because I think that down in like Richmond, places like that, I know that we have access to properties that we can potentially move you into. So I was curious if we bought yours and then we also had a property that we can move you into, we could be potentially offering you a solution with also providing you a rental property as well.
Well, I mean, that's something I definitely be open to. Now, Richmond is a long ways away from Winchester, but I mean, I wouldn't be close to that idea. The key to that would be to have some kind of job down there.
Right. What kind of work are you looking for?
Well, I'm very limited on liking it physically because what they had to do, RJ, last summer, they had to remove a bunch of my flesh around my ass and crotch. You know, just a big gaping wound.
Oh.
because I had what they call 4 years gangrene. And it's just like the word says, it's like it attacks your flesh. And I was kind of fortunate that it attacked it down on my ass where there's some meat and fat and everything else, because once it gets into your bloodstream, you're gone over it quick.
Jeez.
So that's why they had to do emergency surgery. And the only way to get rid of it is to cut it out. So you can imagine what I went through. And so now I have a handicap placard where I can walk about 200 feet, maybe to the mailbox and back, but then I have to stop and rest. So some kind of office work, some kind of sales, which has been my recent history, or something, I could do something online or something like that, but I can't do retail, I can't do a factory.
Right.
I can't do a lot of those kind of jobs, so I don't have the stamina to do it.
Okay.
But it took everything out of me. When you're my age, you got type 2 diabetes and all this other shit. When you get something major like that, it really saps everything out of you.
Yeah, I can imagine.
With my situation, I've actually thought to myself, I wish I would have just died, because this has been a living hell for a whole year. And now I'm faced with this, and I don't really know what to do. I'm about $45,000 in credit card debt. I don't really care about them. They can kind of kiss my ass, because I've stopped paying them. I've been paying them all these years. They've gotten their money from me. But the only problem is, the more payments I miss, they're going to start sending to collections and everything else. So I would probably have to do at least a little bit out of the equity to pay them off, just to keep the wolf away till I could get a job. And having that equity, to be able to pay rent for a while and just have a little bit of a cushion, might be the thing to get me on my way,
Right. Well, I'll tell you this. As bad as the situation looks, you are looking in the right place, because you do have this property. And so by having this real estate there, it is a piece of leverage that you have that can help financially in parts of this situation, right? You need someone to kind of understand and put together a plan for you. And I think that's something that we can do. I think there's a couple of different options here. Did you say that the mortgage you have is a VA loan?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's a regular, what is it, FHA, I guess.
FHA?
Originally, when I first bought it in 2013, it was a USDA, Department of Agriculture.
Right.
I had used my VA loan when I was married, and then the financial disaster in 2008 just wiped us out. I lost everything. We had to do bankruptcy. I lost her. We'd only been married like 5 years, and I thought, I didn't think it was, and then right towards the end, they got the assistant manager job at Walmart that I had for a long time, and that's when she wanted to split up, and I'm like, I thought we got married, not just like, okay, we'll give it a shot for 5 years, and after that, it's adios, but that's the way it works sometimes, I guess, but I used my VA loan to get that house, and they had to foreclose on it, so I don't have that option for a VA loan.
I see. Okay. Well, we don't want that to happen again. So.
Well, I already know by doing this, because of the situation, I don't have any retirement set up. So I was already planning on working until I'm 70. I don't think I can physically do it now. But, I've already resigned the fact that, I was going to use this equity to somehow fund maybe a couple annuities or something like that to help out. But, times have changed. Those are, I'm not thinking like that. I can't think like that anymore. I don't have that, but for me. I can't really upkeep it because of my condition. It's really become kind of a burden. You know what I mean?
Well, you're really good on the phones. I mean, you're very well spoken. You have a good voice. You said you've done sales before. Have you ever thought about doing sales on the phone?
Yeah, I actually did it before, back during the pandemic, before I got I sold, I was in insurance sales, and I was seeing people face to face, but then when the pandemic hit, I couldn't see people, and so I did a pivot, and I got involved with 2 different companies, but the only difference was that you were sitting in front of a computer with a headset, and you were getting, they had a dialer making outbound calls.
Right.
And so that was just a disaster. I mean, by the time these people, if you could get them to pick up at all, they'd already been bombarded by 10 other people. I mean, I didn't think shit doing that. And so I had to find something I could do. At Long Fence was the name of the company. They were outside. And so I started selling fencing. I did very well. They weren't the highest price. I mean, they were the highest priced fence people in the area. But I sold based on their reputation, their quality, and the fact that people trusted me and liked me. And I would tell them, I didn't bullshit them. I would tell them there were people that wanted to run fences through trees. I'm like, that's the first rule of fencing. You can't run it through a tree. And so I was successful doing that. So I just haven't had the opportunity to do a lot of phone sales.
I see. So I have kind of a crazy idea. And because, again, everything that you've told me over the past 27 minutes sounds to me like you need someone to put together kind of a complete plan for you. And no one's been able to do that. But I think that we have the potential to do it for you. So I'm thinking that there's an opportunity for us to buy your property, pretty similar to some of the numbers that the other people have thrown out. I think that there's an opportunity that we can find you a rental property somewhere in Virginia. If it's not all the way in Richmond, maybe we can get it closer to Winchester, somewhere like that. And then also potentially provide you with a job opportunity as well, where we can put you on the phones and essentially do what I'm doing right now, which is talking to people and understanding their situations.
Well, I will tell you this. When you're selling fencing, I've sold bathroom improvements with bath fitter. I'm much better at relationship selling than I am like in a hard pressure pack close, which is, I've got an interview tomorrow for an organization, I don't know if you've heard about them or not, called National Foundation of Independent Business.
No.
And you go around and you cold call 30 to 50 businesses a day, and you have a 5-minute script, and you're selling them a membership. And so, I mean, I don't have high hopes for it because it just reeks to the fact that, I don't know. But
well, let me ask you this. Does it sound like I have a script?
I'm sorry?
Does it sound like I had a script today?
No, absolutely not. And
Exactly.
the thing is, too, RJ, I've done a lot of things in my life. And I do consider myself very articulate. I was a teacher for a couple of years. I mean, I taught 8th grade middle school physical science, and I've got an MBA. I got my MBA online through Liberty University when I was as assistant manager at Walmart, and I had 2, elementary school daughters that were at the time with me. So I have an old-fashioned work ethic, and
Well, you're a flame.
I'm sorry.
I said you're a flame. The Liberty Flames.
Yeah, the Flames. That's right.
Yeah.
Georgia Bulldogs are hard.
Well, Georgia wins a lot more than Liberty does. So Liberty ain't that bad at sports, though. I mean, they took out what they beat Virginia Tech this past year, and they beat somebody else big time. I can't remember who it was, but
When you was the coach last year, they took Arkansas to the
yes, that's who it was. That's who it was.
Now Hugh Freeze is at Auburn.
Yep.
I was on a little online thing where, called Saturday Down South. They were talking about Hugh Freeze bringing in a new quarterback and all this other stuff. But I just said, Georgia's handled Auburn. They're a big rival. And Georgia's very, they're like, they've won 15 out of the last 20 games. But I told them, I said, they're going to be a tough out this year. Especially playing in Auburn.
Right.
But, yeah, Georgia, it took them 41 years. Now they've won 2 in a row. And they've really got another great team this year.
Yeah, well, listen, when you got Kirby Smart there, I mean, I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. They're the new Alabama,
Yeah, they just had that's what everybody was saying. When they beat Alabama that game, they finally got over the hump.
Yeah.
Now they don't have any kind of lingering doubts, And whatever Kirby tells those guys, man, they believe and they get. And he's a lot better motivated than Saban.
Dude, did you hear his pregame speech before the national championship against TCU?
Yeah, I heard it.
Yeah. Dude, if you were 18 to 22 years old about to go play for the national championship and your coach was telling you that, wouldn't you be fired up? They did. That wall just happened to be TCU. And it,
that was a slaughter,
dude,
man.
listen, I live here in Fort Worth, Texas. So that was sad. Like that was TCU's moment, and to make it that far, and it wasn't even competitive, like on any level. It's the only national championship game I can remember in my lifetime turning off.
Yeah, it was over after the first quarter.
I couldn't watch it anymore because I felt bad for TCU.
I mean, there was a few years ago where Georgia played Hawaii, I think, in the Sugar Bowl.
Yes.
And Jimmy Johnson was in like the little, the pregame thing, and he come out and said, he goes, guys, I hate to tell you, but it's not even going to be close. They were like, why do you say that? He said, because they're little.
Right.
He said they were little compared to and he had a few players that could probably match up. But the thing about Georgia and a lot of these teams down south is their team speed.
Yep.
You're just limited on what you can do against the defense. It takes a blown play like that long pass where somebody blew a coverage to get anything done against them. And you saw how quickly they shut them right back down.
Right.
That was a fluke. It could have been 80 to nothing if they'd have really wanted to.
Bro, honestly, they could have gotten to 100 if they wanted to. I mean, the way that game was going, there was nothing that TCU could do. And they were so demoralized that Georgia could just literally run the ball, throw the ball. I mean, and defensively, TCU could not do anything. I mean, it was over. So.
And all the announced that, with Stetson Bennett, his story, from walk-on to, transfer back, being fourth string at some time, and then, to be up so far that you could have a curtain call.
Yeah.
For your quarterback. I mean, that's unheard of. I never heard of that happening before.
No. And it was a cool way for him to go out, too.
And they said it had the lowest ratings of any national championship game in the last like 20 years. That's because people did like you did; they just cut it off.
Well, yeah, I mean, it wasn't a game, and honestly, TCU's just not that big of a draw. You know, I mean, even here, like in DFW where I live, we care more about Texas and Texas A&M than we do TCU. You know, I mean, as much as I hate to say it because I'm from Fort Worth, it's just not a big draw sports wise. So,
well, me growing up in Georgia, it was always Georgia Bulldogs because we had Georgia Tech.
Right.
I grew up in the Atlanta area. I never followed Georgia Tech because they were, you know, like you said, they weren't that big a draw.
Yeah.
And once Georgia had Herschel Walker, that was it. I never even paid attention to Tech ever again.
Right. Well, why would you? I mean, honestly, even in all the sports, not just football, I mean, if they are competitive, it's more of like for 1 year and then they fall back down, you know?
Yeah, right. They'll have a flash in the pan.
Yep.
And be tough. And for a lot of years, they had that gimmick offense.
Yeah, the triple option. Yeah.
Yeah, the service academies run. And every time they played Georgia, about three of the guys would be knee injuries and stuff like that. And occasionally they pull the upset, but I mean they're like TCU now. I mean they're not even competitive when they play Georgia.
Nah, dude. Every time Georgia Tech, I mean, every year they're hiring a new coach. They keep them around 2-3 years. They're firing them and they're trying to bring somebody else in. They're still trying to get rid of the players from that triple option offense. You know, I mean, they brought in a new coach trying to run a spread offense when you have triple option players. It's like, well, of course he's not going to do good.
all these little tiny offensive linemen just ain't going to cut it.
Right.
You got to have those 6'5", 330 guys to tackle.
Exactly.
I tell you another team that I love to beat more than any in the world. Can you guess what team that is? Florida.
Yep.
Oh my gosh. I'm not a hater, but I hate them. I hate them, and they are the stupidest organization. You know, they bring in clown after clown after clown, and it's just like you're saying, every 2 or 3 years, they're redoing everything, and they're in one of the best states in the country for recruiting.
Yep.
And Miami and Florida State clean their clock, and now they got UCF cleaning their clock in recruiting. They can't get a 5-star and save their life.
And then they go and think about this, like you're talking about Miami. Take it out of football. You just had Miami in the Final Four. You had Florida Atlantic in the Final Four. I mean, it's like they're losing in football. They're losing in basketball. I mean, and they're supposed to be the university for the state. And honestly, I drove through Gainesville in my early 20s. And I don't know if you've ever been there or not, but the entire city is dedicated to the University of Florida. Everything is orange and blue. Everything is Go Gators. I mean, if you're a college kid and you're getting recruited by that university, I don't know why you wouldn't want to go there because that's all anyone cares about. And I know there's other universities out there like it, but I've never seen anything like Gainesville before. And the fact that they just can't put together, I mean, even when they have a good team, it's not living up to what Alabama and Georgia is, you know? I don't think they'll be competitive anytime soon with Georgia.
No, they're not. They had their streaks with Spurrier and Urban Meyer, but both of them really left. When they left the program, they left it in shambles. And
well, yeah, I mean, when they had Urban Meyer, I mean, that was your guy. And then when you lost, I mean, obviously you can see that with what he did with Ohio State. Ever since then, I mean, it's been nothing. I mean, a couple of years where they make it to the top 10, and then reality checks in when they actually play teams. You know.
Well, they had 2 national titles under Urban Meyer, one under Spurrier. Courier.
Yep.
And the Florida fans still expect that shit. and they live in those days, and it's just not happening.
Right.
So that's probably, Florida's probably, they won't admit it, but it's probably one of the most unhappiest fan bases in the country. So they have such high expectations, and they always fail.
Yep.
And, you know, there's no reason for them not to be competitive with Georgia and Alabama. There's just no reason for it. But even this new coach, you know, 6 and 7, and then they get blown out by Oregon State. I mean, he kicks a field goal just to save their streak of so many games scoring.
Dude, that was embarrassing.
Yeah, it was. And how can you recruit when you're getting embarrassed like that? And you think Kirby's motivation speech for TCU was something? You should hear the one that he did the last time he played Mullen in Florida down there with Mullen.
I haven't seen it.
He was like, "Oh, you didn't say it." He said, I want to break them. I want to make them quit."
Dude, I'm not a Georgia fan, but I am a Kirby Smart fan. He's a man after my own heart when it comes to the pregame speeches. I mean, dude, I love how fired up he gets, and he lets you know, like, no, we are here to make sure that we don't only win, we let them know that they can't even compete with us.
Yeah, he said after the first national championship, they said, well, you know, now that you won, you're going to be the Hunters. He said, no, we're not ever going to be the Hunters. We're going to be the Hunters. And that's what they did last year. But, you know, talking about college towns, I've been to Athens, Georgia several times. And you talk about a beautiful place, and that's all Georgia too. And but the nightlife, you know, there's a lot of bands that, you know, the B-52s, REM all came out of Athens. There's a good music scene. A lot of the 5-star recruits we get will tell you that, you know, it wasn't just the football facilities and the coaches and all that crap. It was actually the city of Athens.
Right.
It's really, you know, they call it the classic city. One of the guys on that chat I was talking about, he calls Florida the I-75 truck stop.
That's funny.
But I love talking football. I don't get a chance to because I don't have much of a support network around me. But
I got you, man. Listen, I love talking football more than anything, and I say this because my dad was the guy that I taught sports with my whole life, and he taught me everything I know about sports, and he taught me really how to like watch and understand. And he didn't teach me shit about cars, but he taught me a lot about sports. And it's funny, as I grew up, I realized there's not many people in this world that actually understand sports or pay attention to it, just kind of surface level. And so I'm kind of like you. I don't really talk to a whole lot of people about it because when I do, it's like, man, you really don't know what you're talking about. So that just irritates me. So I really don't like talking about it, but I can definitely tell you know what you're talking about for sure. And
well, growing up in Atlanta, you know, as a kid in the 70s and maybe the 80s, you know, the reason I came really devoted to Georgia football was because I played football as a kid, Little League and stuff, but, you know, we had the Falcons, and, you know, they were just complete losers during that time.
right.
And then we had the Braves, and before they went on their 15-year title run or whatever it was, they were sorry too.
Right.
And I got to where, you know, the Braves games during the spring and summer and stuff, they were on the TV every night, whether I was actively watching it or doing dishes or something like that. The Braves game was always on, and they were good. And so I got into some baseball then. Never been a big fan of basketball because I don't understand the rules. And so I just never followed it. Same with hockey.
Right.
I was a big NASCAR fan at one time. And I got away from watching pro football because NASCAR was always on Sundays. And I would always watch the NASCAR race rather than watch NFL games. So I'm not a huge NFL fan either, especially with this, you know, once they start kneeling on the national anthem and crap.
Right.
I'm like, no. these rich asses don't give a shit about this country, you know?
So I'm going to guess if you're a NASCAR fan from Georgia, you were a Bill Elliott fan.
Well, I was, but by the time I got into it, it was beyond his heyday.
I got you.
I still wished him well. My first race that I went to, they kept telling me, I was like, man, I don't want to sit there and watch a bunch of cars go around. So everybody said, just go to a race and you'll be hooked. I'm like, all right, I'll pick you up. So I went to a race at Atlanta Motor Speedway at 96, and I was with my brother, two of my best friends, and they all had their race guys, and I didn't have anybody. So
right.
They said you got to pick somebody. I'm like, I'm looking at all the cars, see which one's the cool car. I'm like, hey, I like that rainbow car. No, you can't have him. You can't have him. Jeff Ford is such and such a guy.
Right.
I'm like, well, I like that. I said, well, I couldn't do Earnhardt because that was my dad's guy. And then the red, white, blue was Dale Jarrett. He was one of my brothers. And so Jerry Labonte was another friend of mine. So I'm like, I tell you what, whoever wins it, I said, I like the spam car. The spam car at the time was Lake Speed.
Yep.
They said, no, you can't have him. He's not worth shit. I said, okay. Well, whoever wins the race then, that's who I'm going to pull for next year. So actually, that year, Terry Labonte won the championship, but Bobby Labonte won that race. So I started for Bobby. And
yep.
I said, man, that's going to be tough. But, he basically won a championship himself in 2000.
Yep.
And so this was 96, and he steadily increased his win. And I said, what do you guys got to say now? But what we used to do is every Sunday we'd get together, drink beer and all sort of stuff, grill out. But we'd all put $5 on the points at the race. So whoever's guy finished the race at the top got everybody's money. We do that every week, $5. So we'd have, I don't know, $40 in there, something like that.
Right.
But on the season, we did it for $100. So whoever won the season total got everybody, and that was, I think I won $1,000.
Nice.
But, it was funny because the first couple of years we did it, my brother, who was the Jeff Gordon, he won. So then, like 2 years in a row. So my other brother, who was Dale Jarrett, finished like second or something. He got pissed off and he didn't do it the next year. Well, guess who won? Dale Jarrett.
Right.
So then he gets back into it, and then my guy wins. I was like, man, you should have just kept playing. I think, you know how gambling is. You're gonna win some and lose some.
Right.
But, but it just all changed once Earnhardt died. You got all these. They started having a lot of new people like Jimmy Johnson and stuff. And I think that the time when I called it quits on watching it was when Tony Stewart. To me, he was kind of like the last of the old breed.
I agree. I mean, it's. I don't even have a driver right now, and I've had a driver my whole life. My dad was a Richard Petty fan, so I always pulled for the Richard Petty driver. So I had Bobby Hamilton and John Andretti. Eventually, Bobby Labonte, drove the 43, and then I started pulling for Robbie Gordon when he started his own, which that never took off. So that was miserable. I pulled for Paul Menard. I mean, he didn't have anything but the one Brickyard 400, win. Then I thought, okay, Matt DiBenedetto, I'll pull for him. He seems like a cool guy, and then he's out. So I don't have anybody right now. I still watch races. I watched yesterday's race, but there at the end, it was a good finish. But I don't have a driver because I'm like you. It's weird now. I can't really.
I don't even know how they do the points and stuff anymore.
Oh, bro, it's if you win, you make the playoffs. And 16 drivers make the playoffs, and then it's basically they have 10 races or 10 races to make it down to the last race. The last race, the 4 drivers are essentially having a championship race, and it's whoever finishes the highest in that race wins.
I used to like to see these older, what they call has-been drivers in their twilight come out and do good. I mean, Bill Elliott had a year where everybody thought he was washed up, but he wound up winning 2 or 3. And then I got to see Terry Labonte's last win at Darlington after he hadn't won anything in a long time.
Right.
And you know, the Labonte guys were always class act. I had my niece was married to a guy who had that bone marrow cancer.
Uh-huh.
And so Jeff Gordon was a big promoter of that. He used to get pit passes, and he could bring some guests. So he'd always bring me and my dad, and we'd go around trying to get autographs and stuff. Well, my dad always tried to get Earnhardt, of course, but he was either swamped or just wasn't around. The most approachable was Bobby and Terry. And I mean, you could actually walk up to them, they talk to you, let you sit in their car and all this stuff.
Right.
They were always good guys. Tony Stewart didn't want to have nothing to do with the fans. He'd turn his back and just go back in his hall.
Right.
He was just that way, but very, very temperamental. But he was a good driver.
He was.
That was my wife's guy. So they were both gifts, and it was Bobby and Terry. I actually had like the magnetic numbers on my truck window on either side, 20 on the passenger, 18 on the driver's side. And so and they were both Gibbs drivers. So
It's funny. When I was a kid, Texas Motor Speedway was born, and so we would have the Winston Cup come through, but then we'd also have the Indy come through, and that's when Tony Stewart was driving Indy, and I pulled for Tony Stewart. And then when he came to NASCAR, I should have pulled for Tony Stewart, but I didn't, because he was, when he came in, he was Home Depot, and I didn't like the way the car looked. Looking back at it, I'm like, I wish I had become a Tony Stewart fan. I would have gotten to celebrate 50 victories and 3 championships, but I missed out on that.
Yeah, I took my dad down to the Firecracker 400 in Daytona.
Yep.
I got it for Father's Day. It was in July, and we went down there, and they had all these wildfires going on, and the race was canceled. Well, my dad, he never listened to the radio in the car. He just had to ride. And so we stopped at a rest area just inside the Florida line, and it said Daytona race canceled. And I swear to God, man, my dad, I thought he was going to cry.
Oh, man.
We went on down to St. Augustine, and I said, we still got our tickets. We'll just come back so they rescheduled it in October, which was better because the weather was a little bit cooler, because they get hot as crap down there.
Oh, yeah.
And so I took them down there, and it was the first night race. It happened to be the first night race at Daytona, so that was a milestone. And I forgot. I think Dale Jr. won, because that's who my dad pulled for after Earnhardt still. He liked Dale Jr. and Bobby was second, so I couldn't complain too much. Right.
That was a good race to go see. All right, man. Well, listen, I got to get headed out here, but here's what I want to do for you, okay?
Okay.
I'm going to call my contact there in Richmond. His name's Chris Jefferson. I'm going to talk to him about your situation here. I'm going to talk to him about the potential of buying your property, getting you a rental property, and then even potentially a sales position. Let me place that phone call. Are you going to be available tomorrow for me to call you back?
Oh, yeah. I'm not working right now. I've got an interview for this NFIB. I don't think it's going to work out, but I did promise the lady at 10.
Right.
But other than that, I'll be available.
Okay. Well, let me call you tomorrow, and let's see if we can get something moving for you, okay?
All right, RJ. I'm going to save your number, okay?
All right. Appreciate you, buddy. Talk to you tomorrow.
All right. I enjoyed our talk.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, bye-bye.
Whew. I feel like he was sad that I had to get out the phone. 52 minutes. Yes. We're doing them for 8 hours a day for 50 days straight.
Please leave your message for Christy Kita.
Hey, Christy, this is RJ Bates calling you back. Apologize, I wasn't able to take your call earlier. I was stuck on the other line talking to another seller. So if you could, call me back, 817-710-8689. Bye-bye. It did at times feel a lot longer than 52 minutes. That was a long one, but I felt like he needed it. Isaiah, we're changing the picture behind me every week. So week 1 we had think outside the box. Last week cap and cash. This week it's make it move. I don't know. Just want to change the pace. This week make it move. It's week 3 of doing this. All right. Let's see. Can you hire me to personally do calls for my company? Hi, is Martine there?
You have the wrong number.
Okay, is this not the owner of Redbud Tree?
No.
All right, thank you. Dallas, I appreciate the offer, but I'm going to have to pass on that. I own my own company. Potentially, if you're local. Is this the Luis? Did you change up your name? Is this the man that is You're not the Luis? Not the man that makes all my videos? Well, if your callers suck,
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
they work for you. Train them. Work with them. I mean, all my team didn't even know what real estate was when we hired them. You have to work with them and every day. I mean, I could see Cassie on the other end of this live sitting down, working with our team all day, every day. You bet it, man. Make sure you answer the phone on the inbound calls. It's where your best leads are going to be from SMS.
I'm sorry, the person you are trying to reach has a voicemail box.
Hey, Trent. Trent Bates. Trent Bates. Can you hear me? Okay. Hey, there's this deal and new lead for Lansing, Michigan. Okay. She wrote it's basically vacant land. It's got a barn and a Potter house. Mm-hmm. Can you tell me what we should offer for just basically vacant land? Yeah. Thank you. Just leave a note in there. Okay. Strangely enough, it's not. Same last name, but not related.
The mailbox belonging to 8168. New messages at this time. Please try again later. Goodbye.
Well, Dallas, yeah, it's customary for you to go hire someone. Probably not a business owner. I mean, I've literally run my own business for 13 years. I mean, we run Titanium Investments. We have Titanium Realty. We run an education program. We have built a brand. I have a podcast I've been doing for 6 years. We have a TV show. I'm not really looking for a job. So I don't think it's customary to go onto someone's YouTube channel and say, hey, can I hire you? That's probably not the best recruiting process. So I've gone out and gotten young guys looking to make their own way in the business and hired that way. So that's just my feedback on that.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
Blake Jones.
Is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options. To leave a callback number, press 5.
Hey, Blake, this is RJ Bates calling about your property on Cashway. If you could give me a call back at 817-710-8689. Thank you.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message.
That is the office phone number. So it's a landline. Comes here and it can be transferred to anyone in the office. What's up, Prince? Good to see you on this Monday afternoon.
The wireless customer you are calling is not available. Please try again later. El cliente de servicio no.
Hi, it's Pat there.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Pat. Just wanted to call and let you know I sent over that contract. Just wanted to verify that you had received it.
Say that again?
I sent over the contract for the property on Peralta. I just wanted to see if you had received it in your email.
Let me check real quick.
Okay.
Hold on. I have not received it yet.
Okay. Do you want to check and see if it potentially went to your spam?
Okay, let me check. No, it has not.
Okay, I just want to check, verify it's PAT yahoo.com.
That's FA.
That would be why you don't have it. All right.
Exactly. All right.
All right. Give me about 5 minutes, and then it's going to be back in your email. Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Bye bye. Ah. Dang it. This is why I always like people to text me their emails, but I didn't think there was going to be any way that texting was going to be a good fit there. So resend it out. This is why I need some of these other contracts we've sent out to answer the phone so I understand what's going on. See if it's a situation like this. All right, it's resent.
mailbox belonging to 3163048. I cannot accept new messages at this time. Please try again later. Goodbye.
Many of the sent contracts are ghosting. So what? We've sent 37, 18 are signed. Seven of the contracts are ghosting. Yeah, we're on day 9, Dallas. Boom. You got the contract. You viewed it. See if we can blow through these ones that are ghosting us. We're going in alphabetical order. We're in Florida. There's only been 2 seller finance offers.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 5317214 available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Ebony, it's RJ. Call me. Justin Helms. Come here, son. Butte, Montana. He would like to know before he starts driving 1,000 miles if we're going to meet him there.
Yeah, he said he should be able to be out there.
When?
11th or 12th. He didn't give me a day. I said one of the two, so we'll make one of them work.
He's driving 1,000 miles.
You said he's going to be there the 11th and 12th?
Yes, and he wants to know from us when and what time. Okay. Because he's driving 1,000 miles.
Okay.
Who's driving 1,000 miles for what?
Our seller is driving 1,000 miles to Butte, Montana, to show us the houses.
Wow, this seems excessive.
I agree.
Is there no solving this for him? Or
No.
He really just loves to drive.
He really wants to do
I
it.
feel like this is something I would do. I'm not
He's-
gonna lie.
He's saying his 2 puppies have never made the trip.
Does he have an RV?
He
okay,
want-
this is I
he
get
wants
it now.
to
Say less.
he wants to see if they can make the trip. He wants to see the houses because he hasn't seen them in 6 months. So they're tenant occupied. He's like, before I sell them, I want to go up there. I want to meet you guys. I want to see it. Do we have a buyer? Okay. Day, time,
Okay, I'll get
specifics.
the day and time. I'll get the day and time.
This is it. This is a good old boy. Me saying, yeah, we'll be there.
That shit don't work.
11th or 12th.
We got a crap ton of buyers there, don't we? Yeah.
I'm just wanting the one who bought our last one.
Yeah.
That's the one I'm already planning on that to go up. Okay.
Who do I need to answer the phone? Are you trying to take over for me?
I literally was about to tell you, let me know what all we need to follow up on. Because in like 5 to 7 minutes, I'm going to come take over and give you a break.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So that you can, limber up for that last hour and just go crazy.
Sounds good.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 256419 available. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Justin, this is RJ. Just calling you about your property down in Gilmore. I sent over that contract last week. Just wanted to see if you had a chance to review it. If you had any questions or anything like that, feel free to give me a call back, 817-710-8689. Thank you. All right. That one. Old Jarvis. This is the first one that ghosted me.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system. 908 is not available. At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Jarvis, this is RJ Bates calling about your property there in Primrose. We had sent over a contract a while back. Just wanted to follow up with you and see if you were still interested in selling that property. Give me a call, 817-710-8689. Thank you. Who else is Casper? Our friend in North Carolina. She disappeared. Hey, is Doyle there? Hey, Doyle, this is RJ Bates from Titanium Investments. We were the ones that had sent over the contract to you on Friday. Just wanted to follow up and see if you had any questions about the contract that we sent over.
Oh, yes, yeah.
You there? You're kind of breaking up on me a little bit.
Well, I'm here.
Okay, now I can hear you.
All right. Once you
go visit the place, you can go down on the price. I don't like that.
Okay.
I think we should look at the place and just come up with a price.
Well, that's just standard in my contract. I'm not gonna come back. I mean, you're selling it to me at a good price. I mean, that's just what's in my contract.
Right, but I've got contracts too, but we can our contract. So if that was in my contract and I wanted to negotiate and go down on it, I would do it.
I mean, if you want me to, I can rewrite it and delete it. Is that what you want me to do?
Yeah, and I want you to show you a little bit more interest in buying it more than dollars.
What's that?
And look and showing you want to buy.
Oh, Noel, I'm sorry, man. You're breaking up on me a little bit. It's hard for me to hear you.
Let me move around a little bit.
All right.
No, I'm slow.
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
How about now?
Yes, now I can hear you.
All right.
All right, so you want me to take that part out of the contract, and what else?
Then I need $1,000 to show them to the closing.
Okay, you want that at title?
Do what?
You want that as like earnest money deposit?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I can put that. And what else?
And that'd be it for me. I believe my wife looked over, and that's what she said.
Okay. Yeah, so I'll go ahead. I'll make those changes, and then I'll resend it over to you here in just a few minutes, okay?
All right, buddy. That'll work.
All right. Thank you, Doyle. Bye-bye. All right. Batch skip tracing. I mean, listen, Daniel, we've discussed this till we're blue in the face. The reason why we're not doing SMS right now is because the regulations, we are not able to send out the volume that we would need to create the amount of leads that we're doing right now. And the cost per lead and the cost per contract is going to be about the same for what we're spending on these inbound leads through LeadZolo, Speed to Lead. And we're taking that exact same data through batch leads and we're putting it into batch dialer and cold calling. Okay. Miss Cassandra, are you good? All righty. I think you're muted.
Hello.
All right.
I was totally muted.
So I'm going to go make sure we get that contract taken care of so we make those changes so we can get that under contract.
You're choppy on my end. I think it's...
You're choppy on my end.
Yeah, no bueno.
Yep. All right. Well, I'm going to take myself off so you can go to town, okay?
Okay.
See ya.
Sorry about that. Hello, Isaiah. Just ran into a property asking for $1.999 million. What do I do? Well, every property has a value. Every property has a number. You assess the property. I mean, it's no different just because the price point is higher, you know. What's the value of the property? So, I mean, what is their motivation to sell? A lot of times when you get into that price point, there's, you know, higher days on market, but it just depends. You know, what is there a solution? You offer them 500. That's not the answer. You assess it just like any other property. Really. I mean, It could be that asking price because it comes with a ton of acreage, and it could be something that turns into a really lucrative deal. It could be a multifamily property. It could be all kinds of things. The Zestimate is 1.99. So it's $2 million property according to the Zestimate, but you assess the property is the answer. There's just a lot more information on Lake Minnetonka. Yeah, I mean, again, if that, it just depends on the property. What's its strategy? Assess the deal kind of thing. What is their motivation? What kind of shape is the property in? Is the property distressed? Are they sellers distressed? Are you going to be able to be a solution for them? You never know what kind of buyer might want to buy that thing, or what price they're willing to sell it at, or, you know, you've never closed a deal, don't feel comfortable with that value. So you don't feel comfortable in the price point and moving the deal. Yeah, I mean, that's a harder deal to move, certainly, but might not be. I'd probably put it in the hands of somebody that can actually assess the deal appropriately. You still need to ask the same questions. So you ran into the property. How did you run into the property? Are they motivated sellers, or, you know, what are you doing to well, yeah, you never know what could happen. You know, I think it's what is different between a $199,000 property and a $2 million property? Just the value of the property, right? So what is their motivation to sell? How did you run into it? It's 30 years vacant if you talk to the seller. So they've owned it for 30 plus years. So you don't even know if they're motivated to sell or not. You're just looking for like a high equity list. Yeah, I don't know. Again, like that doesn't mean the deal's not movable, or you can't, you know, send it to people who are, you can't refer it to people to help them. But if you just pulled like a high equity list, you know, and you're trying to get the 4 pillars, like, are they motivated to sell? Well, a lot of times on those lists in that price point, you're probably going to find, like, if they are willing to sell in a deal like that, they're probably in a good position to list. But you never know until you assess the property and talk to the sellers, if that makes sense. Does anybody else have any questions? RJ was on the phone, so he couldn't answer, so on and so forth. Alrighty, if not, I don't know where exactly he was on the follow-up list, and he's not sitting where I can share my screen because I didn't do it before he got up from his desk. So, what do you say we call on some leads? I like it. I still didn't understand quite. There was earlier, and I just turned the volume back on, and it seemed like somebody was asking about our hiring process, but I don't know if that got answered. Dallas Bell. Sounded like you were asking about how we hire people or how we hire our closers, because you're trying to hire people out. I don't know if he was on the phone and your questions got answered. I'm going to have to train and develop. I mean, it looks like maybe he was answering live. Oh. Are you serious, Isaiah? Is that a joke? Or he like just didn't know of us and he found our... His first question was, can he hire RJ? I hope he's still watching. Dallas, you didn't know what you were getting into when you hopped in this comment section, did you? Oh, I'm gonna have to rewind it and see what RJ's reaction was. Oh, now I do want to rewind, or now I do want to like scroll back. And can I hire you to personally do calls for my company? I mean, he could have meant it in a way like that was like a compliment or whatever. He sure did say, is Titanium hiring? LOL. Yeah, Isaiah, you said, bro, what? Look, there have been people who did, there's somebody who developed a call center that just, well, actually, I want to say that they just ran phones. Never mind. Developing a whole entire team of closers as like a call center to call for people. Like, I guess we could just, I don't know, develop the acquisitions and JV out the other end. I don't know. Like, that seems counterintuitive to me. But I don't know. Isn't that kind of like the we buy homes people? RJ said you probably shouldn't go into people's YouTube channel reaching out to business owners to see if they need a job. You know what's actually funny about this is, this is probably the first time this has happened to RJ. However, it definitely happened a lot more before I started, speaking at more events and becoming more like a public figure and, putting more and more of myself out there. And like, I still don't even, it would take me just a very long time to even catch up with RJ in that regard. But I always, I know that a single part of it is just because I have RJ as my partner and, forever and ever we put him out there before me. But it still happens to this day where people will get in contact with me or they figure out who I am or what I'm capable of, and literally they try to hire me. And it's so interesting. Like, I have had one guy who started he was trying to start, he was hitting on me, and then his, when I turned him down, he then tried to hire me and tell me that, how much he was going to pay me. He was like, you know, I'll start you at 6 figures. And I was like, what are you talking about? First of all, I make as much money as I need to make. Second of all, why would I quit my own company to come work for you? Like, it's just so it's hard not to be like a little bit insulted by that, but it's not meant as an insult necessarily when somebody doesn't know what they're getting into. But it's funny because people make the assumption all of the time that because, you know, I am a female that I work for RJ. They make the assumption that I'm, you know, his realtor. I'm his, just depending on what part of a project we are in contact with somebody on. You know, I'm his admin, I'm his realtor, I'm his designer, I'm his whatever. You know, like they always try to put me into a box just because I'm a female, and I learned to laugh at it a long time ago. You know. But they make those assumptions just because I have a male business partner. They assume that I worked for him and that I didn't start this dang old thing with him from day one, which I did. But it is funny. I don't think he's ran into that any, like, before. Like, people usually know kind of who he is when they hop in our stuff. But you know, it's funny because like real estate can be such a small world, but then also like you realize it's a big world out there. They don't understand it's a mutual thing. Oh, it's funny. We had a joke going on in the office recently, where like our team, we're acting like we were gonna have like Team RJ, Team Cassie, and we're both giving people crap when they chose Team RJ or they chose Team Cassie or whatever. RJ would give them crap. And then, you know, it's funny because like I said the words, well, Team RJ is Team Cassie and Team Cassie is Team RJ. So it doesn't really matter, but it is funny if we had Team RJ and Team Cassie shirts. We know who the real boss is, Cassie. I know Lisa is the real boss on our team. I would say what's actually really interesting about that is, you know, RJ and I are both kind of weird individuals in that, like, we're both highly capable. But over the years, like, we're both highly capable of sitting in like different seats in our business, and we're very versatile people. And I think we just found over the years that it's how long we sit in a seat that matters. Like, so for example, like I have to be able to have multiple, you know, parts of my brain and personality that like I tap into every day, you know, and so does he. But then there's certain things that like just drain us of our energy. I personally, like, I love doing the lives, the socials, the speaking events, the filming, all that stuff. But then having to go and like do all of the editing and all that stuff, like I never get to it because like I'm straight back to the operations of our business to make sure it's tidy and it's clean and it's working and it's you know, like I could sit there for hours and hours and hours and do that, whereas like he gets impatient with it way faster than I do. So it's just like the tedious things for him sometimes make him impatient. It's not because he can't or he's incapable. It's just that, you know, you get to a certain point where it's like not the best use of his time or, you know, things like that. Obi-Wan Kenobi and Luke Skywalker. Obi-Wan and Luke Skywalker. Yeah, we're just, we're a pretty dynamic duo. So we're very fortunate to have each other as business partners. I will say that. I don't know, to be honest, a lot of people who have that. And the truth of the matter is at this point in our lives in business, we probably should be a lot more successful than we have been at certain things. But I think the measure of success comes from, you know, we had to learn everything that we've learned to get to this point to be able to get where we're going. And like, I think it's just ultimately going to be huge for us. You know, and I don't think that anybody's two businesses, and I'll say this to you guys before I start calling on some leads, because I think it's really important. We have a lot of wonderful people in here that have been, you know, supporting us and with us through a lot of some of our journey, you know. But I will say this, I think that, you know, this is one of the reasons that, like, you shouldn't compare yourself to somebody else, you know. Like, if you name anybody else in this industry, you know, that you deem successful or is deemed successful by the general public, right? And I was talking to my team about this the other day. And I asked them, I'm like, does anybody here want the life where they have like multiple luxury vehicles and a helicopter and a yacht and all this, that, and the other, right? And you know, one of the guys said, you know, I'm just happy with like a little lake boat and like a really like minimalistic life, right? And I really kind of want to travel, or, you know, I want to create, or, you know, my motive or like my thing is this, like where I picture myself and like what does their vision board look like? And one of the guys said, yeah, I want the life that has that kind of money. And I was like, great. Does it surprise you to know like that kind of stuff is not? And I mean, it's really not. That kind of stuff is not on my vision board. And it wouldn't be even if I had a stupid amount of money. If I had a stupid amount of money, I would not own a helicopter. Probably wouldn't even own a jet. I'd try to fly private, sure, because flying is a pain in the butt, and making sure that you get on, you know, comfortable seats whenever you schedule everything at the last minute, like, you know, we tend to do around here when it comes to your flights, it's a pain in the butt. So I would want to fly private. That makes sense, you know, but owning that kind of stuff comes with maintenance. Like, I don't want to deal with that. You know what I mean? And maybe my life changes to where that makes sense when I have that kind of money. But like, I know I don't want to own a yacht. Do you know what a yacht comes with? A lot of upkeep. How many days of the year am I going to be on that thing? Probably not that many. So if I want a yacht, I'll just rent it because that makes the most sense. It makes more sense to do that and, you know, build charities or build foundations or build art centers or whatever the heck else I want to do, which would be a lot more meaningful and create the reality that I want to live, right? Like, that's for you and that's for me. My version of success and your version of success are not going to look exactly the same, right? So when I sit here and I know that we should be more successful than we are, that comes from a multitude of things. Like, one of the biggest things is I want financial freedom. Like, whenever I hit financial freedom for the rest of my life, I know my team has hit financial freedom, right? And that is the first indicator of true success for me. We've had a lot of small successes, and I think that you have to learn to appreciate your journey and have those goals that you work towards, or have that vision that you work towards. That's the reality that you want to create for yourself and for your business. And then, you know, be supporting other people in their individual. Well, it's the same thing when you're out there on social media, right? Will we continue to work in the business a lot, or are you planning to shift out of it? I've been there every step of the way. Thank you, Horacio. In spirit. Are y'all planning to shift out of it? We're planning to do whatever works. I can't imagine that we won't have a shift to allow people to run, you know, more of the daily stuff. But I don't know that we'll ever be fully out of the business. Because I don't know that we'll want to. I will say this, for the way that I always think about this, at least so far in our journey, is if we're out of the business, and that could be the brokerage, that could be our wholesaling division, that could be our fix and flip division, that could be our buy and hold, whatever. We're never going to be out of the media side, right? That's just because we found the right people to operate it the same way in our stead, and it made more sense for their life and ours. And then for us to shift away from being involved in any of the businesses, they would just have to be, because RJ always explained this from like the beginning of time. It's like a suction cup, right? If you stick a suction cup to the table, to the desk in front of you, as you rise, everybody with you has to rise with you until it pops, right? So when we're at the point of that pops, they're either going to come with us and wherever we're shifting our focus to, or they're going to be operating this business so successfully. But I can't imagine us just purposefully shifting because we want to sit on the beach and have margaritas. Like, this is a vessel for us and our team. And like, we're not just doing this for us, right? There's been years where we probably would have made more money if we were, but we're not. And all of that to say, like, I feel like Titanium starts with RJ and Cassie, and we have never been in a place where it doesn't require RJ and Cassie. And so I don't even know what that place looks like. I just know that my team is going to be with us wherever we go. So, like, or they're going to be like, no, I want to take this over and run it and do the thing and not go with you guys wherever you're going. But it could go either way. I don't 100% know the answer to that. Well, hey there, Mr. Bates.
We just got a signed contract.
Hey, did you update our sheet?
I did.
Hi, Cassie. I have a duplex here in San Antonio that I want to get your opinion on comps if you have a chance. Hi, Andrew. Is it under contract? It's a pirate vessel. Arr. I love this. Hey, 19. That's a good number.
So that was another lead solo that signed. So lead solo is up to 7 signed contracts.
Oh, hey, newsflash. In case you guys didn't know this about me, when we get contracts, we either do high five 2 times around the office, or I go up down the row of desks doing a white girl dance. And it's a hot mess, but it's the thing we do out here. We be crazy. So, I get laughed at a lot, and I don't care.
So that was New Mexico that signed. So
hey.
now we have 2 signed New Mexico.
We like New Mexico around here. I need to wear my New Mexico shirt tomorrow. Wait, tomorrow I got to wear Stars gear. I need to wear my New Mexico shirt on Wednesday. Oh, did you? Okay, Dallas. I got up to speed that Dallas tried to hire you.
Dallas did try to hire me.
I think that means he's smart, and he probably didn't know what he was stepping into in this comment section, but
Dallas, listen, if you like speed to lead, you need to look at lead solo as well.
Absolutely. And come back and stick around. And like, we probably can, especially during my segments, because I run our operations and our hiring process and stuff like that. Definitely when I'm on, I can give you tips and pointers on like how we've developed that. Because trust me, I feel your pain. From what I understand, like, you're looking for closers, you've been getting some people off Fiverr, so on and so forth. So I'm definitely throughout this challenge going to be digging into operations. So I'm here for it to answer those types of questions too. It's not under contract yet. Well, Andrew, look, my man, that's kind of a, how do you feel about that, RJ? You want me to do a deal underwriting segment mañana?
I mean, to be honest with you, Andrew, the problem that we've run in there is we take our time to analyze a deal, and then we tell you, and then we don't ever hear, and just ends up kind of being a waste of time. And to be honest with you, we're focused on what we're doing as far as trying to do deals. And the reality of it is that, more often than not, it's not a deal. That's the reason why people are wanting us to underwrite it.
Yeah, I used to do comps live. I'm thinking about hosting a monthly.
So this is exactly what I'm talking about. I've always had an issue with calls, but watching this made me realize this is about relationship building, which is easy. Exactly. And so that's what we're trying to showcase here. And listen, I love my partner. And everybody wants, when they see Cassie on the screen, it's like, hey, can you comp my deal? Can you comp my deal? But the reality of it is that Cassie brings so much more to the table than just comps. That's why I keep saying, like, hey, talk about dispositions, talk about recon, talk about transaction coordination, get on the phone, talk. The reality of it is, and I'm just going to say this in front of God and everybody here on this live, she has a problem ignoring y'all. I don't have a problem with it. Yeah,
I do. I want to pour value, but also
I love you guys. Y'all can shut the fuck up, okay? I'm here to do deals, and so go do your own deal, okay? I'm gonna go do mine, and I want Cassie.
Well, to be fair, during week 1, we did try to get a good amount of deal underwriting, and I did open it up to people.
That's because we were just getting started. Now we're in it. 37 contracts sent, 19 signed. We got deals to sign or sell. We got deals that we got to do recon. We got to do deals that we got to do TC work on. Like, we've got a buyer for Oregon, but yet we've got some hobo living inside of the property that we got to get the hell out of there so we can go make our 30,000.
Oh, just so you guys know, what had happened was today, do we need an update on that? Is those people have been there for 10 days, and we found out today, we talked to the seller. They've been there 10 days. She'd already called the sheriffs out there. The people claimed but didn't identify themselves that they are the owners of the property. So then we called the seller today, and then we called the sheriff's office. And we're like, listen, man, squatters' rights start to apply after 14 days. And whatever the heck you are, I need you out there now. They need to identify themselves at the very minimum so that we can serve them with eviction. They're trespassing on the property. Technically speaking, I need you out there while it's still trespassing to serve them. Like, get them the hell off the property. They have no right to be there. Now, mind you, this property value is the acreage, right? It's got like a half burnt down and melted out mobile home on it or whatever. It's going to be torn down and developed into short-term rental cabins. It's in a beautiful spot and so on and so forth. And it's just like, a lot of times people don't understand like all those problems we're solving on the back end beyond the contract. So we're definitely working on, so it's not that I don't love you guys and I don't want to comp your deals, but technically speaking, we're kind of moving into that place where I'm focused on more things, even on these shorter breaks that we're given, where I'm not kind of going what I did earlier and digging into Dispo or making calls or whatever. We're definitely going to be more focused on, I'm going to underwrite some deals for you guys still to continue to hold that, but at the end of the day, I'm going to be really focused on, working deals that serve the people. If you need help on underwriting some things, I can probably go back and pinpoint at some point in time where I previously did those in like kind of week 1 and a little bit more in week 2. Now that we're in week 3, we're kind of moving on to a little bit more stuff, but.
Luis, I would stop about 7:45, 8 p.m. local. You want to give a little bit of time for the text message to be delivered, and then also to give them time to call you and for you to still have that conversation, because the incoming calls are going to be crucial for your success. So I feel like that's about the right time.
Holy crap,
right.
Randy and Lisa are camping on the way here. I love it. Okay, go get in like 20 minutes more of calls, lock up a couple deals. How many of you sent out today?
2, 1 signed.
2 and 1 signed? We got to get those numbers up. You're behind your daily average.
I know. All right.
Well, we've had a little bit of an unorthodox day, it feels like. Anyways, it's flown by, but I feel like it's been a really good Monday. But let's get back to locking up a couple more deals. There's power hours in certain time zones right now, sir.
Yep. See you. All righty.
This is Christy speaking.
Hey, Christy, it's RJ Bates. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you, RJ?
Good. Hey, I was just, I think we were playing phone tag. I called you, and then you called me, and now I'm calling you back about your property there in Round Rock. So I apologize about that. My company is Titanium Investments, but I think you called from our PPC lead.
Yeah, I spoke with Open Skills team representative today.
Yes.
Thanks for getting back to me.
Absolutely. So when you called in earlier, I was on the phone with a gentleman, and we ended up being on the phone for over an hour. So
wow, that's been a good conversation, very engaging.
it was. He had quite a story to tell, and then he got to talking about college football. And I really don't know how much that had to do with me buying his house, but it led to us having a great conversation about college football. So let me see here. You're looking to sell this property. Let me just verify that I understand correctly. It's owner occupant. You need to sell quickly because of financial reasons, and you're behind on your mortgage. Is that correct?
Yes, by 2 payments, because I was working with this other company called Up Equity, and they were going their trade-up program, and the first installment check was supposed to be a cash offer that would cover the mortgage payment. So I was in process getting everything coordinated with them because we were supposed to get done like last week or so, and I just got this information from them over the weekend. So I'm just kind of having to figure things out because they changed some terms last minute. So it's kind of like you gotta have a plan A, B, C, D, and E. Gotta know how to pivot, right?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so are you under contract with them?
No, I'm not.
Okay. How much do you want for the property?
As much as possible. I think that I saw that it was listed at, well, there's a similar property sold in January for $575,000.
Okay.
So,
let me see if I can buy it.
obviously, I'd like to think as much as possible for it.
So what was this company's plan? What were they going to do? You said it was a trade up program. So that sounds fancy for something. Real estate companies, they love to come up with fancy new ways to do stuff. So what was the plan there? They were going to buy it and then get you in another property, or what was the deal there?
Yeah, so they were going to give me a cash offer
Mm-hmm.
on the property that would be the first installment check, and it would pay off the mortgage, and then it would also allow me to find another place to live in while we get the home ready and prepped to put onto the market to sell for full market price. And then I would then down the line, I would utilize them to be my mortgage company to purchase the property.
I see.
Yeah.
That's interesting. Like I said, they're always come up with new ways to do this. Okay. So in the meantime, you haven't made a couple of payments, so now you're behind on your mortgage. They didn't give you that. They didn't pay off the mortgage. So yeah, it's massive pivot time, right?
Yeah, well, they restructured. They gave me an updated contract, and the first installment check was under the mortgage amount, and the first installment check is supposed to enable them to actually purchase and own my home, but their price it wouldn't enable that. It was like I cannot say you can own this home if you cannot pay off the mortgage. Like that's illegal. PennyMac will not allow it either. It's like it just didn't make any sense to me, quite frankly. So
Did they say that they were trying to buy it like sub 2 or something like that? Did they use that language?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I don't know.
All right. So what do you owe roughly? Like 307, something like that?
260.
260. Okay. All right. Let's see here. It's 2,600 square feet, right? 4 bed, 4 bath?
26, 27, 4 bed, 3.5 bath.
3.5 baths. Okay.
Yeah.
Give me a second. I'm just looking at some comps around there and seeing what we got going on. Does the property need any work done to it?
It actually really does not. It's an excellent condition, and I'm not just saying that to say it really is a beautiful home. It's a Saratoga home with premium features. I mean, there might be a little paint touch-ups on the borders and stuff, which I can take care of. Or I've been also working on filling in little cracks in the laminate, but it's it could be sold as is pretty much. But I don't mind making any updates to it if needed. But I did just do all the paint myself, so there's no on all the walls they have this premium satin shiny textured walls, and paint looks really nice. So I got that done late last week on Thursday or Friday. So all that looks good.
Do you have a pool?
I do not, but this it is being a master community. It's an HOA, and there's a community pool. There's 2 Olympic-sized community pools.
Gotcha. The reason why I was asking is because there's a great comp literally across the street from you, 5607 Sabia Drive.
Oh, I recognize that.
Yeah, it's literally, if you're standing in your front yard, it's the house you.
Oh yeah, they're probably the ones with the palm trees. I remember them. I remember that development I think they did it during COVID.
Yeah, they
can access the pools. How much are they selling for?
That sold for $633.
$633. Oh, awesome. How many square feet is it?
The exact same as you. It's it's your house, but it has a pool.
So how much value did that? When did it sell?
October 14th.
Oh, last year?
Yeah.
How much value do you think that pool added to it?
That's realistically probably about 33,000. So I could see yours being worth 600. Except that was. So what's that?
It's gotten that valuation.
Yeah.
I got a HomeLight valuation just on the 4th, and it was upwards to 658 or so. So
let me ask you this, let me ask you this: what is your ideal situation? If you said, RJ, you can pretty much do anything because I can. What is it that you want from this phone call?
Well, I would like to have I really love this home, so I'm sure I would be leaving it in good hands with you. It means a lot to me. But I would want to have the highest price possible.
But what about outside that? Because that's just selling your house, right? And the people that you were messing around with, it sounded like potentially what intrigued you about them is that they were going to help you get a new mortgage and a new home, and it wasn't just about selling this one house, right?
Oh, that is correct. A lot of the reason why I also have been interested in cash offers and stuff as of recently from them, because I found another company like them. But I need the money like up front, because I'm trying to move into a new place in downtown Austin, and I need to be able to show 3 times the monthly rent for 12 months in like a lump sum and a notarized document.
So you're going to rent.
Yes, and that's for a few different reasons. But I do want to be a homeowner, actually. If I have enough money available from this, and I was actually looking at. I'm really glad you brought this up. I was actually looking to invest in like land or properties or something like that. Something that doesn't require a whole lot of maintenance. And I wanted to move into a apartment complex because I want the amenities with it. I'm going to be launching my company, Gear Cup Jewelry. It's the world's first utility patented Bluetooth-enabled jewelry product that I invented while at UT Austin. I got my manufacturer, so I've been self-funding it, and I'm going to be doing a campaign, and I want to be able to utilize those funds to invest in bringing the product to the world, because they're like kind of my gift to the world. It's really sentimental, and I want to do it in Austin, and I want to utilize the funds from this home, and I've been talking with Capital Factory and investors and a lot of the entrepreneurial networks there. So I really need to just like be there. And I sold my car for like money purposes and stuff. I used to have a Porsche Panamera, so it saved me a lot of money not having it. So I need to also be able to like have that walkability factor. So one of the places I was looking at has a 99 out of 100 walkability factor, and they have like a door person there, key fob, security, and all that. And that's something I also like really want and need as I'm like launching this company and like gonna be like public and stuff. It makes me feel like safer, because right now I live in this home like by myself. And like the other day when I was depicting the paint, I have this like 18-foot like called like a Jacob's ladder, and I finished painting the ceiling, and then whenever I was coming back down, it literally like folded on me, and like I fell and the ladder fell. And like I fell like on the laminate wood flooring, and I mean, thank God it was just on my arm. But I mean, if that was like my head or something, I think I heard me scream. Like no one was there to help me. So I want to be like, you know, in like more of like a private thing like that. And if I'm in like a home, I won't have that, because I don't want roommates right now, and I don't live with like and
Gotcha.
confidential business, so I'm like really like private about things.
Okay. So rabbit trail before we go back to real estate. You said it's Bluetooth jewelry. What did you create?
Yeah. So it's a utility patented Bluetooth enabled jewelry. And what it is it's an innovative earring. It's for men and women. It's an over-the-ear cuff earring in precious metal, so like rose gold, sterling silver, platinum, yellow gold. And it has the ability to take an existing wearer's like AirPod or earbuds they already know and love, and attach it onto the actual earring. And it helps to keep it in place. There's nothing else like it on the market. It's like really stylish and cool, and it looks like a really neat earring. You can add like earring details to it and stuff, and do like custom designs. I'm working with Guildford, our manufacturer, and they got our 2 prototypes. They're both really wonderful. So yeah.
How did you come up with this idea?
So I was actually across the street at the co-op. I had to like cross the street to go there. And I was just kind of like people watching. I'm a sociology major from UT, so it just like naturally interests me. And I was like a sophomore, so I still had time to like determine like more details about my minor and major and everything. And I saw this lady wearing a like one of the like traditional big like Bluetooth, how like they where they're like long and bulky, and then she had an earring like an AirPod, an earbud clamp, and it was over her ear, and it was like my favorite earring style. It reminded me of that, an over the ear AirPod earring, and so I was just like, oh, I mean, I want to make that like that. And I entered in when I was already a business minor. I entered into the Business Foundation Program School at Red Macomb Business School with UT, and I started like doing research on the market feasibility analysis. We're getting the professor and my peers' opinions on it, and it was all looking really good. So I continued to pursue that out of college while I was also working full time. Professional patent. I couldn't afford a pro bono patent lawyer, so I went and I pitched an owner of a patent firm, and we got the patent. I did my own patenting and everything because I couldn't afford to find a professional patent drawer, so I took the CADs that Kirker Designs and Austin made for me, and I converted them into one of the applications on my phone when you sketched one, and it was like a perfect image, like a perfect kind of. I just had to fix some shapes, the paths and everything. So it's been a process.
Seriously, that's pretty cool though.
It's for men and women, by the way.
That's awesome. Okay.
Thank you.
So, as a fellow entrepreneur, I hope that we can help you in this process and let you live out your dream there. Our saying here is create your own reality. So,
oh, I love that.
So hopefully we can help you create your own reality here. So, a couple different things that we can do for you. And I'm curious as to why one of them you haven't done yet. So one of which could be we could list the property on the MLS for you. So you could get full market value and sell it for as much as possible. Is there a reason why you have not done that yet?
There is. I've actually, because I've spoken with a ton of realtors and people in real estate, and I told them my home valuations, when I was given, and they came to me with market data instead of saying that it's not worth that much. The market isn't responding that way. It's taking a little bit longer, and so minus so far the offers that I've gotten, minus the all the fees and everything, the ROI would actually come out to be about the same, and I'd be able to get that money up front rather than waiting months and negotiating. And I want to be able to be moved out of my place. If it does have a showing, so I would need that upfront money to be able to present to the complexes that to be accepted as their second move there, because I don't want all my stuff in here while it's being showed up just like that. All my stuff is here, and it's just, I'd rather be moved out, and supposedly that helps the home value and helps out here.
So I gotta disagree on. I would rather have the house furnished than be completely vacant, because anytime we flip a house of this value, we literally paid to stage it and put furniture in there. So most people lack vision. You know what I'm saying? If they just walk in and they see 2,600 square feet of vacant, you know, it's like they don't understand, like, where would the couch go? Where would our beds go? You know, if they walk in and they see all of your stuff, I mean, I get it, you're a private person, but it can also help. Unless you just have like some really crazy furniture or like out of the norm, you know.
It's unique and creative, but it's not like
Right.
or anything.
You never know. I mean, hey, we've run into some crazy circumstances. Poles in the middle of the living rooms, mirrors on top of the ceilings. I mean, it's like, whoa, okay. Now I understand why you wanted to move out prior to listing this.
Yeah, and well, another concern I had was because I was like in discussion with a realtor while I was in discussion with like of equity because we were going to put it on the market.
Yep.
Is that a home of like similar size because we were going to put it on the market for like $599
Yep.
or so, and then a home like just down the street of mine that's just a little smaller in square footage. They have the home listed at $470, so I mean that's kind of like messing things up for me. I'm like, y'all going like low, I'm like going to start high, so it's just that caused a lot of concern. And so far, what I've heard the trends is that that's been happening a lot due to the rising interest rates.
Yep.
Which normally the seller's market is actually a buyer's market right now.
Correct. So, unfortunately, due to inflation, the interest rates have risen and they're going to continue to rise. And so what would have been a $600,000 buyer a year ago is now like a $450,000 buyer. And yes, it is frustrating because facts of the matter are you own a $600,000 house. I mean, you can see that with the property on Sabia that sold for $633. I mean, it's your house. It was built in 2013, same square footage. It's just got the pool. That's the only difference. So, as far as buying it,
That's whenever I first started considering like selling around that time frame, actually like last November and October time frame. And I thought it was going to continue to rise, and so I was advised wait till spring and summertime; those are the best time. And then look what happened.
okay, but let me explain to you what's happened. So November and December, everything stopped. Like the real estate world stopped. There were no houses like sold. There were no bought. Like everything just came to a screeching halt. And then in January, because that's when the interest rates went up. And so everybody was like, yo, and also November and December is like the worst time of the year to buy or sell a house anyways, because of the holidays. So that's always a normally slow time of the year. Interest rates rose. So everything just froze. Things have adjusted a bit to where this is starting to feel like the new normal where, okay, the buyers have adjusted to the fact that interest rates have risen. Are you going to be able to list your house and get multiple offers on the first weekend? Probably not. I mean, I think those days are past us, but I do think that within a 30 to 60 day time frame, you're going to receive offers of where you would want. I think that's reasonable to expect right now, especially with where we are in the time of the year. So as far as buying it goes, I mean, I'm an investor, so I can't give you, what you would want for this house because there's no exit strategy for me. So as far as solutions that we can provide you, it would be, we can list it on the MLS for you. We can provide you a lender that can help you find either land or another house if you want to be a homeowner. If you really, truly just want to move to the apartment, then we can provide you the lender when you're ready to move out of that apartment and buy land. And the other thing is if you tell us what kind of land you're looking for, we could potentially find that for you and sell it to you in the future. So those would kind of be the solutions that I think that we could offer you. as far as listing your property goes, I mean, I know that you don't want to be there living there during showings. I mean, is that like a full-on deal breaker? You don't want to live there while your house gets shown?
That is correct. And I want to get to the Austin environment like as soon as possible. I want to make sure it's done and then I don't make rash decisions. So, yeah. And I know that listing it, that takes time. It's a lot of work for me. There's a lot of negotiations that happen, and I need the money. I want it sooner rather than later. And from what I've seen, I've spoken with a few different companies that were able to help me out. The ROI that they gave me was about the same ROI that I would get from the cash offers I've already received. So it doesn't really seem like a big benefit to me. I'd rather get the money sooner rather than later if it's going to be the same amount.
Like, what's the highest cash offer you've received?
Well, I just started as soon as I found out that thing about equity, I started my research on Sunday yesterday. I've been having discussions today, so this is all very new. But I received one for $410.
Oh no! You would make a lot more if we listed for 600,000.
People aren't going to pay that right now. That's not what the market is. That's not what their data is showing.
I'm looking at data right now. I mean, I'm looking on comps in your area. That's how I am basing this off of. I mean, no disrespect to those other people, but I mean, you're talking about it. If the property sold for 600,000, you're paying, like, if we charged you full premium like commissions and you pay closing costs, $42,000. I mean, you're walking away with $558,000. And compare, I mean, that's $148,000 difference.
Yeah, I definitely need that. Okay, so what about this? All right, so you flip properties. Do you think it can sell for $600,000 or so? Give me the cash offer of that, and then you can flip it for that much money and get the ROI from that.
Yeah, but I agree with that. But the problem is you want the money up front, right?
What are the other ways that we can do it? We can do it in installments.
The other way to do it would be a novation, where essentially I say, okay, I think it could sell for 600. I can I'm just using round numbers, okay? I say it can sell for 600. I guarantee you 450, and then I'm going to give you the 450 when it sells later on. And it's called a novation agreement. I'm just telling you, I don't think you should do that. I mean, I understand that maybe you're motivated to get out of there and you don't want to do that, but I literally feel like I'm robbing you. Like, you're literally going to use this money to like fund your company, right?
Yeah, to make the world more stylish on your budgeted time.
So
yeah,
can you?
It's a really big deal if you want to do like the jewelry industry, the tech industry, fashion, beauty. Really, anyone that has ears can wear and enjoy the product. So there's a lot that goes into it. But even if you don't have ears, it's a beautiful product. It's really nice. You give it as a gift.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you want to give the world a gift, and I appreciate you wanting to give me a significant amount of money here. If you sell your house for $410,000, that would be insanity.
So what do you suggest?
I suggest that somehow, deep down, I convince you to get over your fear of having people come to your house so they can buy it. Like realistically, it's not that big of a deal. Everybody does it. Like, it's a very common thing. They come in, it's like 10, 15 minutes. They walk around, they go, oh, this is a beautiful house. Okay, let's go see the next one.
That's what it was like for me whenever I saw it online. It was like immediate. I found it myself. It took 6 months. My realtor didn't even find it for me. And then as soon as I walked in, I was like, yep, this is the house. So I didn't have to come back a second or third time. I was just ready. And I feel like I made a good decision. Like, I'm still here 7 years later.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, okay, if we were to do a novation, okay, which is where we come to an agreement where you're going to have a set amount that is paid to you. I mean, what is like the lump sum of cash that you need in your pocket no matter what?
At least this is just to get into the place I want to live. At least like $130,000. Because they have to see it as a lump sum, and it has to get notarized. Because it's not cheap living down there in Austin, Texas downtown. I mean, these aren't like some premium crazy rates. They're pretty consistent all around. So, yeah. So I need to be able to see that in my account.
And you want that. You want $130,000, but what do you want total?
As much as possible.
I know, but I'm.
As much as we can get.
You're adorable. Have you ever heard of have your cake and eat it too? This is you're like I want as much money as possible. I want it right now. I want to walk away. I want to live in Austin, and I want someone else to deal with selling my house.
But I'm new to this, so I feel like this is very much learning for me. This is my first home. This is my first time going through a selling process. No one taught me anything. It was just kind of having to learn as I go. So you're actually informing me of a lot. I actually really appreciate it because no one else has discussed this with me.
So realistically, and I appreciate that. Here's the thing. Like the best thing for you to do, because like that apartment in Austin's not going anywhere. You know what I'm saying? Like you're always going to be able to move there, right? I mean, it's not like there's just one available, right?
I just want to get there before my birthday in July.
July what?
My birthday is July 17th. So
Oh,
I want it to be I want to be like where I want to like be, I don't want to be here like in my home like alone and like Round Rock and all my friends are like, you know what I mean?
You crack me up.
I know I can make you smile and laugh.
Oh, you are. You're gonna be my last call of the day. I'm saying it right now because you've made my day. And it's funny because I said the reason why I didn't answer the phone with you is because I was on the phone for a guy for an hour, and we're at 32 minutes already.
Oh wow, well you're so easy to talk to. Have you ever done like inspirational speaking or anything?
I do kind of a little bit. I teach people how to do real estate. So and I do a lot of real estate. So this is something that I'm very passionate about, and I'm also very passionate about making sure that investors do the right thing for people. This is kind of because there's so many different options for us on how we can help you. Like just your scenario alone, okay? We could list it on the MLS. We could pay cash. We could do a novation agreement. We could buy your house subject to the existing mortgage. And we could also buy it seller finance where you wrap. So you could actually sell us the property on terms. We wrap it around your underlying mortgage. There's all kinds of different things that we could do. Here's the problem. Majority of the people that do real estate, they don't know shit about shit. And so they just start throwing things out there to you. I think that might be part of the problem with what happened with that first company is they had a great idea. But then when it came down to it, it was like, hey, we're having to come with, what did you say you owe? Like 260? Like we're going to have to bring $260,000. And then later on, when they sold it, how much money were you going to get when they sold it?
Well, I don't even know how much they would sell it for. The price that we were planning to list it time was 550K.
So list it for 550. They pay off your 260, so there's 290 left. How much of that 290 were you going to get?
Well, after all the fees and everything are paid, and it depends on how long it's on the market, because each month it'd be on the market, they charge thousands of dollars.
And were they charging you realtor commissions and stuff like? Is that how they were making money?
Well, I would select a realtor. I don't believe that they didn't benefit from the realtor commissions. They just required that I work with a realtor. But yes, all those realtor commissions and everything were
Right.
So
they were saying 550. I'm saying 600 based off of 5607 Sabia. They were saying 550, but they were also partially motivated to sell it faster because they were going to give you, $260,000 up front. I'd be motivated to list it for less too if I did that. All right. So your best case scenario is I give you $130,000 so you can go to Austin, live in your sweet little apartment, and you can have your birthday party there. That's really what you want more than anything.
I'm just saying that's just like what if we do list it or if we do some terms of agreement, I would need some sort of upfront payment like right away in order to achieve this goals and get there to Austin.
How old are you turning?
Of course, I'm 33. I turned 34 in July.
34. You have a very youthful voice. I would have guessed you were turning 26. That's what I was going to guess.
I get that a lot. I was like a cheerleader and stuff, so it was just natural.
Were you a cheerleader at UT?
Not at UT. I was a cheerleader in middle school and high school, as well as I did some professional cheerleading for the San Antonio Roses, which is like semi-pro. And then I was a cheer coach. So
Nice. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So I'm actually a huge Longhorn fan. I didn't go to UT. I went to North Texas, but as far as sports goes, UT is my team. So I was hoping you were going to say you were a cheerleader there. I would have had all kinds of questions for you, but
a lot of hard work.
Yeah.
The coursework is very rigorous at UT, but I think they work with the athletes. They kind of like understand and stuff, so it all works.
Yeah, they hook them up. So, okay, so you want this money up front. You understand $130,000 is a lot of money to give up front, right?
Well, with some of the cash offers I've received, it was, and I just started this process today. We're like $143,000 would be my ROI.
Well, no. They were just paying you cash. That's all you were ever going to get, right?
That is correct.
What I'm telling you is, if you want to do that, I will give that to you right now. But I swear to God, I will go to my grave feeling like I stole from you. Like why would you do that?
Well, what is this ovation thing that you're talking about? Maybe we could do like a customized term where I can get this cash up front to move to where I need to be, and then kind of like y'all can list the home and sell the home, and then kind of get an ROI from that. That's kind of like what Up Equity is doing.
It is. It's very similar, but I don't understand the way that they were doing it, and I don't understand what their end game was. Like that, their way of. I think I understand the reason why they are not doing the deal, because maybe they were just dumbasses, or they just don't know what they're doing, or something. It doesn't make sense to me, and legitimately, I mean. Like, I'll give you an idea, okay? I'm not just full of shit. Like, you can actually go Google me. Like, I've had a podcast since 2017 with over 200 episodes of me interviewing, like, the known people in real estate investing. I've never heard of anybody doing what they were trying to do with you. It doesn't make sense. I don't see how they were going to make legitimate money from it. There's better ways to do what they were trying to accomplish. So I just don't, I think that's why they aren't moving forward with you.
Well, it's more like I didn't accept.
I got you.
What you were presenting to me. So, okay, well, if you were in my position, and considering the circumstances and everything, what would you do?
What is the most, is the amount of money in your pocket more important than getting to Austin?
It depends on how much money it is.
I mean, if we're talking about the difference between $140,000 in your pocket to $250,000, is the $110,000 to $100,000? Is that important to you?
It is, and it would depend on the time frame in which it would take to acquire that, because this is kind of like, I feel like everything's being like held up me around. Like, I need to get to the next phase. It's kind of making me like a little antsy. So, but I just want to make an educated decision and the best decision for my life, for this house, and everything. So I'm definitely open to being creative and, you know, hearing what you advise and everything. So
I mean, so the deal with the novation is there's two ways to do it. It's either I guarantee you a certain amount in your pocket, or the other way is you guarantee me a certain amount in my pocket. So, like, for example, if you owe $260, I could say, I'm going to guarantee you $200,000 in your pocket. You then can negotiate when that $200,000 comes to you and when and how. So the best case for me is it comes when I sell the property. And so it's all in the wash and I don't have to come out of pocket anything, right? That's the best case for me. Best case for you is I stroke you a check for $200,000 and you don't worry about anything, and then it's all on me, right? That's kind of one of the ways. The other way would be is I say, hey, I'm going to try to get this done as quickly as possible. Let me come in, and all I want to do on this is I want to make $40,000 on this. Let me go sell it for as much as possible, and I make my $40K and you make the difference. Like, those are kind of the terms that we're talking about here. The problem with your situation is you actually want to leave the property. You need a substantial amount of money to go get the property that you're moving into, and you want that up front. That causes a little bit of an issue, and I think that's why some people are telling you, all right, I'll just give you that amount so you can go get your property, but I think you're not getting the full amount of equity that you deserve in the property. I think you're leaving money on the table because you're being impatient.
So, few different things I noticed. So you mentioned this scenario that was best suited for you, the innovation and best suited for me. What if we find something, a solution where we can meet in the middle?
Okay. So realistically, if we meet in the middle, what does that look like? Because I'm still going back to the fact that you say you need $130,000 cash. So what is the middle in that?
Well, we estimated the total return to be, the total ROI to be 200, right? 200K. So then you'd still have that portion of the 70K or so that once the home sells and everything, you can get your kind of that, and then I can give you the rest kind of mine, so you don't feel like you're just giving it all up at once to me. Unless you want to, I'm willing to take it. But, you know, I'm just saying, yeah.
So realistically, you owe $260. If we were to list it on the MLS for $600 and spend holding costs, closing costs, realtor commissions, all that, we're probably going to net $550. So then we subtract your $260 that's owed. we've essentially got roughly $290,000 to play with. You're wanting, like, you are legitimately leaving $150,000 on the table, in my opinion.
No, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
With innovation, are you able to also have the home listed at the same time?
Yeah, I mean that's literally what I'm doing. So like the novation is essentially you allowing me to list the property for sale. But like you're giving me power of attorney over the property essentially. And I'm guaranteeing you a certain amount. That's kind of like what the novation agreement is for.
Okay.
So, I mean, and then what we're talking about is like, how much of that 290 do you get? How much of that 290 do I get? And when we walk away from this, when is the money actually dispersed? Preferably, it's dispersed all at closing. But I know that that's not what you want. And the other thing is in this, like, it's beneficial for me to have you living in the property. Because realistically, if you're not there, it's a sitting liability. Someone can break in. There's no one flushing the toilets. There's no one turning on the lights. Like, it's just sitting there vacant. You know what I'm saying?
There's a mortgage payment that needs to be paid.
Well, yeah. And we can talk about that as well. That's also another thing that we need to talk about is who's paying that mortgage payment. Which, how much are you in arrears right now? Do you know?
Oh, it's only like $4,000 or so.
And how much is the monthly payment?
$22.44.
And that's PITI? Principal, interest, taxes, insurance?
Yes, it is.
Gotcha.
And it's pretty good interest rate. It's 3.125%. I was able to get it like reevaluated during COVID and everything because I went through the forbearance program. So it lowered.
See that again, that's where sub 2 comes in. So sub 2 would be where I could buy the property subject to the existing mortgage. I take over the mortgage payments, and then we can negotiate how you get paid out after closing. So again, kind of a blend here. There's different things that can happen, but I could buy the property sub 2, start making the payments, get the 4,000 whatnot caught up, and then you could collect your money down the road. So you don't have to worry about it. In that case, that's where you could move out. But again, you've got to move out somewhere. I cannot believe an apartment wants you to have $130,000 in your bank account.
Well, it's just it's that I have to prove. I don't have like a regular job right now because I've been focusing on my venture and focusing on getting out of, like moving out of this home and selling it. I thought I was gonna have like all the like a bunch of money right now. So I thought it was all gonna be paid off. So I'm using the funds to also support my livelihood and everything. I've done the whole thing where I did corporate sales even remotely along with the haircut jewelry thing, and it's a lot because those are extremely demanding and time and stuff. And I think that down the road, it kind of feels like I'm cheating on my business by working for someone else who's like very time demanding of me in a quota-bearing environment and stuff. Even though it is kind of an executive position, they give me a lot of freedom. It's just I'm like not all about that anymore. I've been doing that for years, and it's not fun for me. It's not cool. I don't like it. I like haircut jewelry though. It always makes me happy. Like my past 2 former employers, both marketing CEOs, they the first one was during like COVID timeframe. He owed me money. I had to go all the way to the Department of Labor in order to get it from him since he refused to pay me. And the second one I had, who I worked for, last I worked for him was in August 2022. He owes me over $2,000 as well. I'm discussing with the Department of Labor again because it's just like they owe me money. So I'm just kind of getting tired of like dealing with that kind of stuff. It's not fun. And I sold my car, so I don't have like a car to go travel somewhere.
Right.
So, yeah.
Oh man. Man, I really want to be a solution for you here. The timing of you moving to the apartment is slightly an issue. That's really the only thing I can't overcome.
Well, I need to make sure that they're going to approve me first. I need to have
Right.
a place to live before I sell my home. You know what I mean? I don't want to be like homeless. So that's why I need the money. I need the money up front because I need to send it with the application, and I need to approve it.
I mean, if you're gonna have, so you want to use like the 200,000 that you're gonna get from the house for your business, right? You don't want to invest that into another property.
Well, I found some like really quaint lands that are actually like really affordable, like under $10,000 and under like $6,000 that I might want to do. But and I found some really cute just over the weekend. It's like the cutest thing I've ever seen in terms of like they have this really cute like tiny home village like in downtown Austin, and they're like luxury tiny homes, and they're like 2 stories, and they have like all of this like so like ritzy looking inside. They're really cool, and they've actually gone up in value a lot, and they're having a sale this month in May for $32,000. Awesome.
Okay, so when you ask me what you should do, I am going to tell you what I suggest. You sounded so happy just telling that little tiny home story.
Oh, it's adorable. It's like the most adorable little like village. It's really cute. But see, I'd be running into the same problems that I'd be having in this home, all the maintenance stuff. I want to be able to have like a doorman, security, like surveillance, like neighbors close by. If like an accident happens, like they'll for me or something, you know.
Well, you're in a community. You're in a tiny home community.
Yeah, it's cute. It's a little cute, but still, I don't have a car, so I'd have to get, I wouldn't be able to like walk around to get to a restaurant or to get to a shop that I want to go to. I'd have to go get a driver, Uber or Lyft, and drive me there, and I don't want to have to do that. Not yet, but I do want to have a tiny home someday. That is a goal of mine. So, and I might even want to do that actually, and I could possibly rent it out. I'm not sure if they allow that, or just hold on to it and sell it later and get the ROI, because they've increased in value significantly. I think a couple of years ago they were like 100,000 or so. Now they're like 185, 165. So it'd be a good investment, and they're growing in popularity.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just found that this weekend, so it was really exciting because I think they're so cute. Because originally I was thinking about getting a plot of land and then putting like a tiny home on there because I think they're so adorable. But I also want to be able to afford, another home like this. This is like part of the larger plan. I love this home. I'm not selling it because I don't like the size of it. I mean, I'm very connected to this home, but I did buy it in 2016 because I knew it would be a good investment. So I've kind of always like prepared myself for like the day that I would sell it if I need to.
So side note, we're buying 10 acres down by Big Bend, and we're going to be putting like these geodome homes on them.
Oh my gosh, that is awesome.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And
And
talk about tiny homes from geodomes. It's like YouTube video from this. Those are so cool.
yeah. And
Oh
it's,
my gosh.
and it's the same thing that you're talking about. So we're getting like the 10 acres for like $10,000 or something, and the seller financing. So it's basically like we're getting it for free. Okay.
Wow.
And then the geodomes, like construction of it, the plumbing, the electricity, the furnishing, the everything is like $27,000, $37,000 for everything. And so it's built, and then we can rent them out on Airbnb. So essentially nightly short-term rentals.
That's so popular.
Oh
You're
yeah.
gonna make so much money. People are gonna love that. That is so innovative. It's really smart of you. And it's like something people are gonna. It's gonna be very popular. You're probably gonna have like a wait list.
So I can't even take credit for it. It's actually a guy in our office, one of our acquisitions guys. It was his idea because he went down there and went camping and then came up with the idea for this and then brought it back to us and was like, hey, I think we should do this. So it was all his idea. His name is Josh. He reminds me of you.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like really like him, but every now and then he drives me crazy, and that's so far what I feel like our relationship has been for the past 54 minutes. So let's see what. Man.
It's a brilliant idea. So like.
Thank you.
Really love that, and it's really economical, isn't it? They're made from sustainable.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Everything, because it's the darkest. I don't even know the right phrase for this, but it's the darkest location in the state of Texas, right? And so people go out there to stargaze. And so we can't even have normal lights. We have to have like red lights with a certain amount of lumens in it. So it's not impacting what people go out there to do, right? So it's amazing. It's for every hippie out there, it makes their heart happy. So
Do y'all have like a time frame on have y'all already begun development and stuff?
no, we literally just contracted the land, hoping to close in the next month or so. And then it's going to take about, I think they said 7 weeks for us to get the construction done. And then we'll be ready to rock and roll.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So hope.
From
Josh found out all of this. I see them over there. They hear me talking about this, but Josh is the one that came up with this entire idea. And Cassie, my partner, who is the licensed realtor, by the way, she's giving me this look, saying, "Yo, hey, I was a part of this as well." So, anyways, what can I do for you? How can I buy your house? Give you a lot of money. I make some money. What are we gonna do here?
Well, you're the expert.
I know. I don't want to give you a lot of money up front. I want to give you a lot of money on the back side, and you want a lot of money on the front side.
If you plan to like list this on the market for like $600,000 or however much you want, what if we base the cash offer off of that?
What do you mean?
Like, well, let's say, like, what would a typical, if a home's market value is $600,000, what would a cash buyer or investor offer for that property?
If it required no work whatsoever?
Correct, yes.
$420,000.
That sounds a bit low.
That sounds about what people have offered you.
Yeah, well.
Do you want to know how? It's just math. It's 70% of what it's worth. That's how they're coming up with this. And then if some are saying 550 and they say let's do 75%, they're at 412. I mean,
what they're doing is they're comparing it to the homes of similar square footage that have undervalued their home, like my neighbor for $470,000. So that's what they're basing their cash offers on. So that's like that's a big difference. So we would be looking more into the $500,000.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to give you a cash offer. It's insanity. You make more money, and I can at least sleep at night.
So what do you suggest? What's it called? The Omnicon or something?
Omnicon. Novation?
Ovation.
Novation. Novation. There you go.
Novation.
All right.
I think you like writing stuff down. And then you mentioned, what was it, like some sort of seller refinancing or something like that?
Seller financing is where you become the bank. It doesn't work in this case. There's the ways that we could do it. You could do a mixture between a sub 2 and a seller fi. where I buy the property, I take over your mortgage at 260, and whatever you agree is your equity, you could finance that to me. So for example, I could buy your house for the 260. Okay. I'm going to take over your mortgage. I'm going to start making those payments every month. And then you could say, hey, out of that 260, I also want my, what are we at? 200,000. Okay. So you're going to finance 200,000 to me, and you get that paid off when I either sell the house or refinance. And you can put a balloon on it.
How would you plan to sell the house? Would you list it on the market?
Yes.
So they'd probably have to be living in the house during that.
You don't have to. I mean, you could move out if you really want. If that's like a deal breaker, but the problem is you want to go move to the most expensive penthouse apartment in all of Texas that I've ever heard of in my life. And I've lived here my whole life.
It's not. It's just I've been looking at North Shore and seeing it at the Thompson.
It's $130,000 in your bank account so you can get approved.
Well, I don't have the monthly income to show them, so they need to see the entire duration of the lease agreement term, and it needs to be 3 times the amount of the monthly rent.
So let me ask you this. If you don't have the monthly income to prove to them that you can afford to live there, should you be living there?
Well, yes, I can do so by showing the lump sum. Like they already know I'm selling my house and everything, and they know the goals and everything. So I mean, I've been in discussion with them about this. And
there you go. Hold on. There's the answer. Ha! I knew eventually I'd get there if I let you talk long enough. All right. All you need to do is prove to them that you're getting the money, right?
They told me they need to see it in the bank account and notarized. But I can check and make sure, because other people I have spoke with said that it has worked before to show that money is coming or is there and everything to get approved. So I can definitely follow up on that, because you bring up a really excellent and important element.
Because that's what I'm saying. If you could show them, hey, here's my house. It's under contract for, $500,000. And see, here's my mortgage. I only owe $260,000. That means I'm going to have more than enough money when this house sells. And then you could just move in whenever the house sells.
That is an option, yeah. Yeah, but I mean, is it?
You don't sound nearly as excited as I do.
Well, hold on, I just got to think about it. Because that's a great idea, because that would give me the peace of mind. I would have, however, I would not have like that income, which I would want. I mean, I'd want to actually move in there. So. But
you are going to move in there just when the house sells.
Just not sure when that is. How many months is that going to be? I mean, some houses have been sitting on the market for 100 days, some 78 days, some 48 days.
That is correct.
So that's a big unknown.
But again, you and I can discuss how much we want to list the house for, how much money I make in that situation, and how much money you're walking away with. And again, the lower you list the house for, the faster it's going to sell, right? So there's ways that you can manipulate those numbers. Again, this is all based off of your motivation. The motivation for you to get this done quickly in comparison to the motivation to getting money. And then this is where, like, realistically, I'm telling you where I would be, because I'm a patient person, almost too patient, where I would sit there and say, I want to get I'll wait the 120 days to get the full amount, because it's only costing me $2,000 a month. Whereas you might say, I want to have my birthday party in July. So we say, okay, well, we got to list it for a lot less.
Well, that's not, see, what the problem is that the realtors and home buyers, they're listing their homes under value, and the ROI that I would be getting from that is the same exact, based off of those numbers, is the same exact one I'd be getting from the cash offers I currently have. So there's no need for me to wait for the money. there's no motivation to, because they already priced their homes so low. They're not priced at $500,000, $600,000 right now. They're priced low. So it would just make more sense for me to get the money up front rather than sit around and wait for it for the same result, basically. So.
All right, hold on. Give me a second here. Let's pull some stuff up. We got 5668 Pirano Circle listed for $510,000. That's right up in your neck of the woods.
Okay. How long has it been there for?
I don't know. Hold on. Probably been sitting there for a minute.
Because I've spoken to the former realtor I was chatting with. We wanted to do it for like $575 or $599, and then I spoke to some other realtors more recently last month, and they were like maybe around like $440, $430, $450, and it's just like such a. And they said it was because of what they're seeing in the market, basically.
So it's been on the market for 100 days. Okay. When I look at this, it's vacant. Okay. There's no furniture in it whatsoever. The pictures were taken by, swear to God, a 1997 iPhone. And I know iPhones weren't around in 1997. And it has carpet that looks like they just vacuumed. And can you pull this up on Zillow?
Yeah, I think so.
I want to know if you have better countertops than this.
Granite slab. All right, so what is the address?
5668 Pirano, Porano Circle. I need you to tell me, God's honest truth, if your house is better than this house.
Oh, you can look up my house, actually. The 2016 listing is still up there, and you can see it.
Okay.
My house looks, well, it already from the outside looks much differently. Someone actually compared it to a mini mansion today, and I always get compliments on how beautiful it is. All right, so there's so they also don't have the 22-foot high ceilings, nor the dark laminate wood floor. It looks like their walls also are not texturized with the high quality paint. And because they don't have high ceilings, you can't see the light reflecting. And their archways, they're not arched, they're just like straight. So yes. Would you like to come view my home someday? It looks much different than this. I think they actually had a different home builder. My home builder, Saratoga Home. Yeah, this.
But see, this is what I'm telling you.
It's very basic. I mean, it's a nice home. I'm not like insulting it, but.
And that's listed for $510,000.
Yeah. So if you want to look up my home, I think that the 2016 photos are still there, and it will give you a really good gauge of exactly what it looks like. I get a ton of compliments on it. It's 8209. In Round Rock, Texas.
I know what address. I've been trying to buy your house for an hour and 7 minutes. I know.
You actually bring up something that's extremely concerning to me, because whenever I'm talking to these like real estate professionals and stuff, they're comparing homes that are by different builders. They look different inside, and they're saying it's the exact same as mine, basically, and it's not.
Now we're speaking the same language. Now you understand why I'm saying I don't care what other people have told you. I'm basing it off of what I'm looking at, and I'm looking at a little crappy house that's empty. Those photos suck, did they not?
They do not look like they're professionally done.
They're not professionally done. This is how if you were to look at like, how do you get a house to list or sit on the MLS for 100 days? That is exactly how you do it. You list it for $500,000 empty with photos taken from a cell phone. Like, there you go. Boom. It's made to sit on the market for 100 days. That realtor sucks.
Wow. Yeah, my home it's much different. This is like it's a premium property, luxury home from Saratoga Home. Like it's all premium features inside. The second story overlooks the living room as well as the front foyer area. Oh my gosh, this is really interesting. After I just said that and I explained, I was like pointing up and like I look at my front door and it's like this shining beam of light. It's like, Christy, like you've been enlightened. Oh gosh.
That actually is the sun beaming off of my bald head. I'm actually standing outside. No, I'm just playing. No, listen, I think your house is worth more than what other people have told you. I mean, here's the thing. Think about it from this perspective, okay? If I'm going to list your house as a realtor, okay, I'm going to charge you 3% to sell that house, okay? That's my commission. 3% on $420,000 is what? 420,000 times 0.03, 12,600, okay? Now, if I say I can sell your house for 500,000, I make $2,400 more. A minuscule amount of difference, but it's 80,000 more. It's a lot harder to sell that house for 500,000 than it is to sell it for 420, but it's only 2,400 extra dollars. I mean, I'm not saying that realtors, they have a fiduciary duty, and I'm not saying all realtors will do this, but I am saying sometimes when it's just a call out of the blue and it's, hey, what is my house worth? You know, it sometimes can be that, you know, if they haven't come out and seen it, if they're not listening to what you're talking about, they're not really diving into the comps and doing a deep analysis of this, and they're not understanding why did that house sell for 420 and why did that house sell for 633? What was the first thing I told you when we got on the phone? Do you have a pool? You said no. And I said your best comp is 5607 Sabia Drive. It is your house with a pool. You can go look that house up and you can tell me. Now, you've got it pulled up now. Go look that house up and tell me, is that your house with a pool?
What is the address?
5607 Sabia, Sabbia. It's literally the house when you're standing in your front yard. It's
beautiful.
Yeah, it's
really is. All right, let's look here. There's only one photo showing 5607 Sabia.
Try realtor.com. Sometimes they keep the pictures up longer than Zillow.
Why don't you just look at my house?
I have. I've been looking at your house for an hour.
Okay, so do you think it looks like at 5607 Sabia Drive?
Yes.
All right.
If it
confirm?
just didn't have a pool. If you had a pool, I'd be saying your house is worth 620.
Pool's too much maintenance.
Agreed.
Both my neighbors have pool. They across the street have a pool. My direct neighbors to my right have a pool. I'm seeing all these different images, but you could about the same square footage. Okay, is this the right one? Oh, it looks like we have probably the same home builder. Yeah, it has that. It is similar in style. I have a little different colored brick, but it is pretty similar, yeah. And it's only showing me one photo. So from the outside, yeah, it looks like we have the same home builder, Saratoga Homes.
Yep.
So if you're able, yeah.
It's got dark cabinets. It's got the laminate wood. It's got like the travertine looking tile in the kitchen.
I'm trying to find more pictures of it. Do you have a link you could text me? Are you able to see all those pictures?
I am, but what I'm looking at is my system that I use to pull comps. So I don't have it pulled up on. Let me see if I can find which site this is pulling from.
It does look very similar. It's not like exact, of course, but it does look similar in terms of how they do the brick and everything, the walk walkway and the front way, they probably have really high ceilings too, and curved everything. Yeah.
Okay. Well, regardless, why don't we do this? Hey, how comfortable do you feel with the talking to the apartment complex about if you showed that you were under contract to sell your house, if they would pre-approve you for an apartment once the house closes? Does that sound like a viable option to you?
I could, I don't really want to I want to be able to have that money though and move in. I don't want to keep waiting months and months and months. I've waited 7 years of my life. I don't want to keep waiting months and months and months.
But I
would be open to asking them because it's good knowledge to have. Since I'm still kind of in the discovery phase and everything. So either way, I would want to know that knowledge. And you can call and ask them yourself. Because you'll know the right questions to ask and stuff.
How am I going to buy your house? That's my question.
Well, you're a realtor professional. What are the different ways that you think that you can?
Oh, I've told you so many different ways. In
cash offer.
I don't.
Innovation.
You don't like the cash offer. The cash offer is dumb. We can't do that.
I've been getting the same exact ROI from.
No. I keep telling you that that's not the case. You're.
That's how sold last year, not in this year's market.
Okay.
Totally different.
Okay, then if that's the case, are you really willing to accept a $420,000 offer?
It'll give me the same exact ROI if I listed it with all of the fees in comparison to what's going on in the market.
So if I offer you $420,000, you're going to accept it?
I'd like $500,000.
500? What?
600.
Where did we just go? We went into outer space.
No, we did not.
You said
$600,000.
no. You said cash, and I said if I offer you cash $420,000. Then you said
alignment with the offers I'm getting because homes are currently listed for $450 or so, and I'm getting offers for like $410. So if you're going to flip it for $600,000, then I want offers like around $550.
you said the most you were going to get in your pocket from anybody is $143,000.
I doubt it.
I'm giving you $160,000.
Okay, let's continue talking.
That's $160,000 in your pocket, whereas you said the most anyone was willing to give you is $143,000 so far. So I'm already the highest.
Thank you.
And it's been a riveting conversation. Like realistically, this conversation was worth $100,000.
Oh, it totally was. I know your time's valuable, my time's valuable, and this is a really great opportunity to get to learn more and to learn more about each other.
And you never even asked me if I might be interested in helping you with your business.
Well, would you? I'd be open to exploring opportunities for
I don't know. You said that you were looking for investors. I know a lot, including myself. Might be something I can help you with. So let's get back to your house before we get on to that, because you're gonna rabbit trail. How many people are you gonna talk to before you make a decision?
Well, I think you're going to be like for sure my last call of the day. I've spoken to like probably around 50 people today. So this is like a full-time job, and it's like all this information at once for me. And I do have to say, the conversation with you has been more valuable than the conversation with everyone else. Like, I really appreciate it.
That's because I'm the best. I told you that a long time ago. See, so and I'm offering you the most money. That's crazy. So what do you want to do here?
Well, I would like to have if available, please, your highest cash offer. That doesn't mean I'm going to be like, okay, for sure, let's do that. I kind of would like some time I want to do some research also and kind of just familiarize myself. I learned a lot of information today, so I want to be able to kind of had some time to think about it all. You know what I mean? So.
Hey, July's coming quick. All I'm saying, we got to get this title open. We got to get it closed. You got to get money in your pocket so then you can get your apartment. How long do you want to think about it?
Probably like 24 to 48 hours. I don't need like a whole ton of time.
All right. How about this? I call you back tomorrow at the same time, and we talk about it then. Does that sound good?
That sounds good.
Okay. In the meantime, what do you need from me? My offer is $420. I like $420. It's a good number.
420. Okay. Can you send that to me in an email?
You want it on a contract?
Just to email. Doesn't need a contract. Well, I'd like to think about everything, and I'd like to further discuss things with you when you reach out tomorrow, whenever it's convenient. And
well, that's what I'm saying. I can send it to you in contract, so then we can cuss and fuss about all the terms. It's easier that way. All I got to do is fill in the blanks, and then send it over. You don't have to sign it. You're just reading the contract.
How long does it take for you to create a contract?
It's 7 fill in the blanks.
Okay, so it's not super time consuming.
It would take me longer to write you an email than write a contract. Hence why I'm saying, let me please write you a contract.
Okay, could you please do that?
Yeah, I could do that for you. Did you just please ask me to write you a contract? I just want to, just because that's a great way for me to end my day. I'm just saying.
I did ask that. Could you please write me a contract?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Okay, so I'll send that over to you. I'll call you back tomorrow. What, about 5? Does that time work for you?
That sounds good.
Okay. All right, Christy. I'll call you then.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
All right. Bye-bye. Boss.
Hello.
Holy mother of God. Today was the day of long conversations.
Yeah. What was that?
Round Rock, Texas.
Ooh, no wonder.
I literally told her, I do not want to pay cash for your house. I was like, please let me pay you more. There's so many more ways I can get you more money. Please let me list it for you. Please let me do a novation. And she just finally came down to it and said, what's your cash offer? And so I gave it to her. And she wants a contract. I don't understand.
Maybe she's not being transparent about her motivation.
We were pretty transparent about everything. She's got a jewelry company. She has a patent on jeweled AirPods. So you got your Bluetooth and it looks like a cool earring or something. She said she's got both men and women versions. She said she's got a patent and it's super awesome. So she wants to start that business.
She going on Shark Tank?
She has her, I think, MBA from Texas, UT.
Oh, I heard. Like I said, you were gonna get you a cheerleader girlfriend.
Oh man, that was it was a very lengthy conversation.
Yeah, sounds like it.
And we're at almost 9 hours. That was speed to lead, is where that lead came from. So we're gonna send that contract out. That brings us to 38 contracts sent, 19 signed. Isaiah said this is Shark Tank. RJ's going to be the one funding.
Was she trying to sell you though?
Her house.
No, I'm saying, was she actually trying to sell you? I heard you start talking about our short-term campsite glamping sites.
Oh, that's just because I could tell she would be excited about it. She was talking about potentially buying a house in a tiny house community in Austin. Because what I was trying to tell her is why don't you let Cassie list this? maximize your dollar, get your money. We can have Jeremy be your lender, and then we can find you a new house instead of you moving into this apartment that's just going to cost you an astronomical amount. And she's like, well, I found these tiny homes and they're adorable and I would love there. And I'm, it sounds like a great idea, but apparently she doesn't want a car and she would have to walk too far. So anyways,
keep Austin weird.
Yep. She has her reasons for doing what she's doing. So
yeah, right? Like, do your thing.
Exactly.
All right.
That is day number 9, everybody. I hope that you got value out of that last call. Listen, this is
it looks
why
like everybody did.
This is why it's important to understand the different acquisition strategies, understand when it's appropriate to offer sub 2, when it's appropriate to offer a novation, when it's appropriate to referral to a realtor.
And also, like, it helps sellers know what their options are.
Yeah. I mean, she said it. That was the most informative conversation that she's had, and she probably talked to 50 people today.
I get that a lot. In fact, like one of the guys that I talked to last week or whatever, he was like, you just gave me a whole education in real estate. Like, I feel like I should pay you.
And here's the thing, like, it's really important that you pay attention to their motivation, understanding the solution, and then providing them the options that exist for them. In this case, it was kind of difficult to understand what her motivation was. At times, I was confused by the conversation. I was confused by some of the decisions. But again, it's because she wants to be in that new place, and that's what she wants, and it's up to us to provide those solutions. So I personally thoroughly enjoy those types of conversations. It's funny because most people probably wouldn't think that I do, but I think those are normally some of my best conversations, is when they're actually a little bit lengthy, so I can really understand what's going on. And as you can see, so often in those conversations, it turns around to me being like, how are we going to do this? And it's like we're in it together. It's not just me trying to buy their house. It's about us working together and trying to come up with a solution. So,
well, it's like somebody said earlier, like, this is about building relationships. Like, that's how we build relationships.
Yep. Absolutely. Appreciate all of you guys. Luis, you asked, I understand confidence is key, but as an inspired wholesaler, how do I learn as fast as I can? Well, step number 1, watching these videos. Step number 2, get on the phones, have the conversations. Okay. Put yourself in a position where maybe you don't necessarily know the answer. And it's okay that you don't know the answer. When you get off of the phone, let them know, hey, I'm going to go talk to the person that has the answer, and I'm going to come back to you. Okay. That's what I did with the guy in Virginia. Hey, I'm going to go talk to Chris Jefferson, and I'm going to call you back with the solution. Okay. The other thing is you need to find someone to be your mentor. And quite frankly, if you're here, it should be us. So those are the top 3 reasons as to why I think or how you can overcome some of the fears that you have, or maybe you don't understand how to have those conversations.
Well, and that's the thing about it. You're talking about the fastest way to get educated. RJ and I will let you know, we did not take the fastest way to get educated in this. I mean, there are options out there for you that are way cheaper than what we did pay to get educated, but not be anywhere near this, We paved a long and difficult road, and it's why we do what we do for a lot of this community as well. But, honestly, we learned a lot of this by doing it, by failing at it and succeeding at times. But you're asking the fastest way, definitely get super educated enough to go out there and take action, and then get the knowledge of experience under your belt, and then you'll be able to have these conversations much quicker than we would be able to, when we started,
Absolutely. All right, Ms. Cassandra, do you have anything else before we hop off of here?
I mean, we are an hour over, so I just want to thank everybody for staying with us and engaging and being here for it. I mean, great day 9, great Monday. And I look forward to seeing you guys in the morning.
Yes, indeed. We will see you guys in the morning. Thank you guys for hanging out for an extra hour today. We'll see you guys later.
I stuck my straw in your milkshake, and I drank your milkshake.
You can get chewed up and spit out if you don't understand these things. Go drink your milkshake.
Are you prepared to do what it takes to get what you want?
There's money in this room. There's millions of dollars in this room networking.
It's about consistent, intentional, tactical action.
I'm on a mission to make something change in my environment that's going to give me what I want, and I'm obsessed about it. It's the Crucible! Oh, this is what we do.